proud to say my name. I wear my flame. No one else can change me. Makes me proud in a way. I wear my flame. I wear my flame.
You keep calling the phone. You keep calling the phone.
I know she wanna laying it up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends meet at Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. I know she wanna laying it up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends meet at Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We don't wanna go
Hi, guys. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Hello, everyone. Hi. See, look, I tried to ease you in this time. I tried to ease you into it this time. Rather than being extremely loud and obnoxious, I decided to ease you all into it, okay? Hi, guys. Hello, folks. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? We doing well? We doing well out there? Let's see who the fuck we have here. Hello. So, oh, look, I'm already cursing. It's going to be a long day. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Okay, let's see who we have here. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. So glad you're here. I received your package, Mayflower Kid, and it will be opened on the day of the anniversary of the community. Okay, so I will open it then, but I did receive it. I did receive it. Funnily enough, well, yes, I received, let's put it that way, okay? There was some confusion if it was for me or not, but then we finally figured out that it was for me, but yes. Anyway, so, hello. So actually, my point is someone else opened it thinking it was for them because it was kind of unclear. It's not your fault. But I don't know what's on the inside of it, but the box is open, but regardless, it's fine. Hello, Mayflower Kid, so glad you're here. Hello, AMA Gaming. Hello, AMA Gaming. How are you doing, AMA Gaming? How are you? Love having you here, AMA Gaming. Hello, LaQuabwa. Hello, LaQuabwa. How are you doing? Yes, LaQuabwa says we need to get rid of this clown government and establish a justocracy. 100% agreed. That we need to get rid of these fucking clowns, okay? Clowns are my nemesis, my nemesi, my nemesises, my nemesises. I don't know. The nemesi of the jester community are the clowns, okay? Because we are not clowns. Jesters are not fucking clowns. So we need to take over the government from this clown government. All right. Anyway, yes, this clown government, let the jesters take over. Hello, Gwen. Welcome. I know you're in hell. I apologize. I apologize that you're in hell. I know. At least you probably like warm temperatures, right? Regardless, yes, very unpleasant to be in the UK at this moment. Really, in a lot of places, it's unpleasant to exist in, right? But so glad you're here, Gwen. Hello, Fetty. Hope you're doing well, Fetty. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a fun time watching sports yesterday. Hope you had a fun time watching sports yesterday. You know what I mean. Anyway, so I hope you're doing well, Fetty. Hello, Richard P. Welcome back, Richard P. So glad you're here. Richard P., great member of the community, been around for a bit. So glad you're here. Okay, so glad you're here. Hello, Jay Williams. Hello, Jay Williams. Everyone ought to check out Jay Williams' art. Jay Williams is an artist. Go over, join the Discord, find Jay Williams' profile, open it up, find links to his art. He takes commissions. You can do it. Hello, Jay Williams. Jay Williams is a volunteer also. Volunteer at a hospital. Is that true, Jay Williams? You're a volunteer at a hospital. I highly recommend people. Well, I don't know what to say here. You had one of your first volunteer experiences yesterday. Hope it went well, Jay Williams. Great job being a volunteer. Vit Vicky. Hello, Vit Vicky. Greetings from Barcelona. Hey, Vit Vicky. Barcelona is one of my favorite cities in the world. I've never been there, but just from looking at it and understanding how it's built and constructed in a very human-friendly way, love Barcelona. Of course, I know you have a bit of an issue there with tourists, so I don't know if I'll ever visit for the sake of the locals, but would love to see Barcelona someday, perhaps when, Airbnbs aren't taking up all the property and shooting up housing prices and crap, and aren't so many goddamn, tourists there. But regardless, so glad you're here, Vicky. So glad you're here. Hello, In Your Groove. In Your Groove. How was your trip to the EU? How was your trip to the EU? So glad you're here. In Your Groove, it's been a while. I remember you said you went on vacation to the EU, or you went to the EU for something. I wasn't quite sure what, but glad you're back. Okay. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. How are things over in the UK? Other than hellish. I mean, probably just hellish. But so glad you're here, Louise. One of the originals here. Tater Tot. Hello, Tater Tot. Just in time, y'all. Yes. Hello, Tater Tot. Another classic in the community. So glad you're here, Tater Tot. As always. Hello, Doris Lowe. Hello. Yes. Hello, Doris Lowe. Things aren't going great there. Things aren't going great there, Doris Lowe, in the UK. How are you feeling, Doris Lowe, about what's his face? Starmer resigning and all the shit going on there. Who do you want to be in charge, Doris Lowe? So glad to see you here. James Nordoff, hello, a backgrounder. Love having you here, James Nordoff. Love having you here. Really, you're the best. Okay, you've been around forever. So glad to see you here. Vit Vicky, clown could stop Russia-Ukraine war. Of course, Vit Vicky. Don't you know that the biggest clown we have in office said that he'd stopped the war in like 48 hours or some shit? That worked out well, didn't it? Yeah, I know. Sorry, Vit Vicky. For the people who aren't from America out there, we apologize on behalf of the moronic countrymen we have that voted for this insane fascist piece of shit, lunatic Donald Trump. I mean, America hasn't always been great. Let's be honest, most of the time it hasn't. But we do. A lot of Americans do not like him, and on our behalf, I would like to apologize for our continuing moronicness, our government's continuing moronicness, bullying, pro-genocideness, and lunacy. Okay, just lots of things to apologize for there. Okay, lots of things to apologize. I know, shocking, Jay Williams, America isn't great, and it never really was. Okay. Anyway, so okay, who else did I miss here? Doris, still don't understand why 40% like this shit. Oh, I could explain. It's not an excuse, but I could explain, Doris, how this came to be. I'm only as Zorka said, I'm only here to. We have a lot of new people today. I'm only here to let out a fart. Well, thank you. That's called crop dusting, isn't it? Where you fart and then leave. So thank you for crop dusting. Okay, asshole. Okay, just kidding. You must be. I'm sure you're a lovely person. Okay. What am I missing here? I know. Would you like me to explain? Vicky says, bro, I don't know how come Mango Mussolini convinced people to vote for him. I could explain, Vicky. I have a general idea of how this happened. Yeah. Okay. So I can explain why it happened. It's not good, right? It's not good. But I can explain if you'd like me to here. Jay is a saint. Jay is a saint. We all know that. Okay. Yeah. Gwen. Oh, really? You love Barcelona? Yeah. Great place. Jay Williams. Oh, yes, I see you did. Well, Vicky, we have problems with MAGA tourists, especially because they create a ton of problems and aren't civilized. Well, of course, Vicky. I mean, MAGA people are just like Neanderthals, and that's an insult to Neanderthals. So I know it's trust me, we live around them every day. We know, and we apologize for I mean, I don't apologize for it. It's not my fault that they're that way, but yeah, but still, like, sorry that my countrymen are morons. All right, kind of embarrassing on my end. Okay, yeah, we don't claim them, right, Tater Tot? We reject them as okay. I know I'm already slandering Neanderthals. So, okay, Doris Lowe, if USA okay, if the USA can survive this disaster, Americans collectively need to figure out how to explain to the next generation why they let this shit happen. So Doris Lowe, I generally, and I'm not just saying this because I'm American, I don't generally believe in forcing people collectively to explain something that's happened. Uh it's important from an academic perspective to understand why collectively something happened. But I mean, for example, there's a lot of people in this community who hate Trump, have always hated Trump, and did tons to try and stop him. But alas, we're a minority, or at least maybe not a minority, but we're not powerful enough to stop him, unfortunately. So to explain it, my point being is that, like, and this happens everywhere, right? This happens everywhere. But yes, I see your point. Of course, I already am not a fan of the United States, so it's easy for me to explain it because we're a monstrous corporate empire. So, that makes it easier to explain. For me, it's just one more in a series of horrible presidents, okay? Even though this one is a lot worse in some ways than other ones. Okay. Let's see here. Doris, I'm sorry, guys. I'm reading some of these, what Doris here and Vicky are saying. It's interesting. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Who is it here? I'm trying to find here, guys. I tend to believe we are all living in a simulated reality, and some naughty guys changed the program on the supercomputer. So Doris Lowe, that's really funny. So for Doris Lowe and Vicky here, okay? Doris Lowe and Vicky, right? I love having you here. Let me briefly explain, guys, why it is. Yeah, Vicky. So let me explain, guys, why what happened in America happened. Okay. And many of the people here already know this, but and I'm gonna oversimplify for the sake of, and it's happening by the way in the UK right now, and lots of places in Europe are experiencing a similar trend, although it's not exactly the same. Okay, so the United States is not a democracy. I do hope that I know a lot of the Americans in here know this by now. We're not. We haven't been for probably really ever, to and honestly. We claim to be a democracy. We're not a democracy. It is a corporate oligarchy. The wealthy essentially control everything. Okay, the wealthy and big corporations essentially control everything. There are literally studies on this. Generally speaking, generally speaking, the there is a because of American colonialism and empire, we have been able to keep most people happy with this situation by attacking other countries and sending factories overseas so that goods are really cheap so that people can afford a lot, which makes people ignore the fact that they're not in a democracy. Regardless, we don't have a democracy. All right. So what has been happening in the United States is that after the 2008 financial crisis, there was and tons of other things. I'm not going to go too deeply. Um, I'm not going to go too deeply into what that means. Okay. Into the past of this, but when you have a country where the economic floor falls out from beneath people's feet and the political system no longer seems to be able to meet the needs of people as the economy goes south, people start losing faith in their quote unquote democratic institutions. um so people who believe that we're in a democracy, as in a place where the government does what the people want, is not true. We don't have that, okay? So, despite the fact that the economy went south and people are suffering, the government didn't do anything about it because it's run by billionaires, okay? So that means that people started to turning away from the two mainstream parties because both of those parties are controlled by corporate interests and the wealthy, okay? So people started turning to more radical ends of the political spectrum, seeking change within the United States. And the two radical ends were more left wing ideas and more far right wing ideas. And the right wing ideas are MAGA. Okay. Think about the language that the MAGA uses, like we're going to drain the swamp. We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to get rid of the elites. We're going to get rid of the migrants. Okay. When people are suffering economically, it's great to scapegoat. Blame the economic problems on minority groups, right? And then that distracts from the fact that the rich control everything and are fucking you over. All right. So the rich, by the way, heavily funded MAGA and Donald Trump because they saw that people were no understood that there was something wrong, and they don't want them voting for the left wing. So they're going to make this fascist party to trick people into voting for the right wing. And because of that, there's a massive media infrastructure in place to brainwash people into voting for Trump because there is billions upon billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of dollars being poured into a right wing media infrastructure, especially by the wealthy, to drive people away because since they know people are upset, to convince people that the cause of their problems is immigration and that they need to vote for fascists to fix it. We saw the exact same thing. It is, Doris. We saw the exact same thing essentially happen in Nazi Germany. We're seeing something very similar happen in the UK. All right. And America, by the way, has long already had a lot of this infrastructure in place. So it was a lot easier in America for the wealthy and billionaires to do this because they already had a massive propaganda infrastructure in place, a media that was pretty much in line with the interest of the wealthy and things like that. Um, we got it. Uh, yeah, exactly. Vicky, you say what kind of Ponzi scheme runs in the USA that every time it's the rich elites who benefits and the middle class is used as a funnel to drain? Yep, yep, yep. You're right. You're right, Fitty. You're right, uh, Vicky. So yeah, um, so that's the problem we're having here, and it's fucking scary, okay? And unfortunately, but the Democrats are awful, and so are the Republicans, and they're not going to do anything for us. And if anything, the Democrats just make things worse also because they refuse to make major changes, which then enables the fascists. But anyway, so that's the problem we have here, and it's really fucked up. And I can guarantee you there are lots of Americans here because, by the way, most Americans don't like Trump. If you look at all the stats, but it's irrelevant because we don't have a democracy anyway. So, so yeah, it's a big fucking clusterfuck. I hate it. I hate it to death. And of course, we are destroying the planet. And I mean, our government's destroying the planet. MAGA is destroying the planet. We're imprisoning our own citizens. We're living in a fascist regime, and it's rather horrific. So anyway, okay. SoCal, Trump MAGA's language is just regurgitating Hitler and Mussolini. It absolutely is. And yeah, so Gwen, you mean like billionaires convincing a country to vote to impose economic sanctions on itself? Yeah, no, exactly, Gwen. Exactly. Seriously, Gwen, that's what happened in the UK. You're right. Okay. So it's unfortunate because the fixes for this problem, guys, the fixes for this American problem are much more than just voting. Okay. And I said this 1,000 times. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as me just saying that, and you guys know it, right? Okay. Um, you guys know it. So like we can't voting that's my point is that our system of government, the two parties are within the system that has made the problem, and we need to alter the system, and that's going to be very difficult to do, if not impossible, from within the system. Is there a chance you can do that? Yes. Is it a high chance? No, it's very, 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 very minuscule. And it certainly won't work unless there's also pressure being put on the government from the outside anyway, okay? And in that case, it's not just voting, it's also mass action. Um, Doris, Vicky, the first lady of Spain was caught in corruption, and at least they were who is revoking her passport, Vicky? Forgive me. Is that who's doing that? The Spanish government? Yeah, we barely hold anyone accountable here. Doris Lowe, the USA is now governed by lies. POTUS lies, Congress lies, media lies. Yep, you're right, Doris. Yep. Yep. All right. Yeah, Weird Morris Blob, right? Be right back. Gonna go vote blue harder to stop fascism. Yeah. And by the way, definitely voting for the Democratic Party isn't gonna help at all. And that very, 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 very thin chance of that ever working, which I really don't think it will, would require people that are fundamentally opposed to the Democratic Party to win the elections, which I highly doubt will happen. Vicky, the spell, that's amazing, Vicky. Yeah. Yeah, because if you add, the other governments at least try to somewhat hold their elites accountable and their powerful accountable. Maybe not all of them do, and not all of them do it well enough, but not in America. All right. Yeah, it was exactly what it was like. It was never run on truth. Absolutely. Okay. All right, we got that. When Fanta, I love the names, Vicky, you have. When Fanta Fascist runs the show, expect bloated economy. Oh, of course, of course, of course, of course. Right, and it's all a lie, by the way, because our economy is not doing well, and the whole world is falling apart. You're absolutely right, LaCroix. Dems fundraise more money when they lose and aren't in power. Yay, okay? Because the only way they can win is if the Republicans are hated, because they don't actually offer anything to change shit. All right. So, yeah, no, RL, that is a very good point. RL says if there are Dem socialists, I'll vote for them at least to make them they're more FDR like. I agree with you. I am not saying, guys, that I don't think I'm not saying that you shouldn't vote. You guys can make that decision. I do vote. Uh if there is you have to come to your own decision if you think that voting is important, and all I'm saying is that voting alone will not change things, right? You voting strategically can definitely I guess aid in other processes, but it can't be the end all be all right? Does that make sense? Hello, Invalid Axiom. Yep, Gwen, the man did literally commit sedition and was reelected because we're living in the worst timeline. And guys, what did I tell you yesterday about fascism? Okay, now listen, I've barely talked about fascism, I mean, I have talked a lot about fascism, but I only told you about like the romanticist origins of fascism and how to read fascist texts and stuff. There's a lot more to it than that. Okay, but it's really a lot of this stuff about fascism is very much um emotional, right? The MAGA is largely a romanticist movement based not on reality or facts. It is based off of emotion, okay? Aesthetics, which is a big fucking problem, is it not? And yeah, and it often is hard to differentiate between MAGA people who are doing it off of aesthetics and MAGA people who are simply misled with fact with fake news or false information. And a lot of times there's overlap there, and I'm not even sure if there is a difference there, but it can be a bit confusing. But yeah, it's real. I mean, that's definitely that core segment of the MAGA movement doesn't give a shit about reality. At least they think they give a shit, but the reality they've constructed in their head is purely aesthetic and based off emotion. Okay. Unfortunately, yeah, Vicky, unfortunately, there isn't a third option in the US in terms of party relevance. Correct, Vicky, and that's why it's screwed. We're screwed, okay? And that's why we cannot rely only on the two parties to make change because they're both corporate parties. Republicans are worse. I'm not saying they're not, but Democrats are enabling fascism and they're also awful. Okay, Marzipan Power. Thank you. That's better, Marzipan Power. Thank you for calling me sexy. Mwah, you get a kiss. All right. So we got it. Okay. Thank you, RL. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. All right. So we're in a fucking mess over here. We're in a fucking mess. Okay. And it's really difficult to figure out the best way to deal with this. Okay. You know what? Let's just talk for a second. I'm enjoying this conversation. So guys, we need major changes in this country. Now, there are two ways to do big changes. You can do reforms where you make within the system changes to alter the system. It is possible to do some of those, but for my fellow socialist Marxists out there and things like that, that is only putting a bandage on the wound. That will not, or that is at least, okay, that is not going to totally fix the problem. Okay, that is not going to totally fix the problem. That can slow down some of these processes, but unfortunately, fascism will rise again, regardless. And that is, at this point, seems pretty fucking unlikely to happen from internally, doesn't it? Because our politicians are all corrupt. It's unlikely that they will agree or that the two main parties will agree to major reforms of any kind because all they do is stop reforms. The other option is revolutionary change. I am not saying violence. Oh, no, I would never say that live on stream. But that requiring massive goddamn changes in the country that are pushed from outside the system and that change the system, okay? So there are ways to do this. But let me say, in either case, whether you think reform is the better thing to aim for or revolution is the better thing to aim for, nonviolent, of course, because I would never say violence on stream. Nonviolent revolution. What we need for that to work is we need organization. Revolution is only successful if you have a bunch of organization. Okay, you have parallel government structures where you have like an organized movement that rules itself and creates government structures that mirror other government structures in order to start building a new government. Okay, massive organization. I, things like that. Okay. And then you in concert make action as a movement. Unfortunately, acts of adventurism or acts of terror, essentially, don't typically work. All right. What I mean, I'm not unfortunately, those are bad. Like, for example, as much as I love Luigi Mangione, and that's cute and all, we can't rely on people doing individual acts like that to make major change. If any, because that really doesn't have much organized force behind it. You see what I mean? So there needs to be much more organization. All right. We need organization. We need, we need parallel government institutions. We need ways to communicate between different, all across the country that are safe and secure. There's all these things we need to make that work, and we're nowhere near that. And that's a big fucking problem. Now, what can often cause mass with organization and things like that is when people get more radicalized, it kind of will push people into that. getting more organized. And we even saw that. Something as small as what happened in Minnesota with with the murder of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. We saw a bunch of community-based organizations popping up all across the country to push back against ICE. Just that small amount of radicalization started seeing a bunch of organized resistance popping up. So, unfortunately, one of the big things we can hope for, two of the big things that we can hope for, is one, the government makes a fucking mistake, like they did in Minnesota, and they radicalize people. Okay. For example, a bunch of government forces fire into a crowd. I know this is really dark, but this is true historically, and it gets caught on camera. Or a government does some massive act of oppression that pisses off a large chunk of the country. All right. Another way that this can happen is if the economic situation collapses. Okay. So unfortunately, right now, people are either not radicalized enough from the actions of the government, which is shocking given what the government has done, or people are not suffering enough economically. Okay. So that is my concern. I feel I feel that until there is more economic suffering and until or there's much more mass radicalization, we will not get people to start organizing in a way that puts pressure on the government to change. Okay? Because even if we want reforms, folks, and this is true for reforms or revolution, you also, even with reforms, you need major outside pressure on the government. Okay? So for those who do prefer reforms, I do not. I mean, if we can get them, fine, but that's not what my end goal is. Regardless, even if that's what you want, we still need massive pressure on the government. Okay, we get that. So that is the scenario we're in right now, unfortunately. All right. Now, I know I'm rambling here. You're right, Fetty. You're right. I know I'm rambling here, but it's kind of good once in a while to talk about the state of what the situation we're in is. Now, there are some other things here as well. Okay, there are some other things here as well to consider. Donald Trump is not a totalitarian yet. I know. People will push back at me on that. I can promise you he's not. It is obvious he does not have complete and utter control over every aspect of life in the country. The American political system is a federal system of a bunch of local governments, a bunch of state governments underneath the federal government. Donald Trump has not been completely able to take totalitarian control of everything. He still gets pushback. He gets pushback from his Supreme Court. And not always, mind you. I'm just saying sometimes he gets pushback from state governments. There is some bureaucratic resistance going on that he has not been able to overcome. Overall, he is absolutely an authoritarian and a fascist. There is still some level of resistance taking place to him does prevent complete control, which I guess is a positive if you want to view it that way. It's not really, but that leaves open the door for mass resistance because he still doesn't have a complete iron fist control over everything. So if we want to do resistance, we better get on that in case he suddenly becomes competent and does take everything over. That's one of the saving graces of Trump is that he's a moron and he's basically been incapable of doing a complete takeover. Though I'm sure if someone was smarter, they may have figured it out by now. But alas, I mean, for him, he can't. So, okay. All right. So I'm just saying there is still hope out there. Okay. And the last thing we want to do is to lose hope because we need revolutionary optimism. Remember, fascism is based off a aesthetic, like positive view of the future and where things are going to go. We need to offer people revolutionary optimism, give them optimism that resistance can make things change. So, although I know it's a very dark place we're in, guys, I am optimistic. Okay, there are things to be optimistic about. The young in this country are radical. There is increasing economic suffering, which just sounds bad, but that also means by its very nature that more people will be radical. Something at some point has to give. And I know all of you are here, and we are a very small segment of the country and the world. Okay. So if we're here, there's definitely lots of other people out here that feel the same way. there is still a chance for change, and we need to remember that, and we need to give a positive view of the future where we talk about what society could be if we weren't in this scenario and what we can create. We got that? And um I don't want to give you guys the notion that there's a lot of dark news, okay? But there is always hope in this way, and there we need to always have hope. You understand me? Okay, and I'm not making it up, it's true. There is hope. And by the way, guys, historically, when massive change has happened in a government, it often comes without warning, okay? Because things reach a boiling point and it's like the last drop in the teacup where things suddenly spill over and revolt breaks out, massive change breaks out, okay? A lot of people would never have guessed that the French Revolution was about to start. A lot of people would never have guessed that the American Revolution was about to start. A lot of people would have never guessed that the Russian Revolution was about to start. And in hindsight, it's obvious, but it wasn't at the time. You see what I mean? Okay, we got it? Okay. So there you go, guys. There's my little spiel there. Vicky, one question. Why weren't the citizens of the USA informed about flock cameras? We were. A lot of us were. Not all of us were, but you can know about it if you look it up, Vicky. Again, Vicky, we're not a democracy. So the assertion that can't camera regulations be removed if voted against? Yeah. But it's not a real democracy. Even though we vote and stuff, we don't really have a say in what happens that much. Our vote doesn't really, we get to pick between two corporate goons. And if the Democrats and the Republicans want flock cameras, then no matter who we vote for, we're going to have flock cameras. That's my point, right? We got that? All right. So, yeah, the trial will be a cahoot. Right. By the way, guys, I am not advocating for violence and revolution. I would never do that. Bad community, bad. Don't you ever, how dare you ever say anything about violent revolution? Ugh, shame on you. That's never happened historically, nor has it ever been successful historically. Okay. So, we got that. Right. Exactly, LaCroix. You have to work together, right? That's why LaCroix makes a good point here. Communities have been successful at coming together and successfully tackling flock cameras. However, when we work together, we win. Yes, we need massive organization. Okay, we need organization, and we need to put massive pressure. Now, it can be done on a local level, etc. Okay, but it's not. Yeah. All right, we got that. So moving on here, guys. I will say, yes, real fast, guys. We all know this, right? In the background, there is a sword on the wall. The name of that, thank you, Vicky. There's a reason it's back there, Vicky. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's literally called Chainbreaker. It's a legend in my family. It's been passed down in my family since the Civil War. It is thought to have been, it's called Chainbreaker because it's thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. And guys, what am I going to say? You've heard it every time I leave the stream. I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices. They literally, many of them died to destroy the evil forces of the world, if you know what I mean. Okay. And they fought very hard to end slavery, amongst other things, other forms of resistance in the past, labor movements, which got us fewer work hours, okay, which got us created unions and things like that, okay. Resistance, we cannot forget the sacrifices made by our ancestors, and I'm deeply concerned that we're losing ground. After all the struggle they did, some of the things they accomplished are being overturned. We cannot let that happen. Too much blood was spilled. Do you understand me? Too much blood was spilled. Too much effort was made. And we need to always fight for a better future. Don't forget the ideas of our ancestors. You understand me? Do you understand me? Okay. Yeah, people literally died for the privilege of the weekend, for a 40-hour work week, for having some hours off. Okay. No, LaCroix, it's not already over. I'm making a point because we have new people in here. For those that have been in the streams for a while, we have new people. Forgive me for doing my spiel, but it felt like a good time, especially since I like occasionally doing a reminder of what we're talking about. Okay, what we're talking about. A reminder of the state of the country and what can be done to fix it. Okay, so these are the general ideas here. They did. They already did. They already did, Lois. So correct. Okay. Okay. Doris Lose. Most unthinkable is women in the USA voted to take away their home rights. Oh, I know, Doris. Oh, I know, Doris. Don't even get me started, Doris. If workers have voted to take away their rights, women have voted to take away their rights. There have been some minority groups that have voted, like other minority groups that have voted for Trump, and then were shocked when he took away their rights. We live in one of the most propagandized countries on earth. One of the most propagandized countries on earth. I am not exaggerating. People are always like, oh, look at the propaganda of North Korea or China, super propagandized. Yeah, wait till you come to the US, all right? Unfortunately, it's almost worse in the US because our propaganda is hidden. It is everywhere you look. It is called advertising, partially. There's government propaganda, there's advertising, which is a form of propaganda. There are TV shows, even our media is somewhat propagandistic. Our journalists in this country are manufacture consent, whether they mean to or not. There is a massive propaganda apparatus that convinces people to vote in ways that are negatively impact their, them, but they don't notice. Okay. All right. So there we go. Right. We got that. It's a big fucking mess. Yeah, Doris, you're right. They do. 54% of American adults read at a 6th grade level. Very true, Doris. It's a big fucking problem. Okay. We got that. God bless this country, right? Love it. Don't we? Don't we all love this country? Such a great place. Matt Saigai. CR did not recognize Druzilla, SoCal, or me. Thanks, CR. Oh my God. Hello, Druzilla. Hello, SoCal. Hello, Matt Saigai. Hello, guys. Hello. By the way, Matt Saigai just found out that he's going to be doing his doctoral defense next week. So good luck to you, Matt Saigai. If you need help, let us know, okay? But hello, everyone else that just joined here. I got distracted, guys, because a bunch of new people were in here, so I didn't get to finish saying hello to everyone. All right, Trump, Vit Vicky says Trump turned USA into a ship called Trumptanic, and debt is the iceberg, which is getting. So Vit Vicky, that was already a problem. It's also not true, Vicky, to think that Trump is the problem with the United States. He is not. He is a problem with the United States. He is a symptom of the problems of the United States. He is one of the worst symptoms of the problems of the United States. But he is a symptom of more fundamental problems that have been a long time in the making. Okay. So just getting rid of Trump will not solve our problems. I'll say that one more time because it is vitally important, especially for the libs out there, of whom I know there aren't really many in our community. But Trump is not the problem. Yes, we need to get rid of Trump, but that won't solve the problem. It will only be a temporary fix. What came before Trump created Trump, and it will create another Trump unless we change more than just Trump. We understand me? We understand? Okay. So, yeah, we got that. Our country has been hijacked by a rogue pack of wealthy senior citizens. Somewhat. Also, young, Pet Gone Bad, I agree with you, but also young, wealthy people, right? It's a whole class that has hijacked our democracy. Yeah, the oligarchs and the deep state absolutely need to go. Vicky, 100%, which can only really happen with massive change, revolutionary change. Non-violent, of course. Non-violent, of course. Ignore the sword behind me. Okay. So, a pizza that giant. Yep. William, Jay Williams. Jay Williams says fascism doesn't come and go with elections, but with a dismantling of the system that produces it, which is capitalism. Correct. All right. And you notice, guys, I am very careful with my language on here. I try to speak in a way that doesn't scare people away. But we need to fundamentally change our economic system, right? We need to do that. I'm not, I don't, I'm not, I occasionally avoid the word capitalism because I think we all know why. But yes, we need to fundamentally change our economic system. Now, if I had my way, if I had my way, right? If I had my way, okay, I would like us to have democratically run businesses. Now, listen, before I say this, okay, before I say this, I don't want to give you the impression that I do not have a set idea of what how to fundamentally change our economic system. Capitalism needs to go. I have some general principles which I'd like to see enacted when considering how to change our economic system, folks. And I also acknowledge that we're very far from this. Like, this is sort of pie in the sky shit at the moment, but it doesn't have to be. We can make it less pie in the sky. Okay. So, regardless, because our country is so off track right now, it'll be very hard to get here without major changes. Regardless, I would like a more democratically run economic system where we have democratically run enterprises, where employees vote to make decisions. Employees, I guess they're not even employees wouldn't exist anymore. They owners would be the workers of the company. All right. We could do we could have some industries that are nationalized and run by the government, such as like, electricity, internet, things like that should be nationalized because those are the healthcare system, because all those things are vital for survival. Okay. And we need that shit. Okay. So we need some kind of we need some major changes, and I would rather have people run businesses than have wealthy people own the businesses and then us slave for them. There are other ways to do this, guys. This is sort of my general idea about what I'd like, but I am open to changing things however the material conditions point us to change things at the time when this ends up if and when this ends up happening, okay? We got that? All right. Let's see here. So, M Mitchie06 says, "What are your thoughts on a planned economy, not just centrally stated planned, AG worker planned?" That'd be fantastic, M Mitchie. So, I think that's a good idea. You could have centrally, or like a planned economy where the workers plan it. That's fantastic. Admittedly, I'm not sure how you would do that unless it were centrally planned. Um, I think I know what you're saying. But, yeah. Now here's the issue, guys. There are so listen, folks, I want this conversation to be separate from the last one we had to some extent, because right now we need to end fascism, okay? Because you can't even go to this stage I'm talking about unless if you have a boot on your neck, it's gonna be really hard to even think about going this far, okay? So anyway, so we need to end fascism. Now, if in the future, yes, we can start progressing towards this. You say worker planned economy. So what do you mean? How would that look? If you mean independent enterprises that operate on free market principles, in terms of like you have a worker run co-op producing things, that makes sense. There are issues with that too. There are issues with all of these, but that's why I'm not sure. Now, and also there are big problems with a centrally planned economy. Okay, one of the things that the Soviet Union and China found out was that might not is not the most efficient and might not be the best way to do things. There might be better ways of doing socialism than centrally planned economies. There's a lot of and I'm not saying that there aren't parts of that are good. I like the idea of centrally planned fundamentals, okay, like electricity, internet and shit like that. I do not like the idea of lots of other things being centralized because there are big problems with that economically. Okay. This is complicated. We can debate this. And again, I don't have a set idea here. But like if you mess up a centrally planned economy, you're going to kill a lot of people accidentally. Okay. Or if you, like say, for example, you would also, it causes lots of other issues too, that we could talk about. We won't talk about it now. Um, And that's why kind of China and the Soviet Union kind of changed how they did things over time for a number of reasons. Part of it was because the centralized economy thing was having some issues, so they had to pare it back a bit. We can talk about it at some point. All right. M. Mitchie, for example, unions, democratic councils deciding the flow and distribution. Yeah, that'd be fine, Mitchie. Again, I would need to have, I would need to see what it looks like on the ground. Okay. Um, all right. If that makes sense. That is true. Yes. All right, guys. Let's see here. I'm trying to see here. Let's see here. We see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. Outer signal. You have to safeguard certain industries and you have to have consumer protections, but we shouldn't throw out all free market principles. That is very fair. Again, though, guys, to be clear, as I said before, I do not have a set idea on this. All right. There are many different ways a society could function in socialism. Okay. The main thing is to eliminate privately owned businesses where you have a separate owning class from a working class and things like that. And there are ways to do that. There's a lot of things though we could anyway, this is complicated. I don't have a set idea, and let's do a stream on it sometime where we debate like different ways to do this. There are different forms of lefties who have different ways of doing this. And I think that history has shown that some of these ways aren't the best way to do it. I think completely centrally planned has been shown to not work that well, okay, at all. And or has not worked that great. And even those countries kind of realized it and adapted a bit. That doesn't mean get completely rid of centralized control, but that is, but at least having everything centrally controlled can be a problem. Anyway, all right, guys. Just think about a highly advanced alien planet. Planet would be 100% running on socialism, communism. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know if I do agree. Like, another alien species would be different. There'd be a different material basis of it. Like, I don't know. But okay, if we were to make them like humans, I guess maybe. This is complicated. All right, guys. So, anyway, you do that, guys, and you're gonna have less. Yeah, exactly, Loiso. You know, so Loiso phrased it perfectly. Okay. Loiso is often better at phrasing things than I am. Loiso said, market principles are an incredibly powerful decentralization and efficiency tool, but are just like any system vulnerable to broken incentives, but so is central planning. Correct. Neither system is perfect, guys. But if you look at efficiency of outcomes, uh, the market is often, listen, this sounds dark, but it is often very efficient in not perfect, mind you, but not capitalism isn't efficient, but market, whether it's socialist or not, can be efficient in some ways. This is complicated though. It's more efficient than okay. I know, right? Look, anyway, we can debate this, guys. Again, I don't have a set idea on this. Okay. Okay. So anyway. But we don't have, we can be nuanced on it. We can be like, some sections of society should be democratically controlled by the government. Other sectors can be more market controlled. It depends, right? Anyway, so guys, right. Capitalism's biggest problem is it runs purely for profit. Exactly. The profit motive is a big problem there. Now there are other issues. We'll talk about this later. But anyway, so there you go, guys. All right. So we need to end fascism. We need massive organization and stuff. And we need massive reforms to the revolutionary changes to the economic system if we want to end it once and for all. What I guys want is, I want the American people to take over our economy. We need to take back the reins of the economy. That is our oil out there. That is not ExxonMobil's oil. That is our, those are our farms. Those are not some big agro company's farms. You see what I mean? And we can decide how we want these things to be run. We don't have to, and we don't need it centrally controlled. We can say we want the employees to run it. Okay. That would help solve a lot of the problems we have, wouldn't it? Because then Elon Musk would lose his power. When an EP, Peter Thiel wouldn't have power anymore because the people would control Palantir. Okay, the people would control Apple, and the people would control Microsoft, and the people. You see what I mean? That's what we need. Is we need to fucking start from scratch and take over everything, and then decide what we want to do with it. Okay. So, regardless, non-violently, of course, I would never suggest violence. I'm very pro peace and love for everyone. Anyway, okay. We got that. We got that. Moving on. We can go into details some other time, but you get my point. Okay, guys, let's go on here. So, let's go on here. All right. Peter Thiel. Yeah, I know. Liquid alicorn. Yeah, and yes, and likewise, our benevolent tech overlords would, of course, not also. Right, of course not. Liquid alicorn. They are absolutely lovely people. They would never do violence. They would never do violence, I'm sure. Anyway, okay. So, guys, let's take a look here of on the I love you, Liquid alicorn. You're funny. Anyway, okay. I get your jokes there. Okay. So, all right. Oh, I know, guys. Listen, I know that. Yeah. The corporate overlords are killing us all the time. Did you kiss me, Bobito? Did you kiss me? I'm sorry. Did I miss it? Did I miss you kissing me? What happened? Did I miss it? Did you send me a kiss? Bobito, thank you for the kiss. If I missed it, I apologize, but thank you for the kiss. Or did you not kiss it? No, I was gonna hit you with a free one. Oh, I'm sorry, Bobito. Sorry, Bobito. I got lost. I lost it. Okay. I lost it. All right. Can we real fast? Yeah, no, guys. Sorry, what was I saying? Let me take a step back here. Someone said, "Oh, of course. Didn't you see the Capitol being invaded? You can incite violence as much as you want and face no consequences." Guys. Listen. Listen. Yes. The elites always kill us. They always send the police after us. They always create things that kill us. You know, they make us die of poverty and addiction, and they send us to die in pointless wars, and they kill us in the streets, and they murder our children, and they let guns into schools, which kill even more children just so that they can get rich. Yeah. They create pesticides that poison everything and destroy the environment. They're also pumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and, destroying the planet. And, they're launching massive wars of aggression and killing millions of people overseas and promoting genocide and funding genocide and doing direct genocide and, oppressing minority groups and, oppressing women, oppressing LGBTQ folks, oppressing. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But guys, no, you should never, ever do violence to them because that would be, when they go low, we go high. Right?
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
There you go. No, bad, right? We hate that. Anyway, you get the idea. Anyway, okay. Anyway, you guys get it there? All right, Pet Gone Bad. How dare you throw a snowball at me, Pet Gone Bad? Shame on you. Okay, anyway. So I would never suggest that. I would never suggest that online on a live stream. Anyway, moving on. So let's go on here. Let's go on here. Alas, though, of course, guys, alas, again, and I say this seriously, violence is useless if it's not, like, historically speaking, violence is useless unless there's organization. Okay, like it is useless to go out and do something horrific. Don't do that. It's not going to help. It really won't. Historically, the only violence that has been successful in doing political change really has been organized. Okay, you get what I mean? Anyway, okay, so let's go on here. So, all right. Let's go on. Can you thank LaCroix, please? I will thank LaCroix. Thank you, LaCroix, very much. Thank you, LaCroix. Okay, you did, Pet Gone. That's hilarious. Thank you, LaCroix, for all those gifted subs. Really, that's really quite nice of you. Thank you. Well, how many of those? 5? Thank you so much, LaCroix, for the 5 gifted subs. Really, deeply appreciate you. Okay, Thank you, Gwen, for the cheers there. You're the best, LaQual, really. So, guys, let's continue, shall we? Now, okay, Vicky, question for all of us citizens in chat. According to y'all, who was the best president of the United States since its existence? Vicky, my opinion is Abraham Lincoln. If people can have their own opinion on this, I really like Abraham Lincoln. There are problems with every fucking president of the United States, okay? So, but you know, it's okay to have like a favorite, but mine is definitely Abraham Lincoln. Was kind of a badass guy. All right. All right. We got that. All right. So, let's go on here. Damn right, Drizilla. You stay quiet, Drizilla. Okay, yeah, you stay silent and cry. All right. Anyway, I love you, Drizilla. I love all of you, by the way. I know I haven't been as paying. Okay. Bye, Matt Saigai. Thank you for being here. Really, you're the best. Okay. Good luck, Matt Saigai. So, Gwen, I hate you so much. Gwen's like, Trump is my favorite. I hate you, Gwen. Okay. So let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you, Dolly Boy? How are you doing, Bolly Boy? So let's go on to some news. We only have 2 news items here, and then we'll talk more about the Vietnam War. You got me? You got me, guys? You got me? So, all right. We go on here. Yeah, but FDR was good for white people. Yes, well, exactly, Mayflower. Okay, we just said that there's no president is perfect at all. So, I agree with LaQual that FDR is probably my second favorite. Yeah, he was not good for black people, but you know, almost no president was, right? If we have to choose a favorite, we have to, you know, acknowledge that some of them, I mean, none of them are great. All right. Okay. So let's go on, guys. So let's look over here. So first thing, guys, is the Supreme Court of the United States has come out with a series of rulings. I have not been able to look that closely at these. Honestly, with you, yeah. Yeah, LaQual, yeah, I was defending you, LaQual, because I know Mayflower Kid mentioned that, but I know you know that. But I'm like, yeah, they're all fucked up. Okay. But if we have to choose best, he's definitely my second favorite. FDR is okay. Hello, Alyssa. How are you doing, Alyssa? So, the Supreme Court ruled that prison guards who cut off the dreadlocks of a Rastafarian man, a black Rastafarian man in prison, could legally do it, which to me is monstrous because that's part of his religious beliefs and shit. And I feel like the only reason they allowed this was because he was black. And they think, and there's a lot of politics surrounding, there's a lot of politics surrounding the hair of black people. You think I'm exaggerating? I am not. Trust me, there is a long history in this country of a weird amount of politics surrounding black hair. And you think I am not exaggerating. When I read this story, I immediately, Dolly Boy, 190 stream streak, amazing. I saw that LaQuabwa also had a massive had a massive streak. No, yeah, you're right in your groove. I was about to explain, yeah, hatred, okay? But by politics, I mean there's been a lot of struggle over black hair, which is really fucked up. And I saw this and I immediately thought, well, this is just a continuation of a clear trend in American history. Like there will oftentimes be schools that ban black hairstyles, okay? Black hairstyles or hairstyles most often associated with black folks. There's often been discrimination against people that wear black hairstyles, okay? And things like that. And so this doesn't surprise me at all that they cut off this guy's hair. And then the court says, well, you can't sue the guards that did it because the prison had to get them, the prison would have had to make them, they would have had to commit to not doing that individually before, which makes zero fucking sense. And I'm not a lawyer, so maybe it does make sense, but it certainly doesn't make sense to me. Why doesn't the state get to say no if for religious reasons you can't cut people's hair? So I suspect it's just because this guy was black and they don't like black hair because it's viewed as extremism or some shit. It's really fucking stupid. Okay. And of course the Supreme Court ruled against him because they're a bunch of fucking monsters. So there you go. All right. You got that? Gwen, the Crown Act, creating a respectful and open world for natural hair, is a legislation designed to prevent race-based hair discrimination by extending statutory protections to hair textures and protective styles, such as braids, locks, and twists in workplaces and public schools. It passed the House, not the Senate. Yeah, of course not, Gwen. Crazy. Lacroix, prisoners have had a lot of issues with being able to freely practice their religion beliefs historically. It took so much work to allow people to freely practice Islam in prison, also because it was practiced by black folks as well. Fascinating, Lacroix. You know more about this than I do, probably. In your groove, oops, I killed you, but it's okay. I didn't commit or swear in advance. Yep, it is very fucked up logic in your groove. It doesn't make sense to me. They will say he could hang himself with it. Yeah, I don't, whatever. They will say whatever they can, right? Pet gone bad. If that's the case, you don't have to cut it off completely. Like, why not just even compromise? And I don't want them to compromise. I want them to just let him keep it. But if it is an issue of safety, which I could more understand, then just cut off some of it. Why do you have to completely cut it all off? Anyway, but even then, I don't want any of it to be cut off. Okay. It's so stupid, right? Gwen, I thought it passed both houses. Probably doesn't matter because the Supreme Court will probably overturn anyway. Outer signal, black hair is unprofessional, nappy, violent, and scary. Can't you just get a proper haircut? Yeah, outer signal. And in the United States especially, the word nappy even has a racial connotation to it. It's kind of viewed, I wouldn't say it's like a slur. What's the term here? It's a word that has been often used by white people to describe black hair. Okay, you see what I mean? And it's kind of has a derogatory connotation to it. Exactly. Okay, because of all this racism and structural stuff against, it's a pejorative. Okay, against black folks. All right, any person with a penis can just rip it off and bleed out. No, you're right, Lois. So you're right. Okay, or some of us could probably hang ourselves with our penis. Anyway. Right. Yes, he did so, Cal. That word, the word nappy. Okay, I'm saying it on stream, guys, because it's not, in my opinion, it's not in the same category as like the N word, but it is not a word you should use in when describing anyone's hair, right? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's like a really bad word to use. Yeah, exactly. It's a joke. It's a joke, Jay Whalens, because some people have massive whatever. You know what I mean? Okay, you all get the joke. Gwen, so the first black millionaire was a woman who created, Madam, what was her name? Crap, I know her name. There's a movie about her. Madam, first hair products. First hair products. There it is. I can't remember her name. Madam, what was her? Madam Walker. I'm an idiot. Madam Walker. I couldn't remember. There's Madam Walker was a black woman. She created some of the first highly commonly used hair products. I actually had the opportunity once, guys, there are still a bunch of unopened containers of Madam C.J. Walker's hair products. And there are some historical societies where they will let you open them and actually touch the product. And that shit is still good. Okay, that shit is still good. Okay. Madam C.J. Walker's hair products are still good to this day. I can promise you, I touched it. It's still good. Like, they were very good hair products, and she invented them, and she became one of the first black female millionaires. Now, I'm not economically not that big of a fan of her because she was a millionaire and she did exploit a lot of labor, but hey, she was overall great thing there. Okay, great. A great thing she accomplished for being a black woman, especially. Right, and she had to face a lot of racism and other things. Okay, so you got it. Yeah, Mayflower, could I touch the hair product? It was a very cool hair product. But guys, to be clear here, right? Oh my goodness. See, look. You all are gonna get on me for something. I know it immediately. Black people, people of black African descent in this country, their hair is different. A lot of their hair is different. Okay, it is thicker. There is sort of a thicker hair. Okay, thicker hair. As a matter of fact, lice often, the lice that white people can get, lots of people can get in their hair, have trouble in black hair because it's so thick. all right, in terms of like the follicles are thicker. And so because of this, there is a lot of culture around hair for black folks that is very black uh, community centric. Okay. It's a big part of the culture because it's something that they can claim as their own because it is sort of linked to the particular kind of hair a lot of black folks have. Not every black folk person, by the way, because black is a big category, but black African folks, okay? So to be clear, and because of this, there's a lot of weird racist shit when it comes to white folks, like being fascinated with black hair, like it's some magical, mystical thing they've never seen. And we all know, like the stereotype, right, of like a white person asking a black person to touch their hair or like touching it too much and acting like it's just a fucking like acting like it's just a goddamn like they can just pet a black person's hair and it's okay. Like that happens a lot. My students would tell me about it. There was a teacher at a school I was at who would do that to some of the black students' hair. Be like, "Oh my god, I love your hair. Let me see it." And then they would touch it, and it really fucking grossed me out. And I ended up talking with her, and she kept doing it. So then I told privately one of the principals, "Hey, can you have a conversation with her and maybe do something about her touching the black student's hair," which is really fucking weird. Anyway, so that is something that happens, and we have to okay, so there's also, by the way, guys, I know it was really gross, Jay Williams. To be clear, too, guys, a lot of times, um, there is also an element of racism that goes on in barbershops where black folks often have to find barbershops with black barbers, or at very least, barbers who know how to deal with black hair. Okay. And so, black folks will sometimes, if they're forced to, will go to a barbershop that doesn't know how to deal with black hair. And then the typically white barber will really fuck it up um, because they have never learned how to cut black hair, even though they're a barber. Okay, so like there is all this weird racial, hateful, political stuff around black hair, and the reason I'm telling you that is because that's fucked up, and it shows how deeply racist our society is. That not even something as simple as hair can be like respected and, like, not, turned into a big issue. Because, like, of a lot of white folks not dealing with it correctly and stuff. You see what I mean? 'Kay, yeah, exactly, outer signal. It's better when the white salons just straight up say they don't know how to cut it, and I appreciate that when they do. That being said, they should learn how to cut it, right? Like, why is it that we're only teaching barbers to cut white hair? Like, why aren't you learning to teach cut every kind of hair? And you're totally right, LaCroix. Black barbers will give you the best haircut of your life. All right. Anyway, um, so just a note there. I know. I hope I covered that in a way that was good. All right. Did I cover all that pretty well? I'm trying to think here. There were also um what was I going to say here? By the way, guys, if you look at it's one of the few things that Black Americans, African Americans, okay, have that they can actually trace all the way back to the continent of Africa. Because if you look at African culture today, it is also there's a lot of hair stuff there, and a lot of the hairstyles that are used in the United States are hairstyles that are also practiced in Africa. Okay, and there's a lot of so even in Africa today, and I mean all over the place in Africa. I mean in sub-Saharan Africa and things like that, especially hairstyles, hair and stuff like that is a, kind of an important thing in a lot of places. So yeah, it's also vitally important connection to the historical past of African Americans. As a matter of fact, guys, during um, the time of chattel slavery in the United States, one way that enslaved people would try to remember where they needed to go when they fled from plantations. They would literally put beads. They would weave beads into their hair. So they would put beads into their hair, and then those would remind them, like, okay, this bead is here. That must be a river. This bead is here, that must be a forest. Like, it would be a way to kind of put a map in your hair to remind yourself where to go to escape, okay? So, like, hair is super important, in the Black community, and obviously, as for any group of people, guys, I'm generalizing, not for everyone in the Black community, not for everyone in the Black community, but there is sort of a, cultural trend there. We got that? Okay. All right, we got that? So, that is what now that you know all that, this story is kind of more disturbing, right? Like forcing the guy to cut off his hair, which for him as a Rastafarian too, a hair is considered part of your body. For Rastafarians, your hair is your crown. Okay, it was disturbing, Starmuth, but it like makes it even more disturbing, I think. Like it's your crown. It's kind of the symbol of your earthly, you know, um, spirituality and things like that. Okay. And it also has major links back to Africa, that the fact that it is considered a crown. So you understand what I mean? Anyway, it's very deeply intrinsic. Okay. All right, guys. So let's go to the next story here. The Supreme Court has some new decisions that are going to be coming out pretty soon, too. God help us. They're probably going to be horrible because our Supreme Court is run by a bunch of jackoffs. All right. So that's good to know. Meanwhile, the war with Iran is continuing. I mean, kind of. I guess. It's not really. I mean, it's a little bit continuing, but okay, they were going to have peace talks. Those got called off, and now there's kind of a talk going back and forth between Iran and the United States. Of course, the war in Iran is an illegal war of aggression by the United States against Iran and Israel. America and Iran are violating international law. It's an illegal war of imperial aggression. We're monsters, and I want us to lose the war because we deserve to, because I want Iran to be let alone. And Israel, which is a genocidal imperialist state, also ought to be defeated. And by the way, I think they should be more than defeated, but I know I probably shouldn't talk about that on stream. I cannot stand the state of Israel. But anyway, isn't the Strait open again? It is. Wait, is it open again? I don't know. To be honest with you, they close it, they open it, they close it, they open it. I'm still waiting. Right now, the United States has lost the war. The United States has lost the war. Okay, the United States has lost the war, and thank God for that. I'm okay with that. Inshallah, I said at the beginning of the war, inshallah, Iran will win, and they have. Okay, so now they're just trying to work through. They're just trying to work through the peace deal, and right now it appears that Iran is going to be agreeing. Basically, Iran is getting a bunch of stuff because they won, right? Now, America won't paint it that way. Trump will say, we won, even though it's very obvious by the peace treaty that they won. Right now, there are talks going on about getting nuclear inspectors into Iran, which is funny. So in that sense, that's basically the agreement that Obama had with Iran. So we're just going back, that part at least is just going back to the agreement that Trump originally tore up because he's a lunatic. So really, it's just a big victory for Iran, and I support that. Okay? Yeah, you're right. The U.S. was never winning the war, Starmouth. Moth. But you'd be shocked, Starmoth, how many people in the United States, assume that America can't win a war against Iran, which is hilarious to me. Or assume that Iran, can't win against a war against America, which is dumb because we lose all the time. But anyway, yep, America first, country to spin a surrender as victory. Of course, Doris, isn't it fun? Iran took a step towards advancing to the second. I love that framing, Gwen. Yeah, it's like round one, fight. Iran wins. Round two, and now we're in like round two. Okay. Because America is so formidable, right? The Star Moth. It's crazy to me. All right, Louise. So we're going back to what it was before. I know, Louise. Isn't that insane? It's not before February, Louise, before when Obama was president. Because when Trump came into office, he got rid of the Iran nuclear deal that Obama had created and said, it's bad. It's a bad deal. And now he's literally going back to that deal from years ago that he said was bad, and it's worse. I know, Loiso. I can't pronounce words, okay? It's, you get the idea. Fuck you, Loiso. Okay, anyway. So that's good, right? Okay, isn't that funny? All right. Yeah, yes. Yeah, Louise. So it's like it's a fucking mess. Yeah, Doris Lowe, Hegseth, we only fight for winning. Fuck the rules of engagement. I know, guys. Don't forget that Pete Hegseth is a death cultist who believes that that he's helping kick off the second coming of Jesus Christ by fighting the war in Iran. I'm not joking. And he's like, fuck the rules of engagement. We don't care about we don't care about we don't care about, international law or anything like that. Okay, well, because he's a fucking lunatic. And as if the America really ever cared that much about the rules of engagement to begin with. Remember that girls' school that we bombed and killed over 300 girls? I guess they were what? They were IRGC fighters? Yeah, bullshit. No, it was just okay. Um, all right. Doug, that's not what I said. I didn't say there was nuclear stuff in the deal. Right now, they are debating adding a nuclear portion to the deal. Now, that is what the American government says. The Iran government says that they haven't come to any conclusion about whether they will accept that or not, but they have not denied that that's what's being spoken about. Okay. So that is what is being discussed right now. And yeah, disgusting, J-Mac, disgusting. Okay. Yeah, it's literally a Christian apocalyptic death cult. Okay, like our country is run, guys. To be clear, our country is run by a death cult, an apocalyptic Christian death cult that wants the world to end and loves death and destruction. They think that if they return the Jews to Israel, it will start the coming of the apocalypse. So they want us all to die because if the world goes into the apocalypse, they all get to go to heaven, which is very cute. I'm not really a fan of that. So the next time someone says Iran is run by Islamic extremists, don't forget that the United States is run by a Christian apocalyptic death cult. Anyway, isn't that cute? J-Mac, I'm already not going to be raptured. I'm a flaming homosexual. I've had sex with a lot of men. I suspect that, I ain't going to be going to heaven if there's an apocalypse. Okay, I just got to tell you. I'm okay with it, though, to be honest. You know why? Because I like warm temperatures. Send me to hell. Give me some heat. That'll be fun. Plus, I'm sure a lot of fun people are in hell. All right, let's go on. So, thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you for the kiss, Dolly Boy. Thank you so much. So glad you're here. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Glenn. Glenn, I'll hang out with Gwen in hell. Thank you, Dolly Boy. You're the best. Thank you. Okay. All right. Whatever. Gwen, we can do magic together. I don't care. We can sit on the beach with mimosas or whatever. The beach of lava, the lava beach. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's good. So that's happening. Yay! The United States, another war of aggression. Can we just let the American empire fall? That'd be cute and nice, and I'd be able to sleep easier. Jay Williams, I'm for LGBTQ, I'm sorry, what does that mean, Jay Williams? According to them, I'm going to hell too. Hey, Jay Williams, we can hang out in hell together too. You, Gwen, and I can hang out in hell. Liquid Alicorn can lay out in hell because I know you're a sinner too, Liquid Alicorn. J Mac can hang out in hell. Guys, we can have a giant community party in hell. It'll be great fun. Doris, we can hang out in hell. Let's hang out in hell. Okay, this be fun. Truly isn't it time? Oh, it is. It is Starmouth, and we should fucking fall. Anyway, it'll be great. Oh, I know you are, Liquid Alicorn. Okay, thank you. Yes, and Dolly Boy, we can hang out in hell. Dolly Boy sent me 400 bits. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Let's all hang out in hell. Okay, whatever. We get the idea here. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for this 400 bits. Really, we can totally hang out in hell. Okay, so moving on. Oh, I got you, Jay Williams. Yeah, I got you, Jay Williams. Okay. Admittedly, guys, the Catholic Church doesn't believe that gay people will end up in hell. They say that, that being gay isn't a sin, but acting on it is a sin, which I guess is the same thing. But anyway, regardless, yeah. But I know we're talking about an apocalyptic death cult, but not all Christian groups are the same. But whatever. All right. So Mayflower Kid, so you want your 1-year anniversary theme to be hell? Why not, Mayflower Kid? I can go hang out with Kate. Anyway, so I don't really want to cover this story, guys. I'm kind of done. Let's not talk about that story. Who the fuck cares? Okay. Who the fuck cares? So this story, okay, fine, we'll cover it. No, I don't. It's just dumb. It's dumb. I don't even want to deal with it. We'll talk about it later. Okay, so guys, let's do our segment here. Let's do our fucking segment, right? God. Everyone remember to take your meds. TS is so hard. Yeah. Oh, with TS. What's TS there, Starmouth? Trust me, a lot of us are on meds. Yeah, we'll have a casual reunion in hell. All right. Okay. So, let's go on. Let's go on here. So, okay, fine. I'll cover it. I'll cover it. So, right. Let's really fast. Here's the story. I'm kind of don't want to talk about. So apparently, one of the downed pilots, oh my fucking God, SoCal. Oh my fucking God. I am not going to say that out loud. Fuck you, SoCal. Fuck you. Okay? I mean, we could debate if that's true or not. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure. It might be, but still, SoCal, rude. Very rude, SoCal. Okay? Jesus, SoCal. I mean, God. All right? All right. At least the number of years have been alive isn't as large as the number of members at Costco because you're old, SoCal. That was the best I could do. I'm sorry, SoCal. I went after your age. I'm sorry. That was rude. I didn't know what else to say, even though I know you're a raging homosexual too, and you're a goddamn degenerate. Anyway. Okay. So let's go on here. Fuck you, bitch. Okay. By the way, SoCal is a man. That's like a common gay insult. I'm not being misogynistic. SoCal is a bitch. Okay, so let's go on. I swear to God, Dolly boy. I swear to God, Dolly boy. I'll fucking come after you, Dolly boy. I'll fucking find you and come after you. Anyway, okay, moving on. So moving on, guys. Let's go on. So here's the story. Here's the fucking story. All right, guys. Here's the story. Here's the story. Good, SoCal. Good. All right. Degenerates have more fun. That's true. Okay, how is the news? I swear, CNN. I know. I know exactly, Lloyd. So that's why we're talking about it. I was a hoe. Own it, Sam. I am a hoe, Gwen. I represent hoes. I'm gonna start a hoe rights organization. Okay, so guys, that airplane that was shot down over the, Iran fighter plane or whatever, and the guy got out. The American pilot got out, and then he was apparently rescued or whatever. He is claiming he is claiming that he saw a formation of Iranian drones in jellyfish formation hanging above the site that he was supposed to be attacking or whatever. Okay. Why the fuck am I telling you about this? Well, so okay. CNN, I know, wait for it. Well, just you wait, the Star Moth. It's fucked up. Like, CNN and some other news sites are claiming that this is a sign that Iran has massively advanced technology because they are now able to put their drones in jellyfish formation, which is like literally, apparently there were big drones at the top and then a bunch of little drones below it, and it was like hanging out in hanging out in the air. Okay, and like several news agencies, including CNN, are reporting this as if it's somehow a new thing or like it's special. It is not. And it is coincidental to me because if you look at the news agencies that are reporting it, jellyfish, drones, Iran. And so this is a study, guys, in media literacy. Jellyfish, drones, Iran. All right. The news agencies that are talking about it, look at which ones are talking about it. If we go down this list, the Times of Israel, a Turkish news site, Ynet News, the Jerusalem Post, the New York Post, CNN, the Independent, another Jewish news source. Another Israeli news source. Okay, so isn't that funny? How like a lot of these are conservative, not all of them. All of them, like most of them are conservative. A lot of them are Israeli sources, screaming their heads off. Okay, yeah, absolutely, Lloyd. So this is insane. It's insane. It's like not a breakthrough at all. Why might CNN, all these Israeli sources and these right-wing sources be screaming about, oh my God, this is a sign that Iran is ahead of us in the techs. Iran is ahead of us when it comes to drones and stuff. Who does that benefit? For several things. In what ways might that benefit certain countries, certain industries? Okay, tell me in the chat here. Yeah, we need to hit them harder, which benefits who? Israel. Who else does it benefit? Yeah, anti-drone contractors, Loy. So seriously, like the defense industry. It's like pushing for we need more investment in defense so that we can get, jellyfish drone swarm technology. Okay. It is very obvious to me that this is just some insider from the Pentagon leaked this probably in an effort to get more funding or to push for more attacks on Iran. Okay. It's for the military industrial complex because this is not a new thing, guys. Like literally, China, and as Loiso said, this has been done for a long time, since like the 70s or 60s. I think the 70s. But like China, even for a long time, has been doing these massive drone formations in the skies that are really cool and are like presentations of drones. Like it's very obvious it's not a new thing. So it's funny that these news sources are screaming. Like, look at this. Ynet News is saying, real alien shit. U.S. pilot downed after over Iran describes jellyfish drone swarm. We've already seen we've already seen swarms of drones. This is not fucking special. It is definitely not alien. Okay, like it's really fucking stupid. Anyway, so just a note there. When you're reading the news, be aware that there are often things behind that there are often like there's often political purposes behind it, and it cannot. Yeah, Dubai does drone swarm shows like monthly. Okay, there's often shit behind the news that you don't see. Okay, that this is propaganda. I don't know how else to frame it, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It's propaganda. But if you were to go to CNN and you didn't know what I just told you, you would be like, "Oh, that's kind of weird. Where are these drone swarms from? Oh my God, they must have advanced technology." But it doesn't take much to look into it to find out that this is bullshit. Okay, we got that right. We got that. I know. Yes, it's going to go crazy on Joe Rogan, Loy. So I'm just okay. Invalid axiom. Wait. News might not be true. Casual Revolt, what kind of jester ass shit a show are you running here? I know, invalid axiom. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm not meaning to disturb everyone, okay? Yeah, Gwen, there have been drone light shows for a very long time, actually. It's definitely intentional propaganda, right? Now, I don't have proof of that, but I can. So I would bet it is intentional, but it could be like manufacturing consent shit where they just didn't question enough and they just took what the military officer said at face value. But still, it's definitely propaganda. Okay, thank you, J-Mac. All right, we got it. So that's just a little bit of shit there. Okay, a little bit of shit there. Let's go on, guys. Okay, I'm gonna jog now. I am jog. Right there, right, Redmondberry. Great. Now people think Iran is interacting with aliens. This calls for an investigation, right, Redmondberry? Let's go spend $10 billion to investigate this right away. Give it to Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. They can investigate it. Anyway, okay. Ooh, this is fun. So, guys, that ends our news segment for now. La 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 la. Yes, Marzipan. I have. You want me to run with the hat on, Marzipan? You want me to run with the hat on? That might actually make it jingle a bunch, and that would be really fun. So let's do that. 1 second. La la la. Now you guys can hear the bells going off. I love it. I love it when when I'm in my final form, right? So you know how in Pokemon, you know how I'm running Star Moth. You know how in Pokemon, guys. God damn it, J-Mac, how dare you? You know how in Pokemon there are like some evolutions of Pokemon that go through 3 phases. I have now advanced to the second phase. The second phase, okay? This is the second phase, and then the final phase is when I put on the collar. But we're not close to that yet, guys. I don't have a Jester Stone, which is what you need to advance me to the final phase. Okay, I'm getting that. No, Marzipan. I refuse to acknowledge Mega Evolutions because I never played the Mega Evolution games. All right. Oh my God. Oh, okay, Jesus. I'm sorry, guys. This is something I have to do. So what we're gonna move on to, folks, what we're gonna move on to now is we're going to move on to the Vietnam War. All right. We're going to finish up. Drusilla, shut the fuck up, Drusilla. Shut the fuck up, Drusilla. I'm sorry, Drusilla. I would like to apologize for my outburst. I love you, Drusilla. Here, you get a boop. Please forgive me. You get a boop. Boop. I don't know why I yelled at you, Drusilla. Anyway, okay, all right. So, thank you, Outer Signal. I agree. It is fake news that there are more than 150 Pokemon, okay? Drusilla, you know I love bullying you, okay? You know I love bullying you. All right. Okay. Shut the fuck. Invalid axiom. I swear to fucking God. Invalid axiom. I swear to fucking God. Okay. So, you're right. I love yelling at you, Drusilla, because of how you react. Your suffering brings me pleasure, Drusilla. And since you're a masochist, I bet you like it too. Okay. All right. Now I have to dance per the request of, dance per the request of JMac. Oh, say guys, so let's continue our Vietnam War presentation, shall we? Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na. Okay, we're done with that. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So, guys, over the last few days, we have been doing our, thank you, Winston Sayer. We have been doing our presentation on the Nam War, the Vietnam War. Okay, we've been doing our presentation on the Vietnam War. Today, hilarious, man. Today we're going to be doing another step in that journey. Okay, you're fine, Drusilla. I will. We're doing another step in our thank you, Starmouth journey about learning. Shut up, J-Mac. I'm extremely not fit. Okay, I have been standing doing shit for a long time. Okay, we'll be continuing our. This is why I have the jog thing, so I can make sure not to get a blood clot while doing this. So we are going to. I know, brum, in your mom. I know, right? So we finished off yesterday, guys. We have done this now for 5 days. We have talked about the Vietnam War for 5 days. This is the 5th day. And we will, I'm sorry, this is the 6th day. 6th day we've done this. Hopefully, tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Thursday will be the last stream, okay, where we talk about the Vietnam War. So let's get into this. Let's get into the next part of this. There I go. I'm better now. Okay. So we will, can you breathe a bit harder into this mic, CR? I'm almost there. Disgusting, invalid axiom. So guys, yesterday we talked about, for those that are new to watching this, we always do an educational segment where you learn some shit, and you're going to have to learn. Sorry, you're going to have to learn. So stay to learn. Okay. Yesterday we just ended up talking about, LBJ is now in charge, Link Johnson. What was the name, guys, of the bombing campaign he initiated in North Vietnam, along the coast and of North Vietnam, and of Laos? What was the name of that bombing campaign that LBJ initiated, okay, in North Vietnam? Do we remember the name of the bombing campaign? Anyone remember it? Do a little trivia here to get everyone back on track to what we're talking about. Anyone remember what it is? Anyone remember? No one remembers? None of you degenerates remember? God, so much insane. Thank you, Winston. Good. The historian knows. That would be Rolling Thunder, Operation Rolling Thunder. In response to what did he launch this bombing campaign? And in response to what did he start sending many more troops over to Vietnam? What happened? What was it called? There you go, Jonas. Tonkin, the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Okay, and then he got past the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which gave him basically unilateral authority to start sending troops over to Vietnam to reinforce the South Vietnamese regime. Okay, I know you are, Lois. So what else is new? You're on drugs or something. Okay. All right. So all right. So that started happening. Okay. Meanwhile, what is it called, guys? It's on the screen. I have to hide it. Something is starting to happen in Vietnam in regards to the American public's perception of what's going on versus what the government is telling them that's going on. And what is that called? What is the term that historians use to describe what occurred in Vietnam between the people's perception of what's happening and what the government's telling them what's happening? And this is vitally important for understanding what ends up happening in the Vietnam War. What is that called? Do we remember? Do we remember what it's called? Boo, 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 boo. Thank you. The credibility gap. Correct, Winston. So there is a credibility gap widening between the American public and the government. The American people no longer trust the American government, and they're starting to realize that the government is lying to them horrifically about Vietnam. Okay? So we have that happening. There is instability within the United States as domestic audiences are getting more and more upset at the government for waging a war and lying to them about it. Meanwhile, how is the war going against in Vietnam? Is America winning the war? Even as more and more troops are sent over there, is America winning the war? Okay. How is America doing in the war? All right. What do we think? In this war, in this point, not good. Correct the Star Moth. Not good. Okay, they're getting their asses handed to them. Right? It's not going well. And no matter how many troops that Johnson sends over there, we keep not doing well. All right. But the government keeps saying we're doing well and lying about how things are going, and the American people are noticing it. Okay. Do that to find. Okay. So, yeah, I know exactly. You know it, Winston. Okay. So let's take a look. So that's where we are right now, guys. You disgust me. So that's where we are right now. And Lyndon B. Johnson is still in charge, and he has decided to massively Rick Yun. Hello, Rick Yun. Rick Yun, you're probably a troll, but you say, I don't think you were alive when this happened. How do you know what happened? That's so funny to me. It's not even worth answering anyway. But let's go on here, guys. So let's go on. So before we begin this next segment of the war, okay? By the way, guys, what's happening in the government of South Vietnam at this time? What is happening in the government of South Vietnam at this time? I forgot to ask this. Okay. What is happening in the government of South Vietnam at the time period we're talking about? And this is in the 60s. Okay, this is in the 60s. Okay. Boo 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 boo. Let's see here. Okay. I know, right? So, guys, what was happening in South Vietnam during the war and the government, and what was it? Who was in charge? What was going on in the South Vietnamese government? Do we remember that? Okay. Anyone know? So remember, Diem had been assassinated. Okay. Yeah. So the South Vietnamese government had basically turned into a series of coups. There were about 8 different leaders in like 4 years. I don't even know the number of years, but like there was just constant overturning of leadership because the government of the South was massively corrupt, unstable, incapable of maintaining stuff. It was not democratic. It was authoritarian, and it was majorly abusive of its own population. Okay. Okay. So not great. Now, when we are talking about war, guys, when we are talking about war, all right, we have to understand one of the reasons that Rick Yun, listen for 1 second, because winning on the ground does not mean you win a war. We absolutely lost the Vietnam War. We lost it militarily. We lost it politically. We lost it in every way imaginable. But I'm going to explain that here for a second, okay? I'll explain that here for a second. So, okay. So when you are considering how to win a war, okay? When you're considering how to win a war, there are 3 things you have to think about, right? According to Karl von Clausewitz, a major theorist of war is a continuation of politics by other means. That is, that war is majorly linked in with politics. It is. Politics, internal politics, international politics is very important to war. If you win militarily and economically, but then lose politically, you're not like if you win a war, but then don't have a good political settlement, it doesn't matter. Um, okay. Uh, yeah, yeah, Rick Young, the reason they are anti-American is because they won and we're not there anymore, so they're not mad at us anymore because as long as we were there, they were gonna hate us and it was never gonna work out. They're not mad at us anymore because that we are not there anymore, killing them. All right. So anyway, so you need to win politically. Okay, to win a war strategically, I mean, to have strategic victory, you need to win politically. You need to win economically. In order for your military to succeed, you better have a good economy. Okay, you better have a good economy, and you better be functioning economically, and be able to support the military. Be able to, the people in your country better feel economically supported, or you're going to fail politically. Okay, and then of course you have to win on the ground with your military forces. Your military forces, you can be winning politically and economically, but then if you're like losing militarily, you're not going to win. Okay. So, when it comes to the Vietnam War, guys, there are times in the Vietnam War where one could argue that on the ground, the United States is winning, but we're still losing the war. Because if you are, um, if you are winning battles, but you're failing at home politically, and economically you're having trouble, you're not winning the war. Okay. There are times in the Vietnam War where we're failing militarily, politically. There are times where we're winning economically, but but losing politically and militarily. Do you see my point? Okay, for most of the war, we were winning economically, if not during all the war. Like there's no America has a big economy, and so we don't even really have to talk much about economic victory during the war because it's a much larger country than Vietnam. Okay, it's just easier that way. But America, you're going to see, is going to massively lose this war militarily and politically. And politically is the main area we lose in. And it doesn't matter. In the end, it's still a defeat. It is still a defeat. Okay. So, and we also were defeated militarily. But you're going to see that like the sort of so these two things combined are the major reason we lost. Okay. So this brings me to this over here. I wanted to show you, I even organized this. So we're going to talk about some political things happening during all of this that are spelling American defeat politically. And we're going to talk about some things militarily that are spelling America's defeat. Okay. Even if sometimes they were victories. So let me show you what I mean here. Okay. So let's talk first about what's happening on the home front in America during this time. First of all, we talked yesterday how Lyndon B. Johnson had begun sending American troops over to Vietnam. At the height of American involvement in Vietnam, there were 600,000 approximately troops, American troops on the ground in Vietnam. In order to accomplish this, there was a draft system that was set up in 1964 to draft American soldiers to go over to Vietnam. Now, all right. So you can see here, you can see the number of drafted military personnel in Vietnam over time. So in 1964, 112,000 men were drafted to go over to Vietnam. By 1966, 382,000 personnel had been drafted and sent over there. Now, there were two ways this draft was carried out. Okay, the first one was the 1964 draft boards. Now, before I talk about this, how do you think a draft affects a country politically? How do you think it's going to affect the Vietnam War internally? What are some ways it might affect the Vietnam War internally in the United States? For those who don't know, a draft is where men are basically forcibly conscripted and sent to go fight in Vietnam or to supply support. How might that affect the internal politics of the United States? Yeah, Jay Williams, you're going to get people who are protesting, who are don't want their loved ones to get sent off, or themselves don't want to get sent off. Okay, um, people are going to be massively resentful. You're going to see a massive loss of support. And what do you expect, guys? That is what happened. With the 1964 draft, the more people that were getting drafted, the more pushback the government was getting to the war. And it was worse than that, because in 1964, the 1964 draft boards, how they did a draft made this worse. So in 1964, drafts were done locally. There were a bunch of draft boards set up all around the country, made up of local veterans. Okay. They would bring men from the community in front of them, and then they would determine whether those men were fit to serve to go to Vietnam. If you have local people making decisions about members of their own community about whether they're fit to go fight in Vietnam, what are some of the things you might start seeing happen? Okay, what kind of people might they end up choosing? What kind of people there's going to be bias, Drusilla. What kind of people are going to be chosen? Correct, Bart. The poor. Who else? White poor people, minorities, people that are not viewed by those people as valuable, are sent to fight in Vietnam. People who do not have social connections are sent to fight in Vietnam. And in what literally, and I get frustrated with historians in some way. Yeah, Loy. So the guy that was trying to date your daughter, people you have a personal gripe with. Okay. Anyone who's viewed as expendable. Okay. And if you're rich, you can buy people off. Okay. So cannon fodder. And I get frustrated with some historians. I don't feel like this element of the war is talked about much. And I admit that okay. To an extent, this is my opinion. There have been other historians who have said this. I would say this is a minority opinion. So I am in the minority when I say this. Other historians don't say this as much, okay? So please take this with a grain of salt. In my opinion, this is a form of ethnic cleansing, or at the very least, a form of like unofficial cleansing, okay? Like where you are literally, whether meaningfully or not, the big chunks of the population that are minorities are being purposely sent off to fight in Vietnam, which could be a form of like, yeah, it's like calling the herd. Okay, to me, it's a form of ethnic cleansing. Not ethnic cleansing. It's a form of cleansing of some sort. Okay, it's a form of social cleansing, ethnic cleansing, even if it's not done officially from the top. Okay, it is unofficially sort of having that same effect, right? We see, by the way, that Putin classical. I mean, does something kind of similar. Putin often sends like ethnic minorities in Russia to fight in Ukraine. It's a bit different there, but it's sort of a similar sort of thing. I would say it's probably worse there in some ways, but like the other places do this, right? But this is like the same sort of thing. And we often say that it was racist, but most people really never go the step to say it's a kind of cleansing, a kind of social ethnic cleansing. But anyway, so what we end up seeing is that most of the people that get sent over to Vietnam are poor people and Black people, Hispanic people, people that are not viewed as the top of society. All right. All right. And not only that, the war was expensive. So not only are people being sent over, young men being sent over to Vietnam, you also see, yeah, absolutely, Lois. So like it's much more blatant and explicit in Russia. Absolutely. Okay. Taxes are raised. Johnson raised taxes in order to pay for the war. All right. So everyone's taxes went up as well. So taxes went up. People were being drafted into, yeah, like, and I'm not sure how to frame it, Arsenio, because ethnic cleansing is like specifically ethnic. It's more of a targeted cleansing, a targeted, mass destruction. I don't know what the frame it is, but yes, okay, there's probably a better word for it. Okay, so Rick Young, I don't get what you mean. So Rick Young says the point is Vietnam is just fine with the United States right now and working with it. Yeah, right now the United States is just fine with the UK and working with it. Yeah, you're right, Rick Young. I'm not sure what you mean. like that. Yeah, after a war is over, countries often rebuild their connections, but we lost the war because it became a communist country. At least from our perspective, we lost. We didn't get what we wanted out of it. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, so Johnson taxed people more. That upset people. Because of this, there was so much backlash. There were massive protests taking place because of this, anger and things like that, etc. Somewhat, Rick. They're still run by the Communist Party, and this is complicated, Rick. But we lost the war. Okay. Anyway, so the draft lottery. In 1969, the government changed the lottery system to try and make it more fair. I mean, change the draft system to make it more fair. They made it into a national lottery where they would literally on TV draw the names of soldiers to make it look more fair, so that it wouldn't appear as though there was bias. And this, this is true. This is true. I mean, it wasn't as biased. It was randomized. Yeah, like a game show. They literally did it on the TV, guys. They literally did it on the TV where they would on the TV have a big thing. Let me see if I can find a video for it. Okay. All right, let's see here. Video draft video Vietnam. Here we go.
The Draft Lottery, a live report on tonight's picking of the birth dates for the draft. Here at Selective Service Headquarters in Washington is CBS News correspondent Roger.
So what they would do, guys, is on live TV, they would draw birth dates. They would randomly select a birth date, and then any man in the country born on that birth date would be selected for the draft. Okay, so it was based off birth dates, and they would draw it publicly.
Mudd.
Good evening. It was 29 years ago that the first and most famous lottery number, 158, was drawn as the United States entered World War II. Tonight, for the first time in 27 years,
right?
the United States has again started a draft lottery. And the famous first pick tonight is September 14th, the first birthday that now is designated 001, which means for 19-year-olds born on September 14th, that beginning in January, local draft boards will induct those men born on September 14th, barring deferment.
Okay.
The next birthday in order, April 24th, and so on down.
So you get it, guys. You would literally watch this live as they were polling the draft numbers. Okay, they were polling the birthday numbers. So they changed the system. It didn't help much, though. It did not help much, okay? People were still enraged, obviously. And if anything, this increased the rage because now other more lucrative classes of people were being sent to, other wealthier classes and more privileged classes of people were being sent over. So suddenly you have a bunch of wealthier white people getting pissed off as well, okay? You see what I mean? So that was one element that was very angering to people in American society. Okay. On top of that, guys, there was racial tension inside the United States. This is this was the era of that's a funny thing to say. There was racial tension in the U.S. When hasn't there been? But the United States, this was the era of the civil rights movement. Martin Luther King was taking action. Okay. This was the era of mass protests, sit-ins, other forms of resistance, okay, that was occurring simultaneously to the Vietnam War and the draft, and oftentimes these things overlapped. A lot of the reason people felt more radicalized to do something about the Vietnam War was because they were also angry about the civil rights movement, and people like MLK were also rallying against the civil rights movement, partially because he viewed it as an attack on black people, because of the local draft boards, okay? So within the country, there was massive pushback brewing and massive political upheaval. You had massive protests like this, end the war, bring troops home. Meanwhile, you also had massive protests like this going on of African American folks, black folks, also civil rights activists who were not African American, a lot of Jewish folks, a lot of white folks, mainly black folks, but a whole bunch of people. And same with the Vietnam War stuff. It was multi-ethnic, multi-racial, multi-religion groups going out and protesting these things. Okay. So, all right. So there was that going on the inside of the country. Okay. At the same time of those protests, it got to a point, guys, where there were even terrorist organizations. Okay. If anyone knows, does anyone know what group this symbol belongs to? Does anyone know what group this symbol belongs to? Anyone know? If any lefties are out there, if Weirdamorphous Blob was here, I bet she would know. Does anyone know what group this is? Okay. There, okay, this is the Weather Underground. This was a terrorist organization, a left-wing terrorist organization who literally started blowing up government buildings in an effort, yeah, the Weather Underground, in an effort to end the Vietnam War and to cause a revolution. Okay, and we don't talk much about them, but they existed. They did things like blow up a part of the Pentagon. Okay, they blew up, they I forget what exactly happened, but they blowed up a room in the Pentagon or some shit like that. Okay, they blew up things in an effort to resist the Vietnam War and to end imperialism and have a revolution. Okay, there was a lot of shit. I got you, Loiso. There is a lot of shit happening in the United States while the war is being fought. But we cannot disconnect the fact that the troops being sent over there also believe these things. Okay? Like the troops that we were sending over, a lot of them didn't want to be there, didn't agree with the war, and thought that it was wrong and bad, and they thought it was unfair they were there. That's not exactly a good fighting spirit to have, right? When you're fighting a determined enemy who has reason to fight, and your troops don't want to be there because they don't view it as fair. Exactly, Loiso. And there were many cases where American there would be bodies of commanding officers found with bullets in their backs, or they'd be found with American grenades exploded next to them, or they would have been found, they would randomly be killed when there was no combat going on, but everyone in the unit would claim, oh, we were ambushed by the Viet Cong, even though there was no evidence there had been any Viet Cong around there. There were many cases where American troops would kill their commanders or kill their officers if they felt that those officers were not competent and might result in their death. Okay, so this is not a small thing, that all this resistance was happening within the United States that was putting a tremendous amount of pressure on Johnson's government. And there were massive protests going on. There were many times where troops would have to be called in. Sometimes former Vietnamese troops would be sent in and used against protesters. Okay, like former Vietnam veterans, okay, would be sent in and used against protesters. It was a fucking mess in the United States. So regardless of whether the United States was quote unquote winning or losing in Vietnam, it didn't matter at that point because the war was lost publicly, okay, when it comes to the public's perception of it to some extent, okay? And the further and further, the credibility gap was building, okay? Because I'm not going to go in. I'm kind of skipping some specific details here because I think you just really need to get the general idea here. A credibility gap was building, even worse, where the government would say that we're doing fine, we're winning, everything's going fine, we're going to win, the winning is right around the corner, we're going to win, 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 as Trump would say, okay? But then the media reports would come out, soldiers would come home, and they would tell a very different story than what the government was saying. And it became very clear to the American public that the government was lying. Okay, obviously. And it got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. The effects of the credibility gap during the Vietnam War have permanently changed the United States for the better, in my opinion, because to this day, many Americans are distrustful of the government, oftentimes in not the best way. But this kind of started an era of American distrust in the government. So that doesn't mean that like it's been particularly good, but it definitely, if you look at before the Vietnam War, there was far more trust in the government than after, and it never recovered. Okay. So the credibility gap was a big fucking issue. And I'm going to show you more of how that's the case. Jane Fonda, I will talk about Jane Fonda in a bit here, but there were celebrities like Jane Fonda who became a massive symbol of resisting the resisting the war. She was very, this is kind of a little later in history because we're still in the 60s. This is mainly in the 70s, but she became a public figure. She even went and visited North Vietnam and basically did let me show you a picture here. Here we go. Here's Jane Fonda hanging out with North Vietnamese troops in North Vietnam, doing a report showing them operating an anti-aircraft gun, and she's doing it in support of the North Vietnamese. Okay? Like, that's kind of based, that she was willing to go to North Vietnam in the midst of a war. So, like, and support them. And she got massive backlash. And there, guys, are a lot of people around today that still hate her for this and will never forgive her for it. There are a lot of older Americans who hate her for this. Okay. Even today, they're like, they can't stand Jane Fonda, even though she has been a massive advocate. I am not a fan of rich people, but she has risked herself many times for many different causes, even though she hasn't had to. Okay. Very brave. She also used to refer to herself as a small c communist. Okay. Anyway, so like, we also saw some of the greatest music in American history was created during this time. Music of resistance, resistance songs, Woodstock. Okay, there were a bunch of musical artists, the Beatles, other people who started writing songs in protest of the Vietnam War. There was a massive pushback to the Vietnam War. It was okay. So, like, the counterculture of the era too was amazing. The hippie movement, which was largely a movement, Fortunate Son, that was largely grew out of a way of youth trying to resist their parents' imposition of like loving America and shit, and wanting to become peace-loving hippies who just the phrase of the hippies was "make love, not war." Just fuck each other and stop killing each other. The LGBT, thank you, Jay Williams. The LGBTQ plus movement, the queer movement, started resisting more. This was the era of Stonewall. Okay, like all these movements started coming out at once. It was like a wave of mass resistance, partially sparked by the Vietnam War, and intertwined with it. Okay, so the elites were afraid, and I've talked before, guys, about how it ended up happening is in the 70s and 80s, there was a big backlash to this, which still affects us today. Meanwhile, okay, so imagine you are you're an American soldier over in Vietnam, and you don't want to be there. You've been sent over there. Okay, you've been sent over there. I know, Peck on Bad, and this is bizarre. We can talk about the fall of the hippies and how a lot of boomers who were hippies and shit ended up really changing their bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I apologize, Loisa. I didn't see it. There you go. I'm sorry, Loisa. I love you, Loisa. Mwah. Okay. Okay. Sorry, that was gross. I hope that was consensual. Anyway, so the American soldiers that were over in Vietnam, okay, they had to listen to things like this. All right. Now, I put this under military because this is partially where politics impacts military. All right. So North Vietnam had a propaganda. Okay, thank you, Lisso. The North Vietnam had a propaganda radio station called the Radio Hanoi is what they called it, but Americans called, or I'm sorry, that's what the Americans called it, Radio Hanoi. But the announcer, the North Vietnamese announcer, the Americans called her Hanoi Hannah. Okay, Hanoi Hannah. And she would do these daily broadcasts in English, talking to the American troops and telling them to give up. You're going to lose. Your government doesn't like you. You're going to be killed. And there were many reports at the time, guys, that American troops, because of the credibility gap, actually found her to be more honest of a newscaster than American news sources. I'll say that again. Many American troops listened to Hanoi Hannah because they viewed her as a more legitimate source of information than any American news sources, because they didn't trust the government because the government was lying to them. You're fucked. Okay, like American government is fucked at that point, right? And here is an example of one of her broadcasts, some of the things that she would say to American troops.
DI, your government has abandoned you. They have ordered you to die, GI. Do not trust them. Defect, GI. It is a very good idea.
Yeah, Loiso. I mean, now listen, guys. This is propaganda. Obviously. Is she wrong? No, knowing what we know now, is she wrong in a lot of ways? Is she wrong? Is everything she's saying not true? Because certainly a lot of what she's saying is quite true, okay? And like, yeah, it was a war of an imperialist, a war, okay? And it's not true that America was going to abandon the troops there. Like she mentioned that and stuff. She intermixes things that aren't true, but like overall, okay. Sometimes the English isn't great, but you can see. Okay. They will napalm
They
you
will
tonight.
napalm you tonight.
Okay. Something else she would do that I don't have a recording of. She would literally, yes, they would play them on loudspeakers, Jay Williams. They would. You can kind of tell this was taken from some like American like outpost would listen to her on loudspeakers and shit. But also the Viet Cong would listen to her on loudspeakers. Yeah. She would at the end of these broadcasts, she would spend the end of the broadcast in a solemn voice listing the names of dead American soldiers. So the end of the broadcast, she would just be like Arthur Miller, Johnson Jones, Bent Stevely. She would just list dead American soldiers' names many nights, okay, over and over again. Yes, they did, Jay Williams. Weird psychological warfare. So imagine you already don't want to be there. You would also, there's a lot of famous images of American soldiers, okay? American soldiers' peace symbol. Literally decking out their bodies with peace symbols. Okay. And like, even though they're fighting in a war, right? Like, look at this. Make love, not war. It says it right here. He's a fighter, and yet he's like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to fight. Make love, not war. This guy right here, okay, literally wearing a peace symbol. He's a hippie, but he's having to fight. Okay. Not great. Not great for morale. You have images like this, okay? God walks with me. That's not really one, but there's like lots of famous images from the Vietnam War. They are, you're right, Lois. So some of them are ironic. Like I suspect this one right here is ironic, putting a peace symbol on a gun. There were, as a matter of fact, there were some soldiers that were really pissed off. And I know it sounds like I am overgeneralizing here. There were also soldiers who were really pissed off about the peace movement because they viewed it as undermining their efforts. But a lot of the guys who went over there really did believe it, and were very upset. Okay. So, yeah, so some were ironic. A lot were not ironic. In any case, it's a bad look, right? It's a very bad look. Okay, what's this one? And religious medals. Okay. So anyway, you guys get the idea here, all right? So you're seeing here, guys, a lot of the Lyndon B. Johnson is losing the political war. Okay, he's losing the political war. All right. Yeah. Okay. So on top of all of this, guys, This is what the government on the when it comes to the military side of things, okay? When it comes to the military side of things, this is what the government is telling the media at this time. Okay. So this is General Westmoreland, who is the Supreme Commander of American forces in Vietnam at this time. He's been around since near the end of Kennedy, okay? And he said this to reporters. And, okay, so this was in 1967, I believe, 1967. So he gave this report in 1967. All right. While America was still fighting on the ground, et cetera. And he said the following.
But now the war has become enormously expensive to him. He's had to almost fully mobilize his country.
He's referring to North Vietnam. So he's saying that, you know, the war has become very expensive to the communists, to the North Vietnamese, and he's had to fully mobilize his whole country.
It's been a major national effort. In addition to...
Does he seem sure of himself, by the way? His body language tells you a lot, by the way.
Sending his best troops and leadership to the south and supplying them, which has been a major undertaking. He's had to establish a large and sophisticated air defense system to counter our air campaign. He's had to mobilize a great number of men to keep his transportation system operative.
I'm showing you the whole thing so you can get the nonverbals
Despite the fact
too.
that we've had pressure on the enemy for slightly over 1 year, and the major effort by North Vietnam, he has nothing to show for his investment. He has not won a single significant victory in the South during the last 1.5 years.
Okay. He goes on to say that we can see the light, we can see a light in the future. We are approaching victory. Okay. I thought it actually, I don't know why they cut it off right before that. I thought he was going to say that, but he ends up saying, you know, the enemy is on its last legs. A victory is within sight. Okay. Did that give you a lot of confidence, Lacroix? Right? Not really. He doesn't seem very sure of himself. Okay. But he literally says that victory is within sight. Okay. That he kind of implies there's a light at the end of the tunnel. All right. Secretly, guys, in secret. Johnson literally was saying the opposite in secret. We have recordings of Johnson saying the following: light at the end of the tunnel. What are you talking about? There is no light and there is no tunnel. So secretly, the government knew that this is not going well. And at the same time, the government knows it's not going well. Westmoreland is telling the press we're about to win, and we are at the peak of U.S. military deployment to Vietnam, with all this stuff already going on inside the United States. This happens. In midst of all of this, what I'm about to show you happens, and it's called the Tet Offensive. All right, this was my buildup for the day. The Tet Offensive. Okay. Now, the Tet Offensive, which is arguably the turning point, if you want to view it that way. There was not, to call it a turning point is kind of a misnomer, because there was never a point when the United States was really winning. Okay. The Tet Offensive, which occurred from January 30th, 1968 to September 30th, 1968. It lasted for several months. And we're going to watch some of that documentary again, so you can see what happened during the Tet Offensive. And this is a very important part of the story. We are reaching the pinnacle of the Vietnam War. All right. So we are if this were like a storyline, if we were like doing an average storyline, we are reaching the climax. Okay. This is sort of the climax. And then everything after this is going to be kind of a slow decline, if you see what I mean. Okay. So let us watch some of the documentary that I know you all like a lot. Okay. So we'll start from the beginning here. I'm going to skip some of it that it's kind of unnecessary for our purposes. All right. Louise, they got rid of them. As far as, well, I think they actually, I don't know, Louise. I don't know. They may still have that. They record the phone lines. I don't think they have them in the Oval Office anymore. I could be wrong. Okay. So let's watch some of this so we can learn about the Tet Offensive, and you will see how important it was. Okay.
Boom, there it is. I'll give it to you right now.
Sorry. That was a weird time to start. Okay. All right.
The enemy has been defeated in battle after battle. He continues to hope that America's will to persevere can be broken. Well, he is wrong.
Credibility gap.
1968 would prove to be a watershed year in the history of the Vietnam War and the United States. As the year began, there were 485,600 American troops in Vietnam, and American leaders promised that victory was finally in sight, that there really was light at the end of the tunnel. But then North Vietnam would mount a massive offensive that would result in a terrible defeat for them, that in the long run would turn out to have been a still greater victory.
Yeah.
America itself would be convulsed by assassinations and battles in the streets over the war and civil rights. An American president, a master politician used to getting things done, would continue to find himself besieged by problems he could not solve. Robert Kennedy, the brother of the slain president who had escalated American presence in Vietnam, wrote an editorial that year that seemed to speak for many. "Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world," he said, quoting the poet William Butler Yeats. "Things fall apart. The center cannot hold."
I know that's from William Butler Yeats, but there are so many quotes from the Vietnam War. One of my favorite quotes from the Vietnam War was an American commander fighting during the Tet Offensive who famously said, "We destroyed the village so that we could save it." I'll say that again. It's one of my favorite quotes from the Vietnam War. "We destroyed the village so that we could save it." It's so quotable. There are so many quotable things in the Vietnam War that are perfect for gesturing, okay, like in a dark way. So anyway. Episode 6, Things Fall Apart. Okay.
General Westmoreland, when you said that you'd never been more encouraged in the 4 years that you've been in Vietnam, some critics, on the other hand, have never been more discouraged. I wonder if you could detail one or two or three things that caused you to be so encouraged.
I could quote a number of meaningful statistics, such as the roads that are being opened.
Real fast, guys. Remember who is in charge of the war effort? McNamara, okay? McNamara is in charge. And do we remember how McNamara wages war? He views it as a spreadsheet, right? He was a corporate CEO. He views war as a spreadsheet. He loves numbers. He views it as a victory whenever there's an engagement where Americans lose fewer troops than the Vietnamese do, Okay, remember, that's how he counts victory. It's always like, did we lose less equipment and personnel than they did? If we did, then that engagement was a victory. Okay, and Westmoreland adapted that idea. As long as we are losing less than they are, we are winning. Okay, which is stupid because I just showed you that triangle, right? That triangle. It is much more than numbers, okay? That doesn't mean you're winning militarily, and it doesn't mean you're winning politically, and it doesn't mean you're winning economically, right? So,
Increasing number of enemy that have been killed, and other statistical information which suggests that we are making progress and we are winning. And I find an attitude of confidence and growing optimism. It prevails all over the country. And to me, this is the most significant evidence I can give you that constant, real progress is being made.
is it?
Nước ngoài, năm mới, cố gắng mới, tiến bộ mới.
On the evening of January 1st, 1968, Ho Chi Minh broadcast a poem
Uncle
over
Ho.
Radio Hanoi.
Guys, we need an Uncle Ho emoji. Can we get an Uncle Ho emoji with a jester hat? Elevator lady, I would love that. You don't have to, elevator lady. I could also make it, but I'm being an asshole. We need an Uncle Ho emoji so I can post Uncle Ho whenever we see Uncle Ho. Let North and South emulate each other, he said, in fighting the U.S. invaders. Forward, total victory will
Communist
be ours.
commanders took this to mean that the ultimate battle, the general offensive and general uprising they had been planning for months, was imminent. Party First Secretary Lê Duẩn, who had insisted on the offensive and had purged those opposed, believed it would finally bring about an end to the war.
Okay. So, guys, remember, Lê Duẩn is now in charge of the Communist Party, not Ho Chi Minh, okay? And Lê Duẩn is more of a hardliner. Lê Duẩn, by the way, yeah, I have some issues with Lê Duẩn, which you'll probably see here in a bit. Gotcha, Gwen. Okay, yeah, they had. We skipped one episode of this because I felt it was unnecessary, but they had begun planning for a while a massive nationwide offensive against American and South Vietnamese forces in the South. So they have now planned this massive offensive, and Lê Duẩn hope with this massive offensive was that by attacking all the big cities around Vietnam, he would cause an uprising of the average South Vietnamese person, that he could encourage the South Vietnamese to rise up against their colonial overlords and regain the country, so that he could unite it under the communist North, okay? Now then, you're going to see here that the North made mistakes, okay? Because they're human, obviously. And you'll see what happens. This is the plan of the Tet Offensive. Have a massive push of troops, material, attack all across the South at once, attack cities, everything, okay? And try to cause a general uprising in the South.
Viet Cong units supported by North Vietnamese troops were to simultaneously attack cities and bases all over the South. Lê Duẩn promised those troops that when the fighting started, the people of South Vietnam would rise up and overthrow the Saigon government, just as the Vietnamese had risen up against the Japanese in August of 1945. With Saigon defeated, the Americans would have no choice but to withdraw from Vietnam. The surprise attacks would begin at the end of the month, at the start of the Lunar New Year celebration called
Exactly. Just going to make South Vietnamese not you. Okay. You'll see, Jonas. That's an interesting guess. We listen to Uncle Ho. Advance, we will achieve total victory.
The Viet Cong were already infiltrating scores of cities and towns. Tens of thousands of North Vietnamese troops were now in place in South Vietnam. Tons of smuggled Chinese and Soviet-made weapons had been spirited towards intended targets in sampans and flour carts and false-bottom trucks, and then buried in paddy fields and garbage dumps and cemeteries until the moment came for them to be retrieved.
So if you guys have noticed throughout, just from a military perspective, throughout this war, what kind of tactics have worked the best for North Vietnam and the Viet Cong? What kind of tactics have worked the best for them from everything we've seen? You're right, Gwen, guerrilla tactics, right? If you remember back to the French period, Giap actually realized he made a mistake by attacking Hanoi directly, and he failed, right? He failed because he realized he learned from that, and since then he only adopted guerrilla tactics, and that's what we've seen throughout the war. So here comes Lê Duan, who is a hardliner and who purges people who disagree with him, including people who have disagreements where they're the right ones. And he says, let's do a huge general attack on the big cities in the South. Okay. And one of the problems with planning a massive attack across an entire country at once is that it becomes really hard to hide what you're about to do. You kind of lose all the advantages of surprise and shit to some extent, because you're going to, exactly, Jonas, or lure them into the mountains, right? Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Lois. Okay. You're going to. It's going to be a lot more easy for like the Americans or the South Vietnamese to realize that something's about to happen. Okay. So there were lots of this was kind of not a smart idea by the North. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Gwen. And like, if you have spies slipping into cities all across the place and hiding weapons, all it takes is like a few of these guys to get caught and one of them to say what's happening, and suddenly the whole fucking plan is uprooted, okay? So this is why one of my critiques, guys, of North Vietnam under Lê Duan is that one of the problems with just killing your rivals and putting them in prison and shit is, what if your rivals are right? What if their disagreement with you is actually they are right, and that's their approach is better, but you don't get to hear those other opinions because you've put them in prison, right? For a government to function effectively, you need other opinions. You can't have this like a dictatorial straight up and down one party system if there's no feedback, if there's no democratic feedback, okay? As a matter of fact, that's what I liked about Ho Chi Minh, is that he accepted the feedback and he was like, okay, I'll step aside. I think everyone else is right. Lê Duan wouldn't. Lê Duan was like, well, I know what's right. No one else does. Okay. No one else knows what's right. I know what's right. Okay. Which is a problem. Okay. Anyway, just a note. So we pretended to be farmers or puppet officials. We were ordered to dress as women. We put our AKs under our dresses. Yeah, Gwen, that's why I love Ho Chi Minh.
More than 10,000 American military and civilian intelligence officers were at work in South Vietnam. And here and there, hints of what was to come filtered up the chain of command.
Okay, yeah.
Enemy units were moving around in inexplicable ways. Captured enemy reports described coming attacks on different cities. 11 agents were caught in the city of Quy Nhon, carrying pre-recorded tapes calling on the local people to rise up against the Saigon government.
All of these things were saying to us, something's going to happen, but we don't know exactly what.
General Westmoreland thought he knew. I believe that the enemy will attempt a countrywide show of strength just prior to Tet, he cabled Washington, with Khe Sanh being the main event. Some 30,000 North Vietnamese troops had gathered near Khe Sanh, the westernmost strong point below the DMZ that was being held by just 6,000 Marines.
How's everyone doing out there? I feel like we keep losing people. Is everyone okay out there? Can you all hear it well, etc.? Everyone good? Everyone just listening? All right.
Westmoreland believed North Vietnam wanted to isolate and annihilate the U.S. forces there.
Gotcha.
Just as the Viet Minh had done to the French at Dien Bien Phu.
So the North Vietnamese are trying to replicate Dien Bien Phu. They're trying to, kind of like what they did surround the French, but they're trying to do it to an American base also during this.
14 years earlier. Enemy attacks elsewhere, Westmoreland was sure, would only be a diversion. One American general, Frederick C. Wyand, was not so sure. He was able to persuade Westmoreland to let him pull half his troops back from the Cambodian border to take up defensive positions outside Saigon, just in case.
Fair.
This is an underground bunker at Khe Sanh, one of the few cement havens left from the earlier days of the war when the Special Forces held its base.
Thank you, Louise,
It is dark,
for the 100 bits.
dank, dreary.
Feel something in the air about the build-up. I don't know, you could almost feel them working around you at night.
Who?
The NVA.
The NVA is the North Vietnamese
On
Army.
January 21st, the North Vietnamese began shelling Khe Sanh.
Okay, so the Tet Offensive is beginning. The American Marines were in a very tough situation. So this is just Khe Sanh, which is a base. They were under pressure and surrounded. Westmoreland said it would be the American Dien Bien Phu. He said it would be the decisive battle. But we had already moved most of our forces elsewhere. So guys, this is the beginning of Return. If you have earphones on, you can hear the battle. It's disturbing. I said, I don't know if you could hear me. I said, if you have earphones on, the audio is really, really good. Okay, like it's disturbingly like you feel like you're in a battle.
When he learned of the attack on Khe Sanh, Lyndon Johnson made the Joint Chiefs sign a pledge that the base would never fall. "I don't want any damn Dien Bien Phu," he said. The president had a scale model of the battlefield installed in the White House so that he could follow the fighting there hour by hour. But Westmoreland's and Johnson's basic assumption was wrong. Khe Sanh was the sideshow. The attacks on cities and towns that were about to begin throughout South Vietnam would be the main event.
What did I just say, folks? What is happening in the United States? There's already protest, already upheaval. Westmoreland and Johnson have told the press that we're about to win. Okay, that look, the victory is in sight. The enemy is losing. They're losing power. And then suddenly, across the country, there is a massive city. Almost every big city in the country suddenly gets attacked massively by the North with forces on the ground. Kind of ruins that image, doesn't it? Kind of really highlights the credibility gap.
But First Secretary Lê Duan's basic assumptions were about to be tested too. For the coming offensive to succeed, the South Vietnamese army, the ARVN, would have to collapse, and the people of the South would have to join the revolution.
A slogan was, "An opportunity like this only comes once in 1,000 years." We were confident. We were told to bring only our newest uniform. To wear when we seize Saigon.
All our thinking was focused on finishing off the enemy, one North Vietnamese general remembered. We were intoxicated by that thought.
Preparations were so thorough that in many places before leaving their jungle bases, soldiers destroyed their cooking equipment and burned their huts. They believed they would never have to go back.
Okay, we've got our 3 wounded GIs on board. At least one of them is hit pretty bad.
Jesus.
Medic's got a busy few minutes ahead of him before we get back.
As the date for the Tet Offensive approached, the war continued for the hundreds of thousands.
Oh, I guess that hasn't started yet. Well, they've started some light offensive, but they haven't started the full-on Tet Offensive
of
yet.
Americans in country.
I did see the reality of war, a real education for a young doctor.
I'm gonna skip some of this. Let's get on to the next part, okay? So, need to find it here. So we're seeing that the Tet Offensive have been planned. It's about to be launched, okay? The Tet Offensive is about to be launched. 2024. Where is it here? There we go.
And then we walked for a month. 30 days.
Okay, here we go. They told us to get ready for a major offensive against the cities. A total attack and total uprising. We were on the outskirts of these cities. We could go in and out easily. So I thought we could be successful.
By January 30th, an informal 36-hour truce for Tet was in effect. Thousands of ARVN troops had gone home for the holiday.
So a lot of South Vietnamese troops weren't even in uniform because it was a holiday, so they had left their units to go home.
The enemy had not.
It does, politics. Hello, politics.
Các đơn vị đều ăn Tết. Có bánh tét, rồi có thịt kho, rồi có dưa
We ate
hấu.
holiday sweets, meat, and pickled bean sprouts.
Ăn Tết là rất là ngon.
It was
Và vui
delicious.
vẻ.
Everybody was happy.
Đêm sau thì chúng tôi
The next night, we
hành
crossed the
quân qua
Saigon
sông
River
Sài Gòn, đi xuống
and marched to the west of the city.
That same day, Marine Corporal Roger Harris was scheduled to fly out of Vietnam. His 13-month tour was over. But he and his unit were still hunkered down under constant shelling at Camp Carroll, just south of the DMZ.
But once I had my orders, I said goodbye to all my friends, and then I went over to the landing zone. So when the helicopters come in, let me put the body bags on the helicopter, and I got on with the bodies. We landed in Dong Hao, which was division headquarters, and when we got about 200 meters from the airstrip started getting hit. I'm just thinking personally that God realizes that he made a mistake, because some of the guys that got killed that were with me were good Christians that never had sex, didn't swear, and I've been this sinner. And I'm thinking God realized he made a mistake. He killed the Christians, and I got away. And so now death is following me.
There's actually a term for that. It's called survivor. What is it? Survivor bias? No, what is it? Survivor's guilt. Okay, a lot of times people who have survived traumatic events feel guilty about it. They feel like that they shouldn't have been the ones to survive. It's a very common psychological experience that people who have survived traumatic events experience.
And they told us that in another hour or so a plane was going to come in. When it came in, then the artillery started coming in. We jumped on and took off. And it landed in Da Nang. And then the sun came up and we went to the airstrip. And we boarded airplanes, and we were sitting there. Everybody's giving each other pounds, just slapping fire. We made it. And then all of a sudden,
So he just got on a plane and left the front lines, and he's like, oh, good. Finally away from the front lines. But when he lands on an air base that's supposed to be far away from the front lines, suddenly it starts getting shelled also, which is a sign that there's a problem.
Da Nang airstrip starts getting hit. Artillery's coming in. And I'm thinking, it's all coming after me. It's all about me. You know, God doesn't want me to make it out of here.
In the early morning hours of January 31st, 1968, 84,000 Viet Cong and North Vietnamese troops
Look at this map.
attacked 36 of South Vietnam's 44 provincial capitals, dozens of American and ARVN military bases, and the 6 largest cities in the country, including Hue, Da Nang, and Saigon.
That's a lot of targets.
Their goal, their commanders told them, was to crack the sky and shake the earth.
Kind of a cool term, but... Again, if you have earphones on, now's the time to put them on. I mean, if you don't have them on, now's the time to put them on. The audio is really good.
In Saigon, General Westmoreland mistook the first explosions as holiday firecrackers. His deputy commander, General Creighton W. Abrams, was asleep, and his aides did not bother to wake him.
Ugh.
Not a single top commander was present at Pentagon East, the sprawling MACV headquarters at Tan Son Nhut Air Base on the outskirts of Saigon, when mortars and rockets began cratering the runways.
We were ordered to assault Tan Son Nhut Airport. Dawn was breaking. Then when we entered the airbase, according to the plan, trucks were supposed to carry us to the presidential palace, but they didn't show up. Yeah, politics. Oof.
Viet Cong soldiers spread out to attack specific targets in and around the capital.
So now they're in Saigon.
The war had come to the streets of Saigon. Had General Wyand not insisted on stationing troops around the city, Saigon itself would have been in far greater danger.
We heard gunfire, and our first reaction was, must be another coup d'etat.
Don't worry, guys. The Americans are winning, though, remember?
And then we heard that the Viet Cong had attacked Saigon and was still attacking. It came as a total shock because we always thought Saigon was safe. The safest place in all of South Vietnam.
Oops.
One Viet Cong squad made it all the way to the presidential.
By the way, guys, most of the American and Western journalists in the country were in Saigon. So some of the most and best footage we have from the Vietnam War come from the Tet Offensive, because all these journalists were there as these attacks were taking place. Like there were tons of journalists who just pulled out their cameras and to watch Viet Cong run down the streets and fight. Okay, like. So there's tons of footage. You're going to see a lot of it here of this attack because all the journalists were in Saigon.
Palace, but was stopped by South Vietnamese tanks. The survivors holed up in a building across the street and were shot by ARVN troops and American MPs.
Yeah, Gwen.
All over Saigon, nothing was going according to plan. Viet Cong units were taking heavy losses from U.S. troops and determined South Vietnamese forces.
Yeah, it was massive casualties for the Viet Cong and for the North Vietnamese forces. Which you will see, which I'll explain here in a second. Oh, I just break my chair, God damn it. Okay, some of my comrades were killed. Miss Tram screamed that she had been hit. She died in my arms. Jesus. These were some of those women fighters, okay? About an hour later, I was wounded.
chân tôi giờ thì vẫn còn mảnh đạn.
I still have shrapnel in my leg. Yeah, Gwen.
This is the main Vietnamese language radio station in Saigon. Right now, there are undisclosed number of VC inside occupying the station.
The Viet Cong managed to seize South Vietnam's national radio station and prepared to broadcast a taped message from Ho Chi Minh, calling upon the people to rise up. But a technician radioed to the transmitting tower to cut them off and broadcast Viennese waltzes and Beatles songs instead.
So I just want you guys to imagine the fucking trip that this was, because yeah, the Viet Cong were going to put on a radio message calling for the Vietnamese to rise up, but the Americans, or whoever they just said, was able to counter it, and they played Beatles songs and Viennese waltzes. So imagine you're fighting like a life or death battle with explosions and guns and bullets flying all around you, with Beatles and Viennese waltzes playing in the background as civilians are cowering nearby you. You're seeing people run for their lives. Like, what a fucking trip. Okay. And tonight, guys, we're going to watch, if I'm going to check, but please go onto our Discord. There's a poll. We might end up watching Apocalypse Now tonight. Okay. Apocalypse Now at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. And if you go vote, I want to see if there are enough people can make it to watch it tonight. That movie captures the kind of weird, I don't know how to frame it, like trippy insanity of the war. Okay, so, all right. Jesus Christ. Isn't this horrific?
The Saigon suburb of Bien Hoa was under attack too. Enemy forces were assaulting both the airbase there and Long Binh, the largest American installation in Vietnam.
There were VC moving on the house.
So Richard P. So yes, for those that want to watch it, it'll be, please join the Discord. I will decide whether I watch it in the Discord in a voice chat channel or on Twitch. I will likely watch it in the Discord, so please join our Discord. And there'll be a link. I'll put it in the Discord so you guys can, or so that you guys can watch it with us in the Discord. Okay, so please join the Discord. It is linked at the top. Thank you, Gwen. Gwen just put a link to the Discord, so you can use that link. It's also linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. It's free, by the way. You don't have to. All you got to do is, either sign up or just join the Discord if you already have one.
Everywhere. A lot of shooting, a lot of confusion going on. And we were shooting out the window, and my wife was reloading. When we ran out of ammunition, we'd slide the magazine down the tiles, and she was down there at the other end, filling them up and sliding them back.
Jesus.
Viet Cong commandos managed to slip through the wire at Long Binh and blow up a huge...
His wife, did he say? Yeah, Dolly Boy, because some of these journalists and shit, or even some of the military commanders had family members living in Saigon with them. So they were literally having to, some of the wives were supporting the troops by filling up ammunition. Some of them actually took up guns and were also fighting because the Vietnamese forces, the North Vietnamese forces, were right outside their windows, and firing at them. So it became a fucking mess.
Huge ammunition dump. A mushroom cloud rose above the airfield, so vast that some of the Americans thought there had been a nuclear explosion.
That's okay, Dolly Boy.
The blast blew off the door of Brady's building.
They went up against the wire in Long Bin and paid a frightful price. They were just layers of bodies. The Americans just cut them down.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Johnny Carson. As you know, this is usual starting time for the Tonight Show. But because of the critical war situation in Vietnam, especially around Saigon, NBC for the next 15 minutes is going to bring you a special news program via satellite.
Just after midnight their time, a band of Viet Cong raiders blew up a power installation and attacked 2 police stations in Saigon. It all amounts to the most ambitious series of communist attacks yet mounted, spreading violence into at least 10 provincial capitals, plus American air bases and civilian installations stretching the entire length of the country. None had greater psychological impact than the assault on the American embassy in Saigon.
Again, remember what the context of this is, where America was just told that we're about to win, and suddenly the largest offensive of the war takes place against multiple cities.
In the first few hours of the fighting, 19 specially trained commandos had blasted their way into the sprawling compound of the United States Embassy.
There's a rush. They're rushing the embassy. That's fire coming from the other side of the street now. Outside the embassy. They're exchanging it across the street. You can see the tracer bullets going past. That's outside the embassy.
Yeah, Dolly Boy. Christ, look at these guys, like these civilians having to run and...
Apparently the Viet Cong are trapped in the basement of this side building. An incredible situation.
So I'm just watching, guys. It's crazy to watch.
Heavy firing, incoming and outgoing. Don North, ABC News, at the U.S. Embassy in Saigon.
All of the intruders were eventually killed or captured.
What a sight. A small frog hopping through a pool of blood that's issuing from the head of a Viet Cong, lying on the green, grassy lawn of the
Yeah,
US
some of the
Embassy.
best footage, outer signal, absolutely.
Tôi đánh giá cao các
I
trận
have a
đánh vô
high
đại sứ
opinion
quán
of the
Mỹ.
attack on the embassy.
Có 17 chiến sĩ thôi.
Those commandos managed to hold the embassy for hours.
Trong mấy tiếng đồng hồ đó là động tới nước Mỹ.
It woke America up.
An American Marine and 4 Army MPs were killed at the embassy.
General, how would you assess yesterday's activities and today's? What is the enemy doing? Are these major attacks or...
Listen, guys, there's some things that are just like gesturing by their very nature. I've seen this video before. I didn't know they showed it in here, but this is a perfect example, right? Like while they're trying to interview Westmoreland, you can still hear explosions and gunfire in the background in Saigon, okay? Not a good sign. From the guy who had just said a couple days ago that we're winning.
That's EOD setting off a couple of M79 duds, I believe.
Right.
The enemy, very deceitfully, has taken advantage of the Tet truce in order to create maximum consternation. In my opinion, this is diversionary.
Early wire service dispatches reported incorrectly that the Viet Cong had made it inside the embassy itself.
Yeah, politics.
CID cards were found on some of the Viet Cong.
And the first television footage did little to reassure the American public.
Yeah.
Secure right now? Saigon's secure as far as I know.
Yeah, seriously, Dolly Boy.
There may be some in the outskirts still. I'm not sure.
Like, I love it. Even when they're interviewing the American ambassador, they're like, wait, so is the embassy secure? And he's like, I think so, maybe. I don't know. Hopefully, maybe.
Saigon.
Richard, I actually had planned to. I might do it tomorrow. There's just so much to talk about with the Vietnam War. I've mentioned the Mile High Massacre before. Yeah, American war crimes, horrific. So I might do a separate, but I've talked so much about the Vietnam War. I'm trying to get to wrap it up, but I might.
Was far from secure.
Yeah, they're still fighting. Right, Jonas? I know, right, Gwen? I get it. But I am Gwen. Not really, but... I'm not bored by it, but I've noticed that there have been fewer people here watching every day I do Vietnam, so I think some people might be getting tired of it.
Viet Cong assassination squads, some guided by North Vietnamese spies, moved through the streets with orders to kill what they called blood enemies of the people. Bureaucrats, intelligence officers, ARVN commanders, and ordinary soldiers home on leave, and their families.
Now listen, guys. I am not that big of a fan of Les Juan. This is partially one of the reasons why this is not a good idea. Okay, strategically, it's not a good idea. He is still thinking that like this is a French colonial occupation. It's not, at least not in the eyes of the South Vietnamese. The South Vietnamese, yeah, Dolly Boy, the South Vietnamese view themselves as independent, and they have a lot of dislike for the North, and they view themselves as fighting for, whether it's true or not, their freedom, okay? I know, Dolly Boy, right? And that's how they view it. So by doing this, you're actually going to make it harder to get people in the South on your side. Okay, like if you're killing, right, this is not, on top of it just being wrong, I think, to do this, right? There are some people who could have been targeted that I suppose it would have made sense from a military, like, yeah, killing intelligence officers, I guess those are spies, that makes sense militarily, but going around killing off-duty military and their families, and even bureaucrats. Bureaucrats are bureaucrats. They just run the government. They're like they don't necessarily make decisions. Like that might be someone at the DMV, okay? So this was not, and this is kind of a thing with Les Juan, okay? He sometimes does things that might not, that I think are based out of a very hardline position that kind of forgets people's psychology on the ground. But anyway.
I went home to visit.
Yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy. It's like that they forgot what people in the North got angry enough to fight about in the first place. Correct.
My parents, and
you're going to see this is one of his big miscalculations when it came to Tet.
I found them kind of huddled in their house, the door shut, the window shut, very dark. They were very afraid because our house was located near a slum, and we always assumed that there were a lot of Viet Cong agents living among the poor, where they could hide very easily, and that they were going to come out and look for government officials, military personnel to kill. So my parents were very afraid.
The party's public security agents were tasked with killing traitors. That's what they called them. We carried out many operations. We tried to assassinate a vice minister and the prime minister. Now, again, some of that is okay to me in terms of military reasons, but like the innocent people and like bureaucrats, it's kind of like, you're just going to piss people off. Oh my God, that image, see?
On the second day of the fighting, a Viet Cong agent named Nguyen Van Lem.
Okay, this is disturbing, guys. I'm going to give you a content warning. Many of you probably know the story of this guy, okay, who was, it's one of the most famous videos / images from the Vietnam War. Just watch, but content warning.
Was brought before Win Nop Luan, the head of the South Vietnamese National Police. As an AP photographer and an NBC cameraman watched, Luan ordered another officer to shoot the captive. When he hesitated, Luan did the job himself.
So guys, just content warning here. I probably can't even really show this on YouTube or Twitch. I'm going to do it anyway. I don't give a fuck. It's education. I will argue with them if they make me take it down. This was seen all over America. You're going to see a guy get executed in front of a camera. So please, content warning. You're going to see a guy get shot in the head with a pistol. Okay? And killed outright. So I'm just warning you in advance. But I think it's important to see the reality in order to understand what happened in this war and why I always say, guys, I don't like how much our media censors stuff. Because if people could see what our bombs were doing to Iranians, okay, that might change people's opinions.
Say that.
I will execute you, said the guy. He drew his Colt 45 and pointed the gun.
Put him dead.
The chief of
So
South
here we go.
Vietnam's National
Warning.
Police Force, Brigadier General Nguyen Nap Luan, was waiting for him.
And you're going to see blood. I'm literally warning, okay? Okay.
Good morning, Mr. President. Hi, Jack. We need guidance this morning.
Now, that was captured. I know, Alyssa. I'm sorry, guys, but I want you to see it. That was captured on camera, on video, and broadcast in the United States. This was Johnson's response to seeing this broadcast.
Sir, guidance, is that all you want? Yes, sir. No quotation? That's right. No attribution? No connection? That's right. Give it absolutely none. Absolutely. Your press is lying like drunken sailors every day. First thing I waked up this morning was trying to figure out, after seeing CBS, watching the network.
To be clear, guys, that was a South Vietnamese security agent killing someone he was accusing of being a North Vietnamese spy. So that was a security agent from the government we're supporting executing that guy in the middle of the street like that. Okay.
Reading the morning papers was, how can we win, possibly win and survive as a nation, and have to fight the press's lies? Yes, sir. I'm
sounds like Trump.
Protect my country, and they all whipping me. Not a son of a bitch said a word about Ho Chi Minh. They talk about us bombing.
Yeah, this is what I mean, guys. Trump is not that unusual. He's worse, but lots of other presidents have done the whole fake news thing, right? Like, this is fake news. The press is lying. No, they're not. That we literally see it with our own eyes, do we not? We saw it. We saw the guy die. We saw him executed. He has a family. Okay. All right.
Yet these sons of bitches come in and bomb our embassy, and 19 of them try to raid on. All 19 get killed. And yet they blame the embassy. I don't understand it. We think we've killed 20,000. We think we've lost 400. We think that, of course, it's bad to lose anybody, any one of the 400. But we think that the good Lord has been so good to us that it is a major, dramatic victory. And I think, what would have happened if I'd lost 20,000 and they'd lost 400? I ask you that.
So he's pissed. He's coping. He's like, wait a minute, but we won this battle, the Battle of Tet. We only lost 400 troops. They lost over 20,000 troops. Why is everyone so upset? And I'll explain, guys. This is why Tet is so interesting, and I'll explain the dynamics of this.
It's been terrible.
It appears that a mortar or a rocket.
Right, Dolly Boy. Exactly. Here's another pretty, interesting video here. This is a reporter. Yes, it absolutely is politics. This is the same. That's the same president, the one who was talking about how he had big balls and needed a tailor to make the crotch bigger. Yeah, that was Johnson. Here we have a reporter. I think he's from NBC, and he was once again in Saigon when all this happened, and he was hit. He was hit by either shrapnel or bullets in the leg, and he caught it, and he continued filming. and he did a report on the ground while bleeding.
Shell came in, and well, there's blood on my pants. I guess I'm hit. Well, this is the streets of Saigon, and that's where the war is now. Howard Tuckner, NBC News.
The American press focused almost entirely on the fighting in Saigon.
Oh, I know.
But the Tet Offensive was happening almost everywhere. Most assaults were being quickly beaten back by ARVN and American forces. Everywhere, the enemy was suffering terrible losses.
Yeah. All for nothing, folks. I mean, all the losses in this war are completely fucking pointless. How many times have we heard someone say that the war is unwinnable and we're still fighting it right now? And I mean, in this documentary. We seized the Quain Tree Citadel. We held it for a day and a night. 600 from my unit went in. More than 300 were killed. Around 100 were captured. All of our battalion commanders were killed. Jesus. All of our, yeah, okay, already said that. It was vicious.
The Americans called in massive air and artillery firepower to dislodge a Viet Cong regiment from the city of Ben Tre in the Mekong Delta. Afterwards, a reporter quoted an American major as having said, "It became necessary to destroy the town to save it."
Yes, one of my favorite quotes from the Vietnam War. It became necessary to destroy the town to save it. Oh my God. Perfect gesturing quote, right? Perfect for mocking government officials, wouldn't you say?
Right now, the Navy and the Army.
Yeah, Dolly Boy, how very American, right?
Boats that also.
This is Walter Cronkite.
Bring supplies up the Perfume River. Are having to undergo heavy small arms mortar fire as they turn the bend in the river here around Hue itself. And the landing zone on this, the south side of the river, has been under almost constant mortar and small arms fire. And today, at any rate, Hue is cut off.
The longest, bloodiest battle of the Tet Offensive was being fought in the streets of one of the country's loveliest cities, the former imperial capital, Hue.
Now, I've said before, guys, remember, you know, in prior times in Vietnamese history, Hue, H-U-E, was the imperial capital of Vietnam. This is where the emperor of Vietnam would live, and he was a figurehead, okay? He was kind of like the Japanese emperor, kind of a figurehead, and but it was a beautiful ancient city with beautiful stone architecture, beautiful temples and things like that, with a palace for the emperor. And it was thought throughout history that, like, the controller of Hue sort of was the one that unified the country, okay? And so there was also a big symbolic element here that the North Vietnamese had. It was really hard for the Americans and the South Vietnamese to hold on to Hue during the Tet Offensive. Like, the North Vietnamese got really lodged in there. So in the minds of a lot of Vietnamese folks, this was a sign. The imperial capital is likely was very close to being held by the North, which is a sign that perhaps that the one that is going to unify the country should be the North, right? If they're going to hold on to the imperial capital, historically, that whoever holds on to that is the one who symbolically controls the country, okay? So there's also that. I know. Yeah, Gwen. Exactly, Gwen. Isn't it infuriating? Like, people try to find reasons for the Vietnam War that justify the death and destruction, like that guy that was in our chat earlier. But once you learn about it, like, really specifically, it just becomes infuriating, because it's like, no wonder people were so angry at the time. It's like really no good reason. There's not a good reason for us to be there, and historians agree.
The
Imperial
perfumed
capital.
river divided Hue in two. The enemy, North Vietnamese regulars and Viet Cong guerrillas, had taken over both sides of the city. Only the American advisors' compound on the south bank.
So I'm going to go forward to one more part here, guys. Just one more part here, because this is, you get the general idea about the Tet Offensive. I would like to move on to a part of it that happened right at the end of the Tet Offensive, okay?
And the first...
Because by all accounts, guys, the Tet Offensive, I know it looks horrific. It was a major victory militarily for America and the South, okay? And I'll explain why, but you'll see that's not as easy as that. Okay, so 5644. Let me find you one last bit here. I just went, for the sake of fairness, I wanted to show you another issue I had. One of the reasons why, another big error that Lee Zuan made and the North made in this offensive, okay? So ready for this? And it's disturbing, but just watch.
And I could do that if I would make a... And he said...
Recaptured.
Okay, here we go. So this is right when Hue just was recaptured. Most of the cities in the South are now completely recaptured, and the offensive has ended.
In early March, 2 weeks after Hue had finally been recaptured, Second Lieutenant Phil Joya of the 82nd Airborne Division led his platoon.
I'm wrong. It's
along
actually
the
a few more. It's actually a few more months before everything's recaptured, but Hue has been recaptured.
River, looking for weapons that might have been buried by the retreating enemy. Joya's sergeant, Ruben Torres, saw something sticking up from the sandy soil. It was an elbow.
So to us, it seemed as though this was going to be a grave where the enemy had buried some of his own people on the withdrawal from Hue. Sergeant Torres said, "You know, sir, I think we better start to dig here." We found the first body, and it was a woman. She was wearing a white blouse and black trousers. She had her hands tied behind her back, and she'd been shot in the back of the head. Next to her was a child who had also been shot. The next person coming up was another woman. At that point, it was clear that this wasn't enemy North Vietnamese or Viet Cong.
When our soldiers withdrew from Hue, it is not Philly cheese. It is not. That's the problem, Philly cheese. When our soldiers withdrew from Hue, the revolution's secret forces had already exposed themselves. If they released the people they'd already arrested, then those people could identify the revolutionaries.
Before they abandoned the city, the communists had systematically executed at least 2,800 people they called hooligans and reactionaries.
What the
Hanoi would always deny that any innocent civilians had...
To this day, and again, guys, listen, obviously America killed far more, did massive atrocities, obviously, but that doesn't mean we should excuse the fact that the North Vietnamese government, to this day, denies they did this. Even some of their own soldiers are like, no, we did it. But the government themselves says, no, we didn't do it. No, they did it. Like, their own soldiers say they did it. Anyway, listen, things like this happen in war, and I'm not excusing it, but you at least admit it, and you admit the mistake, and you do something to fix the problem, okay? But, all right.
Been killed.
I don't know if the order came from a local commander or from a higher level. They killed people who worked for the South Vietnamese government. Okay. And for the American military. Okay. It was a massacre. It was a stain. It was an atrocity of war. This guy is a North Vietnamese soldier. Okay, even he's admitting it was an atrocity of war. It was a stain on the legacy of what we did. But the government still won't admit it. I'm surprised he wasn't put in prison at the time, or you know, anyway. In a way, the suppression and purge. Okay. Okay. Exactly. That's exactly my point, Fetty, is listen, we could debate, you know, we're lefties, okay? People who are lefties are human. They can do horrible things. I got to tell you, like the accusation that we killed traitors and stuff. How do you know? Like how do you know they were traitors? When you're saying you're getting rid of reactionaries and hooligans, what do you mean? Okay. Also, uh, these people, a lot of them, that's all they had known was the South Vietnamese government. Okay. It's not like they were traitors. They had their own government that they were working for. And a lot of them, listen, regardless of how much we hate the South Vietnamese government, it's kind of rough to say that they're traitors when they are working for a Vietnamese government. You see what I mean? It might not be the government we like, but for them, they view their country as independent and fighting against the North. I disagree with that, but this is just kind of weird. And it's clearly, and you know, there were no trials held. There were children killed. Are they fucking reactionaries, right? So listen, America, by the way, killed tons of children and women and stuff in Vietnam. I'm not saying that this is like a particularly, you know, this is especially evil, but like this, they did do things like this. We can't deny it. It happened. And the government has refused to apologize, which really annoys me. Okay? Really annoys me. Philly cheese. Would I kill Anastasia? Probably, yeah. But these were not Anastasia. These are not royals. These are just regular people, okay? Some of them are bureaucrats who have unpolitical jobs in the government, like carrying out, like DMV people and things like that. Listen, no, I'm saying, like, okay, listen, I wouldn't act, like, literally. I'm saying I'd kill her just because I actually probably would, just because if I were in that moment, I would be afraid to death of like a new government coming in. Like if I look at it now, I would say no, but like, yeah, I can, and I'm not justifying it. Listen. We've talked about Anastasia before. I do not like the idea that Anastasia got killed. We debated this before. I do not like the idea that innocent people were killed, but in the context of that moment, I can understand why it happened. This I can't as much, or at least I don't see. Like anyway, if Anastasia, listen, whatever. It's a child. I don't want her to die. Okay, if I were one of those guys, I probably would have killed her too. But if it were me, modern day, and I was sent back in time, I wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, whatever. You see what I mean? That sounds awful. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I'm telling you, it's the truth as I understand it. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back here. We missed that part of that.
Always deny that any innocent civilians had been killed.
Also, the bitch deserved to die. I'm just kidding. I was just trying to do a shock value moment there, okay? She's been dead for a long time. I think I can make that joke now, right? They killed people who worked for the South Vietnam. Okay, we saw this. But they also killed people who had been wrongly targeted. Yeah, it was a massacre. We already saw this part. Let's hear what the other guy has to say. It was a stain. It was an atrocity of war. Yeah. No, I know, Gwen, we don't. You all are taking me too seriously here, okay? I'm saying that in the context of that time, if I had been an abused peasant and I had this real bad hatred for the royal family and any fear whatsoever that any royal might come back and try to reestablish a regime, I might kill her to prevent the reestablishment of a Romanov regime. Do I think looking back without that context, I would do that? No. okay? Because you're right. There are many other things you could do. You could imprison her. You could banish her and exile her from the country, right? You could banish her and exile her from the country, right? I'm just saying that in the context of that moment, I probably would have killed her also, okay? Now, but personally, no, okay?
Cool.
Gwen, I can promise you, you would. Okay, listen, Gwen. Okay, this is an interesting conversation we're having. Gwen, you say, I'm sorry, I couldn't kill anyone. Listen, there are definitely contexts, okay? If there were definitely contexts, Gwen, in which you would kill someone. Yeah, Gwen, imagine if your children were about to be killed and you had the option of them dying or the person about to kill them dying. You see what I mean? Listen, okay. Loiso, it was stupid from a strategic standpoint. If anything, they created more support for the Roman. Obviously, no, you're absolutely right, Loiso. Oh my goodness. Okay. I am saying, guys, that I can understand the people who did it. I can understand the reasoning behind it. And yeah, if I had been ordered to do it, I probably would have done it because I would be able to justify it in my head at that moment, regardless of what we think of it looking back. Okay. Okay, so, no, I don't, Druzilla. I'm saying context creates different things, okay? Is it, Gwen? Because for a lot of the people in Russia at the time, they were personally affected by the Tsar and his family. Okay, they were personally affected by the Tsar and his family. All right, Lacroix, now, if they were being exiled, they could have easily tried to bring. Yeah, exactly, Lacroix. Exactly, Lacroix. That's my point. Like, I would not want any chance at bringing back the Romanov regime if I were around at that time. And if that's how it was justified to me, I would do it. Okay. All right, Gwen, is that so, Gwen? So, Gwen, you know that America actually invaded the Soviet Union. We sent troops into the Soviet Union to fight against the communists during the Russian Civil War. What if we had reinstalled the Romanovs then? Okay, so it wasn't like this far off possibility that we may have tried to reinstall a czar or some shit. Okay, but anyway, yeah, Dolly boy, yeah. Look at how the Shah's grandson was straight into the scene when the war against Iran started. Yeah. So my point is, guys, is that with hindsight, yeah, I wouldn't do it. Because at that point there was really no way looking back that I can see that she would have been able to come back to power. But at the moment that those people did it, they didn't know that. All right, this sounds horrible, I know, but okay. This, on the other hand, guys, what we're watching here, historically, I can't really justify it. It looked kind of just malicious to me. These people were not actively fighting against the North. There were children involved who aren't royalty. They have like no right. And if anything, this is strategically stupid because, as Loiso said about Anastasia, this would get people pissed off, and it did. Okay, you're going to see here. Okay, let me explain what I mean. All right, Gwen, children were killed. The French Revolution, the princes and princesses were spared. Yeah, I know, Gwen, and I understand that too. But listen, Gwen, if they had executed the children of the royal family during the French Revolution, I would have understood why. Okay, like seriously. We rarely speak of it. I'm willing to talk about it, but many others are not. I'm telling you the truth as I understand it. So please be careful making your film because I could get in trouble. Okay? Did you hear what he said? So he's even afraid to talk about it because the North Vietnamese government might not like it if he talks about it too much.
President Johnson.
That's a problem, guys. And that is not, listen, in a socialist society, it should look out for the best interest of workers, right? It shouldn't be forcing workers to lie on behalf of the government for a crime that they were ordered to do by higher ups, right? That's just a corruption thing. That is just an oppression thing. That does not benefit the revolution, okay? You see what I mean?
Insisted that the Tet Offensive had been a devastating defeat for the communists. Militarily, he was right. The basic assumptions on which the North Vietnamese mounted their offensive had all proved to be wrong.
Yep.
Hanoi's leaders had assumed the ARVN would crumble, that South Vietnamese soldiers would come over to their side. Instead, not a single unit defected. The civilian populace Hanoi expected to rise up may have been unhappy with their government, but they had little sympathy for communism. And when the fighting began, they had hidden in their homes to escape the fury in the streets.
I have no idea why the communists believed when their forces advanced that people would rise up. I think they made a serious mistake.
North Vietnamese General Vo Nguyen Giap, who had opposed the offensive from the beginning, later remembered that Tet had been a costly lesson.
Yeah.
Paid
now
for
listen.
in blood and bone.
Several high-ranking officers of the North Vietnamese army surrendered. That has never happened before. No unit was left intact. Yeah, right, Dolly Boy? Some companies had only 2 or 3 men left.
Of the 84,000 enemy troops who are estimated to have taken part in the Tet Offensive, more than half, as many as 58,000 men and women, most of them Viet Cong, are thought to have been killed.
58,000 casualties on the North Vietnamese side.
Or wounded or captured.
The American military command celebrated the Tet Offensive as a victory.
Now,
you know, they finally came
this
at us
is complicated.
and we blew them away.
So, we're going to pause it there, and I'm going to explain to you. All right, I'm going to explain to you. I'm going to explain to you. Ready for this? This was a victory. So, okay, let's go back to this, okay? You all have to remember this about this massive offensive, okay? So I'm going to show you this, guys, the strategic triangle. This is the strategic triangle. Remember, all of these things have to be working together to be for something to be a victory, right? So was the Tet Offensive a military victory for the South and the United States? Absolutely. It was a massive victory. It was probably the biggest victory they had had in the war. It was also massively disastrous for the North. It would take a long time for them to recover their forces. They lost tons of equipment, supplies, soldiers, and it was hard to rebuild those forces pretty quickly after such massive losses. It was demoralizing for a lot of the troops to see all this death and destruction, okay? And just by like pure numbers alone, there were very few casualties on the American and South Vietnamese military side compared to the attackers. Not only that, it was sort of a PR hit for the North in the South, because yeah, some of these forces did things like mass execute civilians, which didn't really make the Southern Vietnamese support them much more. Okay, certainly didn't support them much more, right? Which is why I say this was a strategic folly to think that, you know, because of Lee Zwan's hardline communist approach, okay, that you just executing people for the sake of the revolution, to me, does not consider material conditions. And there are sometimes left-wing governments get into this dogmatic mindset of the revolution is all that matters. You know, mass killing, you know, counter-revolutionaries, you need it for the revolution. Well, the revolution needs to succeed, and you're not going to do that if you completely alienate the people you're trying to convert to the revolution, right? Anyway, so this was disastrous for the North, and their thought that people would rise up in support of them was really misled. Okay, they completely miscalculated that. They made it worse, and they suffered massive consequences militarily. Now, by the way, this was kind of predictable because, as I said before, it was well known previously that you shouldn't really go around attacking cities because that's where America and South Vietnam are the strongest. So this is almost an ideological, this was almost an example of where ideology got in the way of strategy. Because Lee Zwan had this sort of, literally, I am blaming him partially for his Marxism. Yes, I am doing that. Because he had this sense that, like, the working classes of South Vietnam, they're destined to rise up against the government. All we need to do is, you know, knock down the front door and all the working class will rise up. That is not how that works. okay, that is ignoring a bunch of other human factors going on, okay? And because he had purged a lot of top people that might have been questioning how he approached this, he didn't get to hear the other opinions. This is why, to me, it was a failure of thinking, okay? And I think if Ho Chi Minh had been in charge, he wouldn't have made this mistake. Regardless, listen. There you go, Lacroix. You got it, Lacroix. It isn't real material analysis, but I can guarantee you that's how he defended it. Okay, he thought he was thinking in like a Marxist way or like a materially, and no, he wasn't. Okay, it was just a bad idea. It was a poor analysis. Let's put it that way. Okay, so I should say I'm not blaming his Marxism. I'm blaming how his misinterpretation of it and then using it as an excuse. Okay, so taking a step back, this was a military victory for the South. Was it a victory overall for America in South Vietnam? No, it was a major defeat. Why? Because accidentally, they did not intend for this to happen. The North's attack completely shattered the Americans' perception, okay, Americans' perception of what was happening in Vietnam, right? Like, it absolutely shattered it. It became desperately clear that no, we aren't winning the war, that no, the American government isn't on the verge of victory. And yes, they're lying to us, okay? And the images that came out, the images that came out that came out further radicalized Americans against the actions of the government. Okay, it did. Further enraged the Americans when they saw images of a guy getting shot in the head in the street. Okay, when they saw these mass attacks, people in Saigon, claimed, it started who had been safe before or something like, wait a minute, I'm not safe here. I thought we were safe here. So it turned a lot of Americans in Saigon against the government. All right. So even though it was a military victory, this is a sign, guys, that the war is unwinnable, because even when the government achieves a major military victory, it's still a political defeat. Nothing the government can do at this point is going to get people on their side. Okay. Do you see what I mean? Okay. So the Tet Offensive was a major military victory, but was a massive political defeat and was overall a massive overall strategic defeat. Okay. For America. And yeah, right. Big problem. And the Tet Offensive is part of the reason why Lyndon B. Johnson then decides to not run for office again. A little bit after, a short time after the Tet Offensive, Lyndon B. Johnson gets in front of a camera, and after he had seen some polls showing that he has a majority, but barely a majority of support in the Democratic Party, he gets in front of a camera and basically says, I will not run for office again. Okay? And this is where we're going to end today. So the Tet Offensive essentially broke the will, was like the last straw for a lot of Americans, and it really highlighted the failures. Okay. All right. We got that. We got that. Boo, 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 boo. We got that. All right. So we'll end there for now. Okay, guys. And we only have, I think we'll only do one more episode of this, and that'll be Nixon. Okay, Nixon. And that essentially, guys, ends this part of the war. So we've talked now, what are the phases of the war we've talked about, guys? So there's the French phase. Then what is the first American phase called? Okay, what is the first American phase called? Do you remember? You remember now? Goodbye, LBJ. Hello, Nixon. Okay. Do you remember what was the first phase of the Vietnam War called when it came to American involvement? Anyone remember this? Right now, we are in you guys don't remember? The advisory phase was the first phase, right? That was when JFK had advisors over in Vietnam. We are currently in the Americanization phase. where most of the fighting is being done by American troops on the ground. And as we enter, the last phase of the war is the Vietnamization phase, where you're going to see Nixon starts withdrawing American troops and replacing them with the and basically putting the onus on the South Vietnamese military while also engaging in massive and illegal murderous bombing. But we'll talk about that in the next episode, okay? We all got it? We good? Do we all learn something? We all learn something? All right. Boo, 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 boo. Right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I'm going to put my face up. Oof. Okay. All right, guys. You learned bigly. I'm so glad. Hello, Couch Potato. Okay. All right. So there we go. So we've gotten. We all learned something. I hope. Did you learn something, Elevator Lady? I always like asking Elevator Lady. Okay, I love that. So we've done so much of the Vietnam War. I'm kind of excited for it to be over so we can move on to another topic, because we've been. Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy, for the kiss. Thank you. Thank you for the kiss, Dolly Boy. A few things I wanted to quickly tell you guys. I know I just said we'll stop, but just a few little side notes here about the Vietnam War. It was very hard to fight on the ground in Vietnam because of the rice paddies, because of the rainforest and things like that. Okay. And to a point where there were some pretty cruel ways of fighting that were developed. Like, let me give you an example. Has anyone ever heard of punji sticks? Punji sticks. So a lot of times I don't want to say cruel, it was just the way you did it. American troops would be walking through the rainforest or walking through rice paddies, and the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese troops would literally take sharp wooden stakes and smear it with human or animal feces, typically human feces, okay, and then stick them in the ground or hide them in a pit, and Americans would step on them, and they would pierce their feet with poop-covered stakes, which would very quickly get infected. And so, like, things like that, which is pretty dark. There were like diseases because it was a rainforesty environment. There was people getting sick all the time. Very hard to trudge through water. There were leeches. So leeches would you would come out of some bodies of water and have leeches on you. It was a very difficult environment to fight in. I'm not going into the granular detail of the tactical situation on the ground. It's sort of irrelevant, in my opinion, when you look at the war. It's mainly just a matter of, the populace of Vietnam is never going to give up, okay? Because to them, what is this fight about for the Vietnamese, especially the North Vietnamese? And what is the fight about for them? This isn't a fight for communism. It's a fight for freedom from colonialism and independence, right? So yeah, liberation. It's a fight for liberation. And you're not going to be able to win that fight unless you kill everyone, right? All right. And by the way, one last thing, guys. I know I was just critiquing Les Juan. Remember what Ho Chi Minh did when he found out that the land reform had resulted in some innocent people being killed, even though I largely agree with the land reform. And some of the people that died during the land reform, I'm like, okay, bye. Do you remember what Ho Chi Minh did when that happened? This is why I like Ho Chi Minh. Do you remember what he did when that happened? He literally got in front of a camera and cried and apologized and said, this was he may have been faking it. I'm not going to lie to you. It may have been that they were fake tears, but you get in front of a camera and you say, oops, we messed up. We killed innocent people, right? Les Juan didn't do that shit. Les Juan, the government of North Vietnam, even to this day, unfortunately, denies that they did that shit. Okay. Like killed all those innocent people. Anyway, which is bizarre. Okay. So that's just one little critique I have of the North. Overall, I support the North, of course, as you guys know. But I'm going to critique governments, so fuck all of you. All right? So anyway. All right, you guys. Let's go on. Let's see what we have here. How's everyone doing out there? Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. I'm trying to see what we got here. Yeah, free leeching, hilarious, Loiso. We got that. So horrific stuff. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore, guys. I'm just like staring at the screen, kind of half awake. Yeah, absolutely brutal war. Absolutely brutal war. It's your birthday, Couch Potato. Happy birthday, Couch Potato. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Couch Potato. Happy birthday to you. And salam as well, Couch Potato. Wasn't that beautiful? Aren't I so That was cute, Dolly Boy. You threw a thank you, Pet Gone Bad. You threw a goddamn cake at the screen. I love that. Okay. I love that. All right. Okay. So let's go on here. Right. Is that Maduro? Couch Potato, how do you have a cute little Maduro? I want a Maduro emoji. That's kind of cute. Anyway. Well, LaQuabble, well, now the stream is definitely going to be taken down for copyright. Why? What happened? What fuck? Oh, you're right, actually. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Fuck. Who the fuck copyrighted the fucking... you're right. God damn it, LaQuaw. Ugh, you're right. God damn it. Okay, anyway, fuck that shit. Whatever. If it's taken down, fuck them. Okay, they can suck my dick. I don't give a shit. Okay, well, it's going to be taken down now for sexual comments too. Whatever. Fuck it. It's already going to be taken down. Okay. All right, so I'm another lefter. Oh, that's kind of cool, Couch Potato. I'm jealous. Okay, I want it. All right. Let's see here. Let's see what else we got here. I know it's so stupid, LaQuaw. You're right. Okay. Good politics. Okay, let's see what else we have to react to, guys. Let's see what else. I am getting very tired, but let's do a little bit at least first. Let me quickly check the Discord, folks. Let me quickly check. I want to see how the poll is doing. So, guys, if you want to watch Apocalypse Now tonight, please go over to the Discord and vote yes in the poll section. So right now we have 13 people saying yes, they want to watch it, 4 saying no, and 1 saying that they don't want to watch it at all ever. So looks like right now it looks like we will watch it tonight because we have 13 people saying yes. Okay, so if you have a strong opinion about this, I recommend go over to the Discord to the poll channel and watch it. Apocalypse Now is a very famous, hilarious and Valdexum, is a very famous movie about the Vietnam War. Okay, about the Vietnam War. So yeah, I'm a solid maybe. That's fair, Pet Gone Bad. That's fair. All right. I voted for that option because I'm sleepy, but I support your watching. Boy, so you're a traitor, okay? You're a counter-revolutionary, and I'm going to shoot you in the back of the head. Anyway, I'm sorry. No. I mean, that I'm not allowed to say that on stream. I'm not actually threatening you. It's a joke because it's a dark joke about, like, I'm sorry. It's a dark joke about Vietnam, but I'm not allowed to threaten other people in the stream. It was a joke. I'm sorry. It was a historical joke. I apologize, Loiso. Okay? Anyway, so, moving on here. Loiso back shots. You disgust me, Loiso. You disgust me. You disgust me. Okay. All right. Get down, Loiso. He's gonna get you hilarious. Okay. Oh my God. I'm sorry. My humor's too dark sometimes. Only one movie to watch. Typical socialism. Fuck you, Drusilla. Fuck you. Okay. Death sentence for people who use dark humor. Please. Please. At this point, that would be a mercy. All right. Let me find. First of all, I need to take a medication because, you know, I need a stimulant. Okay, thank you, everyone. All right. I thought dark humor would remind you of where you were born, Loisa, okay? I was trying to be culturally conscious by being very dark with you. That's a joke too. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Okay. I didn't know they had meds for being gay and white. I know, unfortunately, they're still trying to find ones that fix those problems. Okay, okay, I don't know. Okay, whatever. Let's go on here, guys. Look, why is everyone standing up for Loiso? Now I'm getting pissed off. Now I'm kind of like thinking I should unapologize. Whatever, I won't. Okay. This is a threat to my authority. Okay, so we got more people voting now. Okay, let's look at something to react to. So let's find reactions. Because Druzilla is whiny, and because Druzilla's always like, my video, my video, we're going to watch one of Druzilla's videos. We're going to watch one of Druzilla's videos, okay? We're going to do that. Okay, what is it, Druzilla? What kind of bullshit video do you want us to watch again? Which one is it, Druzilla? Which one? This one, I don't think that's what... Well, there's a bunch of short ones. Do you want us to watch the longer one? By the way, you know I love you, Druzilla. I'm just being an asshole. Because I don't think I've watched one of yours. What? Which one do you want me to watch, Druzilla? There's multiple. Okay, you know what? Oh, The Secret Society. Oh, this looks good.
We've all seen...
Let's watch it. So we'll see. It looks like a longer one, so we will see. You should learn good I'm sorry, Lois. I'm very bad at apologies. Okay, let's watch the one about Peter Thiel. So we all love Peter Thiel, don't we? By the way, he is not gay. Excuse you, Matt Saiga. Excuse you. I already announced that you have your PhD defense next week. No need to say it again. Everyone, Matt Saiga has his PhD defense next week. So we all need to cheer for him. I know, Lois, so dear God. See, look, this is what happens when I'm radicalizing the chat by being oppressive, okay? I'm radicalizing. He is gay, elevator lady, which is, oh my God, there's too much to yell at you all for right now. Where's my face? Okay, so Peter Thiel, you all love Peter Thiel. Listen. I am donating Peter Thiel to the straights. Okay, he is no longer queer. He's no longer any of the letters in the LGBTQ plus thing. Okay, he is officially straight now. Okay, we have collectively decided as the queer community to donate him to the straights. All right. So congratulations, straights. He's yours now. He's no longer gay. Anyway, Peter Thiel is an asshole. Okay, is a fucking monster. But at least he's straight now. That elevator lady, we'd have to vote on that. But you have my vote, elevator lady. Okay, you have my vote. You know, once all the queers vote, I suspect you'll win. But you do have my vote. Okay. So, everyone ready? Let's watch this. This is the bombshell leak exposing Peter Thiel's secret society.
We've all seen movies that aren't necessarily about cults, but oftentimes there's an intersection. Movies where there are these secret societies that essentially control
Isn't that just
the world.
Grindr? What just Grindr, Philly cheese? Oh, Peter Thiel's secret society. Hilarious. Okay.
But the general public...
No outer signal. No outer signal. I'm sorry. This isn't how that works. Outer signal says we could consider an straight exchange of Peter Thiel for Elon Musk or Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, you're homophobic. How dare you even suggest that, outer signal? Okay, I'm just kidding. But no, we refuse. Okay, we donate. Don't worry. It's a donation. We're donating him to you. It's not like it's a gift, okay? No need to pay us back.
Isn't aware of these societies or isn't aware of the full extent of said society. We've seen that in movies, right? And that's been really concerning, even just in movies, right? The idea that there's some kind of shadow government or shadow organization that very much dictates the way in which the world is going to go and that affects your everyday life in ways you could never imagine.
Yeah.
We've seen movies like that, right? Overall, not great, right? There's an article published by Wired. We're going to read it. It's somewhat long. I'll link it also down below. But there's been a bombshell exposed about a kind of secret society, though it's not really secret anymore. And I don't know if maybe we should have just called it private or not fully public type of society, but it has some of the most powerful.
Is this just going to be like a gay bathhouse thing where he like meets with a bunch of other gays and engage in really filthy acts together? Okay, well, we'll see.
People in the world in it. I've read.
Is this going to be? Remember that? What was that? That like straight acting gays society we read about?
The article, and if I had to say anything about it, it really does scream. Okay,
I know
there's
you do,
only
Priscilla,
one political party. Anyway, that's also why we have these lights. I'd consider it a code red. Leak exposes members of Peter Thiel's secret dialogue society. More than 200 of the world's elites registered for a retreat whose agenda runs from panels on cult building and sex to prepping for World War III. An associated app offers matchmaking. The crazy thing is also this. If there were a society that were focused on weather problems, or a society focused on just one
Gotta work for my vote. Shame CR. How dare you, Philly cheese?
specific thing, I still think it would be suspicious, and I'd have some...
By the way, this is, guys, does anyone know what kind of mic she has? This is called a Blue Yeti. A Blue Yeti. And it's a pretty good beginner's mic, but you can kind of hear that it's not perfect. It's kind of not the greatest. You can kind of hear a bunch of reverberation and shit in the background. Regardless, just a little critique there. I used to have one of these things, and they're very big and unwieldy. She also really isn't using it correctly. It really, directionally, it's kind of, you're supposed to talk into the side of it. I'm not sure why unless, I don't know, is this like a new model? Because you're supposed to talk into the side of it. You're not really supposed to talk, whatever. It's fine. I'm not, whatever.
Flags, but it would be overall far less suspicious than a society that talks about World War III, sex, and cult building. These are just examples, right? But those are all, I guess to some extent you can consider them all under one umbrella,
couch potato.
but they're all very different things. They're very different.
That is true. I don't believe this mic exists because it's a Yeti.
Topics that we're talking about, right? The fact that there is such an array of topics that seemingly this small group of very powerful people is making some type of decisions over is concerning, because it's like, oh, it's all encompassing. It's not just, we need to monitor the decisions.
You know what? In your groove, I swear to God, in your groove, I'm glad, I'm upset that you're back from the EU, because I have to deal with your sass now, okay? Fuck you in your groove, okay? Go back to France, all right? Or wherever the fuck you were.
Related to weather. No. It's about sex. It's about cults. It's about World War III. It's also about technology because of Peter Thiel. Huge, enormous, red flag. Like, we need an entire continent covered in red to make this the right size of red flag. And by the way, this is not to alarm you in the sense of the world is ending tomorrow, but rather, let's...
Right, now in your groove, like, the Netherlands is one of my favorite places in Europe. I love the Netherlands.
Be a little more skeptical than we already are. My God, I really am one hat away from the tinfoil. A trove of internal records from a secret society for powerful figures in U.S. politics, finance, and tech was left exposed online. Wired has confirmed naming participants in its events and revealing sensitive personal details they were assured would stay private. The group called Dialogue is
oh my God, that sounds so fucking like arrogant and shit. A group called Dialogue, spelled D-I-A-L-O-G. Hilarious.
Invitation-only organization co-founded in 2006 by the billionaire tech investor Peter Thiel. It convenes U.S. officials, foreign government figures, and Silicon Valley executives at off-the-record annual retreats. Dialogue has spent 2 decades declining to disclose its members. This introduction already left me with far more questions than answers, in the sense of, okay, so the number one question would be, why does it have to be secretive? If everything's above board and nothing mischievous, weird, or harmful is going on, why is this highly secretive? I don't think anyone...
Well, admittedly, yeah, about to say, look, Wobble, admittedly, sometimes societies are secretive just to add to the mystique to it, right? Like, it's like a club, right? Like, if it's secretive, then suddenly you feel special, and like, as a special club. So that also might be part of it. But admittedly, I bet it's a bad thing, right? Because I don't want a bunch of rich and powerful people secretly meeting. God knows what they're talking about. But anyway.
Who is part of Dialogue is dumb enough to think that they'd be able to run it forever without ever being found out or noticed or whatever, right?
Yeah, look, well, it's probably just a gay, well, let me say that it's a gayer Bohemian Grove.
And what happens when you're found out is that people wonder, why were you hiding? And surely there are some completely valid reasons for that, right? Whether it's for privacy reasons or to also make sure that people don't get alarmed easily, especially after COVID, where people got so alarmed and everything blew up in such a way that it could have been handled better, right? So I'm wondering if the intention was that, which I laugh because I don't think there are good intentions
Really,
from these people, from the majority of these people.
I mean, of course they don't have good intentions. Like when they wake up in the morning, they don't have good intentions. Like their existence is like built off bad intentions.
Not all of them. Aside from that, the fact that it's U.S. officials, foreign government figures.
Oh no, did I scare away people? Did I scare away people with my Anastasia take, saying I wanted to execute the little bitch? Did I say? I'm sorry, that was rude. Did I say? Was I rude about the Anastasia take? Oh well. I know. Maybe I should have been more I should have been more politically sensitive when I said that.
And Silicon Valley executives also concerns me because honestly, Silicon Valley for the past, I want to say decade, has only pissed me off. Like,
Drusilla, that's a funny way to frame that. People are so weird about murder. Dolly boy, how dare you hit me in the face with an egg?
A lot of the creations that have come from there and have gained popularity.
And been like, no, if I had been around, I should. Guys, sorry, I know I'm distracted, but let's take a step back. Looking back, I should have lied, and I should have been like, yes, if I had been around at the time and I was given an order to execute Anastasia, I would have been like, no, I'm not doing it. I refuse. And then promptly been executed myself for doing it on top of that. But anyway, like I know LaCroix. I know LaCroix. But also actually I don't know. That's just like, you know why I said yes, LaCroix, right? You know. I'm not gonna go crazy with it, but all right. Nothing, Louise. Louise, can I ask you a question? If I told you, now listen, Louise, listen. There was kind of an incident in the community earlier. If I were to tell you I wouldn't have minded executing Anastasia during the Russian Revolution, would you leave the community? In theory, if I had said that, if I said to you that I can understand why Anastasia was executed during the Russian Revolution, not that I like the idea, but that I understand why it happened, would you leave the community? Just curious.
Are not really things I'm that on board for. So the concept of super advanced tech or something along those lines being enmeshed in a secret society with governments, what does that mean?
Thank you, Louise. Thank you. This is why you're the best, Louise. Thank you. Okay. Louise says, hey, war is hell. Shit happens. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Make you think of? Because for me, the only conclusion I'm really coming to is war and technology relative to war. But perhaps I'm just alarmed by the potential of World War III. Who knows? Actually, arguably, we're already in World War III, but that's a different story. A directory in the website's code was first revealed by the Swiss hacktivist Maya Arsen Crimeu. I'm going to say crime wave. It sounds like bullshit, but the internet told me. Anyway, a source separately provided wired with the registration list for Dialogue's 2026 retreat, which names 222 people and records what the list describes as each registrant's membership status and attendee type, including active member and guest. The retreat is scheduled for August 12 to 16 at a venue near Dublin, Ireland. The same data lays out a program of off-the-record sessions, including Money Does Buy Happiness, Bring Back Nuclear, Navigating World War III, Battlefield Technologies, and How's Your Sex Life. Other talks include
Bring Back Nuclear, Navigating World War III, Battlefield Technology, and How's Your Sex Life. Other talks include Build a Cult. What? Moderated by the founder of the Christian networking site Pray.com. Okay.
A cult moderated by founder of the Christian networking site Pray.com and Build a Party run by former White House national security official. There is nothing that I'm reading in this article, just to be clear, that is making me feel better about any of this. The fact that we have Build a Cult moderated by the founder of the Christian networking site
Build a Cult is my favorite store at the mall. Oh my God,
LaCroix.com. Anyone who uses that or is a follower of the founder of that Christian networking site, that doesn't set off alarm bells for you? That doesn't make you wonder if you're in a cult now and he's been priming you, prepping
Dolly Boy, hey, I spoke at Build a Cult, but I won't go back. Full of weirdos. Hilarious, Dolly Boy.
You, whatever. I would just have a lot of questions if I had to do with anyone who was doing a seminar about a cult, how to build a cult. Besides that, like I said before, it screams war, and in fact, a lot of these sessions do scream war. Bring Back Nuclear, Navigating World War III, Battlefield Technologies. The thing that's interesting to me here is also, why is sex being looped into this? If sex was looped in...
Because it's Peter Thiel and he's a fucking degenerate, and that has nothing to do with him being gay. It's just that he's a fucking degenerate. I mean, they're all a bunch of degenerates. They're probably, you know, probably assaulting children at this event too. Let's be honest. I mean, come on.
To this via cults, that would make sense in terms of giving the history of cults and what people have historically done in terms of sex being...
Dolly Boy? I fucking hate you, Dolly Boy. I fucking hate you.
So central in so many cults. That being said, here, how's your sex life? I'm really not sure how that matches the gravity and importance of the other topics. The other topics are straight up about war.
Nothing, Dolly Boy. Love you. You're the best.
And technology, cults, and then there's a whole thing about your sex life, like a personal, private thing that technically affects nobody else. Just kind of odd, right? Because all of the other things we're talking about are macro things. That is extremely micro. Your own personal sex.
Well, because they are obsessed with sex and like money, obviously.
Sex
Okay.
life, but I digress. Definitely not concerning or weird. Together alongside the mundane fare of a typical thought leadership conference, the documents show an extraordinary convergence of power. The registration records list General Alexis Grinkewicz, NATO's Supreme Allied Commander, Europe, and the head of U.S. European Command, who took the post in July of 2025 and is recorded on the leaked list as having attended dialogue gatherings since 2021. The website directory names sitting Trump administration officials, 2 U.S. senators, 6 members of the PayPal mafia, a former Middle East chief of intelligence, and a sitting ambassador to the United States, along with the founders and directors of many of the country's largest surveillance, data broker, and advertising companies. I feel like the more I read of this article, the more details...
Well, Outer Signal, of course, we do all know. Outer Signal says, to be honest, I'm personally surprised this has become such a big story. I assume we all kind of knew that global elites across tech, finance, government were holding events like this. Oh, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alas, this is a new one. We haven't heard of this one. Let's put it that way, Outer Signal.
Now, the more chilling it is. In fact, I have goosebumps slightly because the concept of all of these people in a room and coming to agreements that none of us will know about unless they're leaked.
I mean, but that's what happens, okay?
It feels a little too vulnerable, and I'm not a fan of it. Also, I ended up looking this article up online after, or reactions to this article, and there were quite a few tweets that were referring to the fact that the list of attendees was skewed politically speaking. There were a bunch of conservatives, Republicans, the right generally listed, but people were saying there were a lot of Democratic names that were left off or not included. Some of these people who are in positions of spreading, if they wanted to, propaganda was there, but they weren't listed for whatever reason. Granted, it's a limited list, but you also have to be cautious of what type of skew that list is showing. So that's also interesting because it's unclear exactly what the parameters are for people being there, beyond being powerful, right? And maybe that is the only parameter. Those executives appear side by side with senior U.S. officials overseeing their industries. Orrin Hoffman, Dialogue's chairman, founded the location data broker SafeGraph and the identity resolution firm LiveRamp, 2 of the most important suppliers in the consumer data economy. He appears in the directory alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, whose department writes the rules on financial data, and Senator Ted Cruz, chairman of the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, which oversees the Federal Trade Commission and its data privacy authority. Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale, whose software runs case management for U.S. immigration and customs enforcement and data fusion for the Pentagon.
Palantir, I'm sure that's great. I'm sure they're doing good stuff there too, obviously.
And intelligence community is listed in the same society.
Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, Gray, and Jim
as
Hines.
Army Secretary Dan Driscoll,
obviously.
And Representative
all the parts of the elite power structure coming together. How cute.
Of Jim Himes, the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, which oversees
salt of the earth folks right there.
Agencies Palantir contracts with. None of the individuals named in the story responded to requests for comment. Rafi Greenberg, who lists himself as Dialogue's executive director on his LinkedIn profile and is the author of the self-help book, How to Be a Grown-Up, did not respond to a request for comment. Does it surprise me that they didn't respond to a request for comment?
Except it's kind of more of a small club. It's a small club and we're not part of it, right? Because there's not that many of them. Anyway, LaCroix, but I'm joking, but yes, you're right. Okay. I know it's just a phrase.
No, but also when you think about this from a PR standpoint, it also looks bad to have absolutely nothing to say, because to some extent, it doesn't make you look secretive. It makes you look like you were
Dolly Boy, you can be part of my club.
secretive and now you got caught with your pants down because there were these leaks. So to not say anything, perhaps as the move lawyers said was best, I do think that if they did respond or if they did comment, it would have to be a very curated comment, because clearly this is extremely important on a world scale, on our entire fucking globe. So you want to be sure to express...
No, that's you, Drusilla. You're the only one I'd keep in the dungeon.
...yourself correctly. So I understand not giving a comment, write that off the cuff. On the other hand, to say nothing looks sketchy as fuck, because it's like there are all these extremely powerful people, a lot of people who are extremely hated, who are part of this group, and we're just supposed to be like, hey, cool, not suspicious, not concerning to me, who will have to deal with the consequences of whatever the fuck you guys decide you're
honestly,
doing.
Guys, no offense, Drusilla, but like this honestly isn't that surprising to me. Like, I mean, we already have like the Bohemian Grove, and like there's already a bunch of like what is it called, like think tanks and like interconnections between different corporate boards, and like different corporate boards have people that have links to each other, and different like you know what I mean. There's also like the American Enterprise. There's all these organizations out there that already create massive links between the elites. It's not like this adds much to that. These people were already linked to each other through elite networking. So to an extent, this might make it easier for a certain group of them to meet about certain things, but they could have already done this beforehand. You know what I mean? Absolutely, LaCroix. Yeah, there you go, LaCroix. It's literally called the power elite theory. Okay, the power elite theory. Let me show you real fast, guys. We talked about this on stream once. Power elite theory. Okay, power elite theory. So there's the triumvirate of power here. There are two ways of viewing power elite theory. Let me just show you real fast, guys. I'll be quick here. So Wright C. Mills' conception of power elite theory is that in America there are three sources of elite power. Why is LinkedIn? Fuck you. Okay, sorry, I'm calm. That was kind of angry. Anyway, there are three sources of elite power according to Wright C. Mills, and that is military, political, and corporate. Okay, military, political, and corporate power. Now, that is probably not the case anymore. Modern day, the corporate elite have kind of taken over everything. So the modern conception of power elite theory is this right here. I don't know if you guys can see it very well here. Enlarge it. Okay, well, you can kind of see it on my page here. So the power elite are the corporate community, policy planners. So those are like hired experts, boards of trustees, people that work in like what is it called? The brain things. What are they fucking called? Think tanks. Okay. Then there's the corporate community, which are like boards of directors and CEOs. And then there's the social upper class, which include jet setters and socialites. The power elite specifically are the ones in the center who connect all of these or are very important in each of these. So like boards of directors often are full of people who are both policy planners and corporate elite and socialites, right? So like these are the three main types of elites: corporate community, policy planners, and the social upper class. So like you'd be very powerful if you were a jet-setting socialite that traveled around meeting people across the world, going to parties, and you were a CEO and you were a policy planning person, right? That would make you very powerful. And there are some people like that. Most of them are one or more or both. Okay, or so that is the current power elite. So yeah, all the people we just mentioned are all power elite people. They're all power elite people. There's many generals, by the way, and what I mean is by like the military has been taken over by the corporate sphere. is that many generals end up being on boards of directors of corporations or working in think tanks. Okay, let me give you an example here. Okay, generals on corporate boards. Yep. Generals on corporate boards are okay, this is fucking AI, but I'm just going to say, okay, are highly sought after for their crisis management, geopolitical risk assessment, and operational logistics. So, prominent examples, high-profile retired military leaders frequently sit on Fortune 500 company boards. You get my idea here, okay? So, like, obviously that's the case. Also, politicians. There's something called the revolving door. After politicians leave office, they're often rewarded with high-paying, lucrative corporate jobs afterwards, or they're put on the boards of companies. So if they do enough for the corporate interests while they're in office, they'll be rewarded afterwards by being put on a corporate board. So all these groups make up this power elite. You see what I mean? So while it may have been true originally in America that military, political, and corporate were three separate sources of power elite, it has over time become that the corporate interests have now dominate everything. Okay, you got it? You got it, Outer Signal, okay? They're all in the same class, and these folks have all kinds of interconnections with each other. You can literally make Dr. William Domhoff, who is a professor, a sociology professor who studies this stuff, has shown how, like, most of these power elite know each other in some way through 1 to 2 degrees of separation. They are like know each other from being on boards with other ones. They know each other from different meetings. Like a lot of them get to know each other through, like, the Bohemian Grove or through some think tank. They all fucking know each other, okay? Now, does that mean that they work as sort of a hive mind? Not particularly. There's factions that form. They sometimes compete with each other, but their general interests are enacted generally because there are some interests they all hold in common. What kind of interests do you think all these people hold in common? What are some of the interests you think that all these elites, whether it be jet setters, CEO members, and policymakers, taxes? They don't want to be taxed, right? They have a similar class interest, right? Yeah. They want to keep their power, right? They don't want other people to have the power they have. Yeah, to keep the poor down so that they can keep the power, right? Like, there are tons of things they have in common. And Lacroix, who knows the Marxist language around this, class interest. Marx would call this a class interest, and they definitely have it. It's just a fact, folks. This is why I'm a Marxist. It is that they have an interest as a class to promote certain things, right? Okay. All right. And those are the things they promote. Do you think they're gonna like socialists? No. Okay. All right. Do you think they're gonna want to stop the bribing of politicians? No, because they get rich off that shit. Dolly Boy, yeah, they are the only class allowed to have similar class interests. Correct, Dolly Boy. We should be clear, guys, that the power elite have they are very class aware. They know that they're in a class, and they defend their class. And they do everything to prevent us from being class aware as the working class. They are actually more class aware than we are, which is a problem because they will act as a class when we rarely do. Outer Signal, you've seen the Warren Buffett quote on class warfare? Yeah, Outer Signal. Okay, yes. Yeah, they are, Philly Cheese, and it makes sense, guys. They have a lot more interconnections socially, all right? A lot more interconnections socially. So they work together. Not always perfectly, but they do. And you can also see here, guys, that I've also presented before, guys, on how one way you can view American democracy or the American Constitution is that it sets up a system of elite competition. There are elites that have they have to operate within our political system. So Like the Democrats represent the elite interest of one set of elites. The Republicans represent the elite interest of another set of elites. And these two interests, these two parties allow elites to compete with each other in a civil way that doesn't break into open violence. So our system was set up to make it that way. If you constantly rotate through presidents, that will allow more elites to take that role so that they don't start fighting if they want power, because they just have to wait for the next election. Okay. There are multiple ways to look at our government, but that is partly one of the reasons it's set up that way, is to manage competition between elites so that they don't start breaking into violence like ancient Rome did. Okay. I know this sounds crazy. I've presented on it before, but it's true. Okay. Like, think about it. If you rotate through leaders, that gives another elite the chance to take that position. If you're an elite and you're really powerful and you want more power, but you're never allowed to have it because there's one person as president for life, you might start using violence and coups to try and take power. You see what I mean? So if you think you might eventually be able to win through a legal system, you won't do that. All right? We got that, right? Okay. Right. Okay, we'll continue. I'm just reading what people said. Right. Let's see. What was I showing you guys? There it is. I couldn't find the video. Here it is. All right.
Okay, I guess. It goes on to say the registration records appear to show not only who belongs to dialogue, but who attends. Of the 222 people signed up for the 2026 retreat, according to the leaked records, 87 are marked as first-time attendees. Other list histories stretching back more than a decade and a handful to the society's founding 20 years ago. None of the registrants, Grinkiewicz included, used a government email address, all registered with personal or corporate accounts, placing their attendance outside the email system subject to public records laws. What ties the roster together more than any title or office is a shared preoccupation with artificial intelligence, longevity, and the near future. Asked on a sign-up form to predict the future, registrants returned again and again to the same theme, that AI will reorder work, war, education, and belief within a few years. Several foresee mass labor displacement and a swing back towards unions and government programs. Others predict an AI winter, domestic terrorism targeting data centers, criminal defendants choosing AI lawyers over public defenders, or religious revival provoked by the disruption. There is a lot to be said about religious revival, actual religious revival as we're seeing it right now. There has been a skyrocket in people who are now Christian. I know, it isn't liquid. I believe it's Gen Z as well. This part of the article did list some of my very...
Fuck you, LaQual. All you queers out there, fuck you. I know that wasn't the best voguing. I'm not really sending much realness. I'm sorry. I'm not good at voguing. Okay, I'm not good at voguing. So fuck you, LaQual. And fuck you, Liquid Alicorn. My fellow queers out there, how dare you shame me? Okay? How dare you shame me?
Concrete fears, so I'm really glad that those
I'm gonna start throwing some fucking shade if you don't shut the fuck up, okay?
are true and not just my anxiety right before I go to bed. Societal degeneration, predicted one person, will continue to accelerate.
What a word, societal degeneration. That sounds Nazi.
Also list talents like funhouse construction, accent imitation, backcountry skiing, urban exploration, and meditative and psychedelic inquiry into the nature of reality. One offers compassion and existential dread. Another, dinner parties, keeping secrets, remembering birthdays. Their book recommendations skew towards the canonical and optimization-minded Marcus Aurelius and Milan Kundera, alongside Annie Duke's Thinking in Bets.
Do you think they ever read Marx? That'd be kind of funny if they did, but they don't.
Peter Attia's Outlive, and from at least one attendee, Thiel's own 0 to 1. So it's also interesting that they list Marcus Aurelius with other people who, in my books, are not in the same category at all.
Of course.
It would be like me listing Shakespeare alongside Mark Zuckerberg if he ever published a book. That's concerning that you put all of those on the...
Okay, Marcus Aurelius was okay. I don't care. I'm not a big fan of I don't know. I feel like ancient Roman philosophy bores me. I know. Who cares? I know some people like it. Whatever. I just think it's boring. I also think ancient Greek philosophy is boring. I know, even though it's like vitally important or whatever. I know. Like I do know a lot about it. Like I know a lot about this shit, but it's just boring. Yeah, I know. It's like, whatever. Okay, I get it. It's like the foundational shit, but whatever. Okay, Dolly Boy, overrated for the whole stoicism thing, especially what it's become now. Right, Dolly Boy, right. Okay. Yeah, I know. The whole like, there's a lot of fucking, stoicists today who are like talking about Marcus Aurelius, and they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Anyway, it's just, whatever. It's fine. Okay, I know, Eric. Like, I like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, they're fine, but it's kind of boring after a while because it's like everyone talks about it, everyone knows about it. Right. Okay, you know what? So we get the idea here, right? Now, Drusilla, forgive me, but I'm not going to watch the rest of this. I think we get the idea. There's a fucking cult, meeting of elites, right? It's just same shit, different day. Not great, right? What's a Plato? Plato, Plato, Drusilla.
Same
Okay, I
plane.
can't tell if you're being serious or not, but Plato. Yes.
Because
whatever. Anyway, we're done with that. Plato. I fucking hate all of you. I fucking hate all of you. What is wrong with you, Laquaba? You are being sassy today. How dare you? You need to do exactly what I say. I'm the cult leader. Matt Saigai, how dare you? Why'd you put so many M's in that name? Yeah, sure, Cicero. I'll put the link in chat. But like, honestly, guys, it's not that this isn't important, but like, we know that this kind of shit happens. All right, there you go. So there's the link. If you want to watch the rest of it, no problem, Cicero Fields. Yes, Matt Saigai, I love you. I'm sorry I didn't respond to you fast enough. Yes, Matt Saigai, I love you. Okay, you're the best. I love all of you. I love you too, Marzipan Power. Whatever. Let's go on here. Whatever. Sam, do you bonk me? No, I won't. I refuse because you like that. No, Matt's like, I don't want to jog. Matt's like, I don't want to jog. I've just sat down. I just sat down. I'm not going to jog. Fuck you. Wow, am I the same as everyone else, Sam? Of course, Matt Saigai, you are. Exactly the same as everyone else. What do you want me to say, Matt Saigai? Okay, I'm just kidding. I love you, Matt Saigai. You're the best. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, I know I'm an asshole. What can I say? I'm calm, Bright Love. I'm calm, all right? Jesus. See, look, I'm a horrible streamer. I'm a horrible streamer. Look at this. Like, I have all these things set up, and then I don't do them. Okay, I'm just joking. Matt Saigai, I swear to God. I'm just being an asshole to all of you. Whatever, it's fine. So, guys, thank you, Drusilla, for that. I need a palate cleanser. Let's watch. I think Lacroix sent a palate cleanser. Even though Lacroix has been kind of rude today. Lacroix's like, I hate you, Sam. I hate you, Sam. You're awful. He said that multiple times. I will be nice, and I will watch one of Lacroix's things. I did see, where is it? I saw, like, some cute thing that Lacroix sent us. Are you still here, Jay Williams? Because we can also watch the Jay Williams video. Where is it? I'll find it. There it is. Aw. A tiny 13K deer takes on a rhinoceros. Okay. I know you didn't, look. I'm just being an asshole. Okay. A 13K kilogram deer takes on a rhinoceros. All right. At a zoo. This will be fun. Thank you, though. Yeah. Ooh. That is, oh my God, Pet Gone Bad, you're right. I bet conservatives do cheer for the rhino. This is based. Yeah, deer, fight. Oh, the poor rhino is so scared. Isn't the rhino, like, super endangered? Right. Hilarious, Dolly.
Hello.
Nerd. Yeah. How do you know? Oh my God, this. What? Oh, we've already seen this one anyway. Okay. That was so cute. Thank you, Lacroix. That was very cute. I liked watching the deer beat down the rhino. Okay. That was cute. That was adorable. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, the front rhino was having fun playing. You're right. It was very fun. I should say you're right. The rhino was having fun. Let's watch something else. So what? Oh my God. Okay, are you still here? Is Jay Williams even here? Did Jay Williams abandon us? Did Jay Williams abandon us? I don't know where Jay Williams is. Where'd Jay Williams go? Did Jay Williams abandon us? Where the fuck did you go, Jay Williams? I was gonna watch one of your things, but you're a traitor. Do you think I scared away Jay Williams with the Anastasia take? Oh my God. Okay. Is that true, Philly Cheese? Why do I not believe you, Philly Cheese? Okay. Whatever. Me too. I love Hamza Couch Potato, but we've already seen this. We've already seen this debate. I love Hamza. He's very attractive. I would. Never mind. I'm trying to be a better person and not sexualize people. But anyway, okay. But he's very attractive. Let's put it that way. Okay. All right. What, Druzilla? Okay. Let's watch. I wanted to watch one more thing here. Let's watch one of Jay Williams' things. Oral aerobics. What? Dolly boy, why are you sending the sad cat? Why are you sending me the sad cat? The sad cat makes me sad, Dolly boy. Dolly boy uses emotional blackmail, by the way. Okay. Dolly boy uses, I hate you, Dolly boy, uses, because Dolly boy knows I'm like overly emotional. So like Dolly boy always sends in the Discord like images like that meme with the dog crying as it looks at a phone and then the sad cat, and it makes me sad, literally, because sad looking things make me sad and it's really annoying. So fuck you, Dolly boy. Okay. Can we point out I'm sorry. What did Jay Williams do? What did that traitor do? Is he even here? We're talking about like, oh, how dare he be gone in the community? Yeah, he's a traitor. Where'd he go? All right, that's fine. It's okay. I know he has other things to do. Let's just watch this Jay Williams clip. Okay, I think this will actually be Jay Williams doing oral aerobics. So let's see.
We need to exercise our speech muscles in order to help them work their best. Since this is the era of exercise tapes, let's get ready for some aerobic fun with our lip.
Okay, why, Dolly boy? You said you're a sad cat, and I said I know you're a sad cat. What are you sad about, Dolly boy? There's nothing for you to be sad about. Only joy. There's only things to be happy about in here, Dolly boy. I don't know what the fuck your problem is. Okay? God. All right, anyway.
Lips and tongue.
Lips. What?
5, 6, 7, 8.
Guys, I gotta be honest with you. I think the stream is off the hinges a bit. I think we're kind of unhinged at this point. Thank you for that, Matt Saiga, you lunatic jester person. Okay, that's a compliment. The stream has become unhinged. So let's point out a few things. One, Elevator Lady says, Jay is volunteering at the hospital. I'll defend his honor in his absence, but only in his absence. Bonk! You get a bonk, Elevator Lady. How dare you protect him? All right. Matt Saiga gets a bonk. Bonk! Dolly Boy gets a bonk. Bonk! I will bonk all of you if I have to. I will bonk fucking all of you. Druzilla, you get a bonk. Bonk! Dolly Boy gets a second bonk. Bonk! Are we done? Are we done, folks? Are you going to make me put you all in timeout? I will put you all in fucking timeout right now. Okay? Don't make me put the chat in timeout. Right, LaCroix. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay? Whatever. Invalid Axiom, you're a weird streamer. You get a bonk. Bonk! Right? No, actually, you hate that. You like that, Invalid Axiom. You get a boop. Boop. Okay. We done? We done?
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, thank you, Dolly Boy. You get a second bonk. Bonk. Cicero Field, you get a bonk. Bonk. That's it. That's it. We're going to have friendly fire. We're going to have a friendly fire. Okay? What do you mean, Matt Saigai? What the fuck do you mean, Matt Saigai? You want to play some soundboard? What do you mean? What soundboard? So, you outer signal, you get a bonk. Bonk. Casual revolt is a non-organic entity. Well, at least I'm a vertebrate. Okay, unlike you, Pet Gone Bad, you're invertebrate, okay? Jesus Christ. Okay, no, Cody, no one gets a boop. God, this is like the Tet Offensive. All right, anyway, we're going to watch this and we're going to get through it. Do you understand me? Okay? We're going to watch it and get through it. What does that mean, Matt Saigai? What do you mean, can we play some soundboard? What the fuck does that mean? I'm ignoring you, Dolly Boy. Is she really just making facial expressions? You too, Dolly Boy. What is she doing? I feel like I'm in a goddamn hallucination. I don't know, Dolly Boy. What the fuck is happening? Maybe if Jay wasn't off volunteering at the hospital, how dare he, by the way, volunteer at a hospital? He has more important things to do, like be here, okay? By the way, I'm really fucking joking. I love that Jay Williams does that, okay? Dolly Boy. Thanks, Dolly Boy, for hitting her in the face. Swallowing.
Teeth tightly closed. Lips loose. Make the slurping sound. And swallow.
Guys, listen, you don't have to swallow. That's kind of a personal preference. Even if it pisses people off, you do not have to swallow. Druzilla, I know what you're thinking, Druzilla. You too, LaCroix. No, I am not being sexual, folks. I'm just saying, if any, like, you don't have, I'm not being sexual. Why are you all so dirty-minded? Literally, I know some of us are mimicking her. You do not have to swallow, even if she's trying to get you to swallow, okay? I'm just saying. Whatever, okay, whatever. You say, Brum Brum in your mom says, casual revolt question. Any guesses on how much the USA spends every year on missionary programs in and out of the country? I have no idea, Brum Brum. I have no idea. Okay, how dare you, little lady? Okay, but what if you're in love? I mean, if you love her, you can swallow. I mean, if you really love the video, I guess you can swallow. I'm just saying, like, no one has to swallow, all right, is what I'm saying, okay? A 45 billion, oh, I'm not surprised, Brum Brum, because we're a fucking crazy, hyper-religious, fundamentalist country. Lurking Snow Leopard, I thought she was going to imitate some Richard Simmons exercises. This is 1,000 times worse. Yeah, it is, okay? I'm 12 years old, and what is this? What is what? What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know what you're referring to. We're just talking about whatever, chug, not sip. Oh my God, elevator lady, you disgust me. I would never say anything like that.
You've done a wonderful job. And remember, practice makes perfect. And
Matt Saigai, would you please explain to me why it is relevant to play the Alex Jones liberal clip right now? Why do you need me to play the Alex Jones liberal clip right now? What is the fucking relevance, Matt Saigai? You just want to listen to it? Open up fucking YouTube, Matt Saigai. Open up fucking YouTube.
it can be fun, too, as you train your brain.
That was was it. It was just mouth exercises. Okay, fine. He probably chose the wrong one.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Is that good? We happy? Do we hear that? Do we hear that shit? Okay. Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. You got it. Okay, whatever. Fuck all of you. God damn it, Matt Saga. Let's watch another one. You're welcome, Lurking Snow Leopard. Let's watch another one. Okay, it played. Okay, Drusilla, why swallow? Okay, fine, Matt Saga.
I'm gonna come.
Thanks, Matt Saga. I only noticed what that was right when I clicked on it. Do you remember when Kamala Harris said, don't come? And you could be like, I'm gonna come. Don't come. Don't come. Anyway. Hello, Cody. Fuck you, Cody. I'm being nice.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Oh my God. That is so evil. You're evil, Matt Guy. Shame on you. I guess I should use the fucking soundboard more often. Okay? Maybe I should get one of those little mobile soundboards so I can just click shit all the time. All right? But obviously, as you can see, guys, if you want me to get a soundboard, fucking donate. Because look, I'm even wearing a broken fucking headset, okay? Because I'm poor! All right? Jesus Christ. Okay. What do you mean Hassan coded, LaQual? What the fuck does that mean? You think I'm hot? Thank you, LaQual. Anyway. CR abuse support group forming. Elevator lady, I swear to God. Bonk! You get another bonk. All right. Someone donate to Kitty Head of I hate you all so much. I'm angry at all of you. What is this Matt Guy? Are we just going to do Matt Guy things the rest? Okay, well, good. You're sexist, Matt Guy. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, Marzipan, it is linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. Okay, top of the Twitch chat, bottom of the YouTube chat. It's also the QR code next to my face is another way you can do that if you want to. Okay, all right. Let's find something else to react to. Wow, she does have a weird laugh. Yeah, I know. It's like, I really don't care about her laugh, to be honest with you. But it's, you know. How to, what's this? Malcolm Jamal, how to become cool at parties. Let's watch this. I bet it's not going to be cool at all.
I'm Malcolm Jamal Warner.
I'm Alfred Jamal Warner. Let's listen.
And this is...
Show off! Cool stunts, tricks, and gags to amaze your friends.
I know, LaQuaba. Whatever. Dolly Boy says, I want to be cool. Dolly Boy, I don't believe in miracles. Dolly Boy, I'm joking.
As I was saying, this is Show Off. Show Off is about how to be the life of the party.
I'm sorry, Louise, why are you defending Dolly Boy? This is so weird. I swear, I've created the first Anglo-Scot union in history where, like, there's only love across the board, right?
To see some of the funniest, most startling, outrageous, and cool tricks you've ever seen.
Now here's a quick one you can do while waiting for your hamburger to be served. And all you need is a straw. First, you crinkle down the paper. So take from the top.
Wait a minute, this is supposed to make you cool? Is how to opening a straw?
And you crinkle up from the bottom until you get a nice, tight coil. Next, you let a drop of water or some other kind of beverage drop on the wrapper. And voila.
Is that supposed to be cool to do that? Is it supposed to be cool to make the paper grow? Guys, don't do that at a party, okay? I just got to tell you, unless everyone's really drunk and so they think everything is funny, don't do that at a party. I know you did Elevator Lady, and how has that turned out for you? I'm just saying, Don't do this at a party, okay? It's still kind of, it's not exactly cool, I would say. I mean to servers. Oh, it's me. Yeah, it is. It's mean to servers because then the server has to clean it up. So maybe don't do that at a party, okay? This is Nerd Riz. Yeah, I would hardly call it Riz. Outer Signal, for those who like the show, Community, the kid on the screen. Oh, that's where I recognize him from Outer Signal. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah.
Y'all worm.
I took my girl down by the riverside. I'm going up, upside down. I'm going up, upside down, 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 upside down.
Wait a minute. Are we still talking about parties?
Lip syncing is fun, but everybody does it these days. Use an upside down face to give a new twist to your favorite hits.
Now, here's how you can make your own beatbox sound. You can add a little cymbal by drawing in air very sharply. Like
This guy looks like he's gonna molest children. I'm just saying he has a face, if you know what I mean. He also looks like the head of that right-wing anti-immigrant party in the Netherlands. What is that guy's name? The anti-immigrant guy from the Netherlands. Anti-immigrant guy. Netherlands. What is his name? That's right, Geert Wilders. He looks kind of like Geert Wilders. There he is. There's Geert Wilders. Look at him. He kind of looks like Geert Wilders, like a younger Geert Wilders. That's okay. Right. Yeah, he's very Aryan, that's for sure. Oh, right. That's not fun. Okay, going on.
Like this.
Let's see here. Maria Bruxa. Welcome, Maria. You say Casual Revolt. By the way, I'm going to try and stream on Twitch for the first time in like 20 minutes. Never tried it before, so it will be a chill, random chat type stream just with mic, videos, and overlays. Not in the mood for video today. Maria, I will send people to you. Maria has been in our community before. Maria, I will raid you after this and send people over to you. Is that okay, Maria? You okay with that? We know now you've just told everyone that you're new to it, so don't worry. No one's going to judge you if you're still learning, okay? We will send people over, all right, Maria? Okay, good luck to you, all right? Okay. We'll get you some followers. Thank you. We already have a shout out for you to get more people over there.
See, I think it's party time.
The secret to this one now is to pretend that you have a dog pulling on your pant leg.
Yeah, thank you for doing the shout out. Was that LaCroix? Thank you for doing that.
Get back! I wonder if I should nose hum.
That was kind of disturbing. And like, I know it was a joke, but don't do that at a party. That's nerdy. That's really dorky. Okay, that's really dorky. Don't do that at a party. Like, how old are these people at these parties? I don't get it. How old are the people at these parties? Are these like adults?
No, not that kind of party. Now let's see what kind of show off you can be.
Show off at party. Oh my God, I swear to God. This is insane. I'm like losing my mind. Okay, that is Theo from the Cosby Show. Jesus. Not that kind of. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go on. Ready to party? All right. Let's go. Let's find I'm kind of addicted. Let's find another good one. Ganjasaurus Rex. Wait. How to talk to the elk? What? Guys, stay away from an elk. Please stay the fuck away from elks. Please stay the fuck away from an elk. Oh my God. Why are we trying to talk to an elk?
I'd like to introduce you to a friend of mine, Don Labaugh. Don lives in Gardner, Montana.
Oh, because they're trying to lure them in so they can murder them. Got it.
And he's developed a way to talk to elk.
Definitely different.
Okay.
Okay.
That's cute. Whatever. This is, I don't know, this is a different thing, Dolly Boy. Different video, Dolly Boy. Pay attention.
When you do blow a lot, you'll have...
I love Tesla.
I love Tesla. I love Tesla. Okay. Probably because it's so high-pitched. Literally, probably because it's so high-pitched, elevator lady, that the dogs can hear it. Like, and it's probably pretty loud.
have a tendency to gain moisture in your calls, so it's easy to clean out.
Philly Cheese, I don't know where you went, Philly Cheese, but you're a traitor for leaving. How
Call
dare you?
and the cow call both.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, were you joking, elevator lady? Oops, sorry. I have a little bit of the tism, so I have trouble sometimes. Can we make these soundboards into channel rewards, please? Maybe, Matt Saigai, maybe. But honestly, I'm worried they're going to be exploited, okay? Let's put it that way. We'll see what we can do. All right. That was bizarre. You know what? Let me show you guys something, though. If you want to hear something we do here in Ohio, do you want to hear something we do here in Ohio, guys? A lot of places do it. Pig calling contests. Pig calling contests. Now, Matt Saigai, I might not make it rewards, but I could make people pay for it. I'd be okay with that shit. Okay? Like, if we do that, I would make it a pay thing, okay? I wouldn't let people just use their channel points because there's too many of those. So has anyone ever seen a hog calling contest? You all are going to enjoy this, I promise you. Welcome to, this is my culture. This is the culture I come from, okay?
Welcome, Chris Carr, Seymour, Illinois.
This is the song of my people.
Freddie? Freddie! Fred! I think I see him. He's right over here.
So, guys, these are farmers, and they are competing with each other for who can do the best pig call. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Who is the best at calling for pigs, all right, to bring them into the house. This, by the way, is serious. This is like a serious competition. A lot of the people here don't even think it's funny. It's just kind of a serious, like, who's best at calling the pigs, and you get ranked based off how good you are at calling the pigs, all right? And it's like a county fair thing. Yes, this is white culture. Well, technically, yeah, well, there you go, Couch Potato. But Couch Potato, technically, it's not only white culture. It's kind of rural Ohio culture. But yes, all right, which is mainly white.
Come on, pig. Piggy. Come on, piggy.
Oh, stop. Oh, God. Pet gone bad. Thank you
So
for
I've
money.
actually grew up in this city, but I actually studied this and watched it, so we'll see how well I do today.
Oh, we got a city slicker out here in the country. Watch out, he might call the local police department on accident. Uh-oh, here comes the sheriff. Sorry, Alyssa, I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So, guys, she's doing a great job, actually. This is a great pig call. What's wrong? Why is everyone freaking out? What's wrong, Alyssa? Why'd you say, Sam, stop it? What'd I say that was wrong?
That's all, folks.
Don't worry, it's almost over, guys. We'll see who won. We'll see who won. Do we have bets on who won?
Can we ask Stream Triple to come back up? The judges may have a few.
Who do we think won, guys? Literally, of those few people, who do we think won? Who here thinks it was this guy? Who here thinks this guy won? Anyone? Anyone think this guy won? Do we think the second guy? Dolly Boy, I swear to fucking God, Dolly Boy, if I hear 6-7 one more time. So we hear several people saying second, the second guy, okay. And then Peck on Bad says between the last two. Second guy between the last two. So the second guy, this guy, we think this guy won, okay? We think this guy won. Oh, I was out, Jay Williams, I was talking shit about you. I always talk shit about you. Anyway, this is, so some people say it was the second to last guy. Okay, so let's see who won. We'll figure it out.
Judges may have a few minutes to try to select.
I don't know. I don't think I have.
A new champion from the Quad City area. Your hog calling champion this year is Kyle Barton.
Oh, really? That guy won?
I'm from Des Moines, Iowa.
That's biased. He's from the city. That's not fair. Okay, that's fair. I know, Jim. I was being a dick. I'm like, where's Jay Williams? I know you were at the hospital because we were playing some of. Dolly Boy, I'm trying to have a fucking conversation. Okay, fuck you. Fuck you. I was joking that you weren't here and I was mad because I was playing your videos, but I know. An elevator lady came to your defense. All right. I know though. I know you were at the hospital. I'm being a dick, and you're the best. Yeah, well, no, there's a trophy in your grove. You get to win. You win like a little ribbon. You win a ribbon. Okay, you win a fucking ribbon. Now, if you are in what this has evolved into, guys, what this has evolved into in some places in Ohio, but also in some other states apparently, as kind of a joke, it has evolved into husband calling contests. Okay, husband calling contests. You're right. I should say devolved. Okay, that's amazingly what I'll call husband calling contest. So it has evolved into women getting up there and pretending to call their husbands, and then getting rated on who's best at calling for their husbands. All right. So real fast, let's watch one of these.
Messaging methods like texting and emailing can never compare to good old-fashioned yelling at the husband calling contest.
Judges, are you ready? Okay.
Hey, I can do a pretty good hog call. Whenever I'm talking about the police, I'm like, there you go. See, I can kind of do it. I know it's loud and obnoxious, and it probably cut out at the end because it's too high pitched, but I can do it. I'm Ohioan after all. I can do a pig call.
Bob! Hurry up! I don't want to be late. I don't want to be late to the great Iowa State Fair. Bob, hurry! Bob! Robert Dean! That's it. I'm going by myself.
Now, this obviously is more comedic, okay? This is more comedic, all right? Thank you, elevator lady. You think it's impressive? I can do pretty good hog calls. Thank you. That was thank you, Outer Signal. Dolly Boy, thank you for that, I think. Thank you. Thank you for that. The straights are not okay. No, they're not, LaCroix.
In here, probably 35 to 40 years at Pioneer Hall.
Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Keith! Keith!
This is the 4th place winner. It says here who won.
Cuckoo! Cuckoo! The clock says dinner time! Cuckoo!
I have won many.
That's not a really good husband call. I don't like that husband call. CR, could you react to iShowSpeed's new FIFA song for my birthday since you haven't seen it? Sure, Couch Potato, could you send it to me? Now, Couch Potato, I'll probably have to play it at the end of the stream because I can't show it on YouTube. But yes, send it to me, and then at the end of the stream, I'll get off YouTube, and then I will show it on Twitch, okay? Go ahead.
Times, but lots of times I came in second or third, too.
Irving!
Irving!
Irving! Unless you want to make the bed, you better get up like right now. Irving!
Exactly, literally. This is how you get a white man. Okay, you just start doing white man calls. You can do it here, Couch Potato. Just put it in the Twitch chat.
It started because I wanted a ribbon. In calling, I've gotten as high as second in husband calling,
Yeah.
and then I've gotten way down the food chain too. It just depends on what the judges are looking for, because they basically pick them at random from the audience every year, so you never know what you're going to get.
Would you like to hear me call my husband? What am I supposed to call him? You low-down Roger Daryl Eichelberg, you low-down stinky, manure-covered, farmer-tanned. Oh, I'm supposed to call him for dinner. Daryl! Daryl, dinner's ready. Daryl! Daryl, Bobero, Banana, Fana, Fofero, me, my, Momero. Daryl!
It was hard to judge. You have, 3 things that you have to judge, and your first impression, your last impression, and the presentation.
Yeah, right. I don't think Daryl's coming,
And
folks.
your first impression just about knocks you out of your seat.
Let's see who wins.
And your
Let's
last
see who
impression
wins.
is kind of the same as your first impression. So I
Look
kind
how white there's so many white people here, guys. I gotta tell you. All
of
right.
went by, can I understand what they're saying? How would I know what you want when you're calling me?
Roy? Roy! Can you hear me? You get yourself in here right now! Come on! You know you're going to be late again, and you know that I want to get there on time. Roy? Roy! When I first started, my husband said to me, "You're not going to do that, Bonnie. You're not. Oh, please don't do it." I said, "I'm going to do it." I defied him, and I won first. So after that, he's gun-ho for me.
First place for 2000.
So there you go. That's husband calling. We have such a vibrant culture here in the Midwest, folks. Such a vibrant culture of pig calling and husband calling. Really very vibrant, don't you think? Okay, such a lovely time. Anyway, there you go. Such a vibrant culture here. Anyway, that's that. Okay, we also, I don't know if you got, this is one more thing here. One more thing. No wonder fascists want to protect white culture, right? Okay, if you went to CR, you're cringe. What does that mean? You're cringe? Well, you could have spelled it right, Jay Williams, in which case maybe I would have been more insulted. Anyway, you want to, guys, you seem to be loving this. Look, LaCroix says, now I know why they're called flyover states. Yeah, because they're great to see, right, LaCroix? That's what you mean by that. Okay, that's what you mean by that, because they're great to see. So, oh my God, I'm going to fall. So I will, since you guys are enjoying it so much, let me show you one more. Okay, let me show you one more. We have we have great culture here in the Midwest. Let me show you something else. Oh my God, this screen is everywhere. Okay, look, let's watch this real fast. Okay, let's watch this. You can also see we have pumpkin competitions, which aren't as bad because a lot of places in the world have shit like this. But let me give you an example: the Circleville Pumpkin Show. I used to go to this every year. Circleville Pumpkin Show. Okay, and this is kind of cool and traditional. Circleville Pumpkin Show. All right, now this is a they literally have a big competition every year where farmers bring their biggest pumpkins and then they weigh them and they determine these are fucking big pumpkins, okay? They weigh them and whoever has the biggest fucking pumpkin wins, okay? So I will show you here. The Circleville Pumpkin Show is very famous. So let me show you here. The walking. I want to find the one that shows you the big fucking pumpkin. Here we go. So this is a weigh-in, guys. A weigh-in of the biggest pumpkins. All right. If you make a big fucking pumpkin, you win. But these are like really big pumpkins. Like there ain't no way you're gonna eat this shit. Okay, they're too big. Like the biggest ones are often over 2,000 pounds. So like you're not gonna, they're kind of hard to move around. They often have to be picked up using cranes and shit. All right, try me. I'm gonna swallow that. That probably isn't the biggest thing you've ever swallowed, huh, Dolly Boy? Anyway, so you'll see. Look at the size of these fucking pumpkins, guys. You can sit on them. Look, oh my God, they're so big. Okay, look, you have to have a crane to remove them.
My main plant, so I just was a
isn't it? This is more wholesome. This is more wholesome.
This is more wholesome. I just took it and threw it in.
You're right, elevator lady. I didn't say it. You did.
And this ended up being
otherwise you'll think I'm bullying
this
him.
year, just on the sideline.
Look at this. Look at this.
So,
you get a big
that's
fucking
good
pumpkin.
For being late start. Thank you.
And then you literally have to pick it up and put it on the fucking the scale. And they do weigh-ins. They do a live weigh-in. So that pumpkin is 753 pounds. That's a lot of fucking pumpkin. Okay.
A lot of late nights and a little bit of luck involved.
All right.
Roger Klein help you there a little bit too. Had some help from Roger Klein and Rob.
It's not that much of a waste of resources, Pet Gone Bad, because these are farmers, so they produce a ton of pumpkins for consumption, and then they make one pumpkin that they try to compete with people on. All right. That's a lot of fucking pounds for a pumpkin, right? Look at the size of that one, Jesus. So I want to get to the really big one. Let's see what the biggest one is. Oh my God, look at that thing. Look at these pumpkins.
Earlier, we do have a certified scale.
Now, if you want to, that one is 1,600 pounds.
635 and a half pounds. Let's give him a big hand of applause.
Sir Bart, did you come in here just to make a rude joke? Sir Bart comes in here and says the weight of an average American. Sir Bart, rude. I mean, you're off by about 10 pounds. I think it's like 10 less than that, but rude, Sir Bart. We're celebrating the pumpkin, guys. Thank you, Dolly Boy. So that's a big pumpkin. So this one is more wholesome. This is a more wholesome competition, right? The bigger, the better. You know it, Drizzle. That's actually not always true, I got to tell you. Okay, anyway. So, let's see here. I remember when there was a guy who couldn't get out of bed without a crane machine. Yeah, I know, Philly Cheese. Yeah. Can't wait for you guys to find out about, like, HEMA, but that's big simulated. But, oh, I love HEMA. We could watch that too, Cody. That's fun. The big guys in suits of armor and shit who fight. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, I've seen these before, guys. We've already shown these on stream before, but we'll show them again. In the UK, so in the UK, they in England, they have cheese roll races. So they will roll cheeses, like cheese wheels. And isn't this like a race? Isn't like the person who rolls it the fastest wins? Look at that shit. Drusilla, when does the stream not go to a weird place? Yeah, it's a waste of cheese. Who cares? Even though it's not a waste of cheese, you know why? Because the cheese is producing joy. Don't you have any joy in your life, elevator lady? Why can't you just consume the cheese as a piece of joy? All right? Okay. Jesus, there we go. So that's fun. There's a cheese roll. Yay. Okay. The Red Bull flight competitions. Why would I do that? What do you mean Red Bull flight? What does that mean? All right. They have wife carrying contests in Finland. That's true. That is true. They do. I want to show you one other thing. One more thing here. What is it called? What is it called? Oh, this is actually a really cool thing. Cattle calling. You might know about this, Drusilla. There is a traditional way in Scandinavia, and I'm not sure if it's Norway, Finland, or Sweden. It might be all three. It might only be one of them. Maybe it's Finnish. Maybe it's Swedish. Maybe it's Norwegian. I can't quite remember. Forgive me. But there's a cattle call practice that's been used for thousands of years. And it's actually really cool and pretty to listen to. Cattle calling. Yeah, it's beautiful. And it works. Like the cattle almost get like enchanted by it. The cattle almost get enchanted by it. Here we go. Swedish. It's Swedish. Okay. So, this is Philly cheese, Red Bull Flugtag. What the fuck is that, Philly cheese? So this is so this is Sweden, and this is an ancient practice. Like they've done this for thousands of years in Sweden, okay? And it's a I forget, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a herding called the kulning. And they literally can call in the cattle using this voice call. And it's like weird because it like people will say it almost like enchants the cattle, and it kind of does. It's like the cattle like the sound of it, and you'll see they kind of calm down and come to her quietly, and it's very beautiful. So watch. It's almost magical in a way. Dolly boy, I swear to God. Oh, look, they're trying to fuck now too. That's cute. So that's the that is the kulning, okay? Isn't that pretty? It's so pretty to watch. It's gorgeous. All right. You're growing pumpkins, Tater Tot. You should show us your biggest one when you get to it, okay? All right. All right. Please watch the vid I posted to reactions. Let's see here. What did you post, Philly Cheese? What did you post? For once, Philly Cheese, I will listen to you, but this is the last time I ever listened to you, Philly Cheese. Okay, I'm just kidding. Let's see what Philly Cheese sent. Philly Cheese sent us Flugtag. This looks so goddamn insane.
They certainly look impressive, don't they?
What is this, Philly Cheese? Why are you doing this to me? What is this? Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, what a waste of my time. Let's watch.
Hey, look at those costumes. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, and let's imagine that it is a sausage wrapped in a waffle. There is one fundamental flaw here. It has no wings. Over they go! Oh!
Challenging friends, family and workmates to launch their homemade machines into the abyss, Red Bull Flugtag is, of course, a flying contest.
Is this literally a corporate sponsored thing as a giant advertisement for fucking Red Bull?
And it's flying and flying and flying and flying.
But it's also so much more, with teams being scored on their showmanship, creativity, and flair for design.
Oh, dear me.
Over the years, some of these creations have left us amused, bemused, speechless, and scratching our heads in amazement.
It didn't fly at all.
Here are 8 designs that, for one reason
Okay, fine, Philly cheese. We'll look at human innovation.
or another, really got our attention. The countdown starts in Milan with a team whose crude contraption certainly wouldn't make their mamas proud.
Okay then, so the crazy bunch of guys who make
my
up
God,
Ima
look-
Macaca,
look,
Fabio
Fetty,
B,
it's a bunch of
Fabio S,
Italian men.
Andrea, Franco, and the pilot is Gabrielle, but we'll wait and see whether Pooh can actually fly. This is one of the most bizarre ideas that we've ever seen in a Red Bull Flugtag, but we're about to find out whether it works. And don't forget, 9.6 at the moment is the mark that's
waiting
been
to see
set.
what this
There
is.
they all are, look, in the makeshift nappies. Strapped onto the front
where's
of
that
E
going?
Mamakaka. Don't forget the baby won't fly. They don't fly. There we go! Oh, it's not too bad at all, is it?
Is that literally all it is?
This is 11.5.
Wait a minute. So they're trying to see how far they can be shot out of this thing?
Not necessarily sure whether that's genius or stupidity. It just seemed to be a fella being catapulted out of a strange craft. There's the 4 of them. On they
it's
go.
an
That
ass.
launches the pilot.
Wait,
Look,
is it
there
an
he
ass
goes.
Or is it a big?
He
I don't
comes
get
out
what
like
it is. I'm sorry. Is that thing a giant ass?
a cannon, head first, tucked up in a ball. There they go.
At 7, we're off to Portland, Oregon.
I'm very confused. What is this about?
To see a
Philly
mind-boggling design that was simply out of this world.
So rings of fire are based around this plane, which you can build.
Dolly boy, I swear to God.
If you want to do one at
Oh,
home.
you try to go the furthest. I got you.
With a straw and paper, but don't ask me how. What I will say about
This is enraging.
This is as big as you can go. With regard to the dimensions, you can't go bigger. And they're getting a fair bit of speed, and then over they go, and Laura's going to stick with it. And she took it right down to the water.
That was kind of
and
cool.
that's one of the
Okay, I like this Philly cheese. I'm starting to see the innovation part.
better ones that we've seen so far. 60 feet the furthest. Almost there, 54, but it looked the part. There we see. Really smooth into the water.
Does anyone ever die? Like, this is why I'm an American. I need there to be a chance that someone's going to die. Okay, like, this is why we love NASCAR here, because there's always a chance. Like, that's the only fun part of NASCAR. Like, I never watch NASCAR, but if I hear about an accident, I'm pulling up YouTube and finding it. That's the fun shit. So, like, is there a chance someone here is going to die? Because then this becomes a fun sport to watch.
She was able to hold it right
I'm sorry, Philly cheese. You're right. I'm right. There are no deaths. Well, then why would you watch it?
to the end and even landed on her feet, which was...
Oh, well, but wait a minute. Philly cheese, you say there's no deaths and guns. It's an American event. I mean, there definitely are probably guns there somewhere. So there is always still that chance.
Great. Not much left of it now, though.
The celestial theme continues in Hong Kong now. At 6, let's meet some little green men with an eye for the extraterrestrial.
Okay. Ooh. Oh,
They certainly look
their
impressive,
outfits.
don't they?
This
Look
is
at those
cute.
costumes and the creativity that's gone into those.
Whatever, Philly cheese. Everything is America, okay?
The plane itself is also very, very impressive. It's the third time that they're participating, this team, in a Red Bull event, and they've always finished in the top 3 before, so they're confident, but they've also got some
gladly.
targets.
I love it, Cody. I would love to watch it. If there's a lot of death in a motorsport, I will watch it. That's the fun.
Here-
Okay, I'm joking, guys. I don't actually like seeing people die. I'm making a joke, right?
Today. And
But
they're
yes,
about to
thank you,
launch this
Cody.
plane off the ramp here in Hong Kong. Let's see how it flies. It looks the part,
Oh, Hong
and
Kong,
it flies
okay.
pretty well as well. The water in the cockpit, look at the distance, 15 meters.
Okay, that was pretty cool. This is kind of cool.
Off the ramp, they got a good release,
Flugtag.
and you can see there the plane, look, went
Whoa.
away from the launch vehicle
Whoa, that's
underneath
cool.
it. Off the ramp, picked up a bit of air underneath the wings, and went 15
So they
meters.
can't
That's
use
really
any kind of motor or anything. They just kind of have to see how far they can lob shit off of it.
good. And the pilot, Ron,
I don't even know what that means. I was just copying what Cody said, elevator lady. I don't really know what motorsports are. Is it like, what is it, like NASCAR? Like, is that just a different way of saying racing?
really happy
like
with
car
that.
racing?
5th place goes to a team from Oslo and a sausage-themed flying machine that caught our attention for all the wrong reasons.
Okay, I think we're all thinking the same. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt and let's imagine that it is
I like
a
the
sausage
entertainment.
wrapped in a waffle. Pulse a waffle. You
It's a
would say
competition to see
in
who
Norway,
can
we
build
go
a motor
sausage
that's that
in a
right.
waffle. He's covered in ketchup, covered in...
I swear to God, Drizella said CR only likes one race. Fuck you, Drizella. Fuck you.
Mustard. He's about to be covered in water as well. We'll see.
Jay Williams, that is rude. Jay Williams says CR does like watching people die. He showed me his snuff film collection when I went to his house. Jay Williams, I commissioned that from you in private. You shouldn't talk about it.
How far it goes. So there it is. Looks the part, doesn't it? So can they get some speed on the ramp and give themselves an opportunity, or might the ketchup and mustard weigh him down? Well, over they go.
Oh,
It's not
that
too
was
bad at all.
good. They went far.
They're pleased, and rightly so. They've got to beat 13 metres, and they're edging...
How am I going to explain this to people? How am I going to explain this to people? How am I going to explain this and be like, guys, I love watching Flugtag, okay? Oh, my.
Towards it. Oh, they didn't quite do it. Metre short. Just maybe didn't get quite enough separation at the start. There we see it. Landed very quickly, didn't it? But was nice and flat. He's even got time to showboat a little bit on the way down.
Aww.
In fourth place, we're back in Milan for a surprisingly accurate recreation of the Titanic. We mean that in more...
I'm going to go
too
forward.
flimsy. They've got to keep the wings out.
Let's go forward.
Properly flew.
Okay, let's see who got first place.
Aye. The last team of the day. They've been the talk of the paddock. A lot of people are expecting big things from this team. But we know what a bad day it's been so far for the favourites. Again, a lot of work has gone into it. Again, it looks as though it's going to fly a long way. But there is no guarantee. Lake Zurich has claimed some initially impressive-looking planes already here today. Yvonne is the pilot.
Outer Signal. I swear to God. Outer Signal says, I'm sure he said he had them for historical purposes. Right. Well, I mean, that's why I have the Nazi flag. I mean, historically, a couple months ago, I did go to a Klan rally, but it's for history purposes, right? That's why I have the flag anyway.
And we've not seen big wheels like that on anything else.
No one clip that. No one fucking clip that. No one fucking clip that. Okay, how dare you? No. No elevator lady. No clipping. No clipping. Anyway.
Today. Here we go then. Last team of the day. Off along the platform. There's the launch, and look at the height, and look how long he's staying up there, and it's still flying, and it's gone miles. Look at that.
That was good. Of course, the Swedes outdoing everyone.
Was heading towards Munich, which is on the other side of the lake. Sensational. I don't go that far on my holidays.
Chat must be a Bethesda game because we're clipping. That was such a nerdy joke, LaQuai. I love it.
1.5 meters. Absolutely brilliant. At last, one of the favourites lives up to the reputation.
That is cute.
Aye,
Whoa,
aye,
look at
aye.
that.
There we go.
Whoa,
look at that.
That was
soaring
well
through the air. Still going. The drinks trolley was on the way round. That's how long they've been up there.
That's amazing.
Fantastic.
Okay. Amazing. Well
look
done.
At that. Get your duty free about now.
Well done, Switzerland. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm mimicking a Swiss person. That's kind of rude. Anyway, yeah, there was no death, though. That was kind of unfortunate. Let's watch something else. So you sent, Cody, did you send me something? I think Cody sent me something first. What'd you send me? Oh, so this is the rally. Oh, yes, I've seen this, Cody. This is like very extreme car racing where like there are plenty of crashes and shit like that. This is the fun stuff, guys. Don't worry. Outer Signal, that makes me not want to watch it. Just stop saying that it's Red Bull sponsored. That ruins it for me. It sounds like Idiocracy. Just tell me it's Flugs, whatever, okay? See, like, in these idiots, here's the fun thing. Yes, but also, Cody, I happen to know that the people along the side here can be hit because, like, if someone accidentally goes into the crowd, so it's also kind of like seeing your life flash before your eyes when you're up here and, like, watching it, too. Dear God, yeah, see, that's a bit unsafe. Oh my God, like, exactly my point. Like, imagine if that thing flipped up. Jesus. Such beautiful environment. Not that we're going to be able to see it much.
Późno, 5 prawy do 4. Ciągnie 150. Gaz.
Oh!
Dobra, nic się nie jest?
Yeah.
Dobra, w porządku. Wypierdalaj.
If in doubt, flat out. There you go. Like, dear God, like, look at this, guys. Like, whoops. Right, like, this is not... This makes NASCAR look cute, doesn't it? Doesn't this make NASCAR look cute? Like, this looks like hell on earth. I don't know what all that lighting is and shit. Oh my God, like he went airborne. Cody, please tell me, these cars have to be like, oh, see what I mean? You get hit by a car too. You can be hit by a car that's coming by, all right? Like if you're not careful. There are plenty of videos out there of like cars going off the road and like hitting people and shit. Oh my goodness. Oh my, see, okay, and it's gone. Wow. Dolly boy, I swear to God, if you make one more joke about that, Dolly boy, I'll fucking find you, Dolly boy. I'll fucking find you. Anyway. Dear God, see, that's pretty crazy. Let's find something else here. So this was sent to us by a Bright Love. This is what? Marble racing? Elevator lady. Oh, what was that? I missed it. What'd you send to me, elevator lady? That was cute. Thank you. Is that a heart? Thank you, elevator lady. I love you too, okay? More than most of these degenerates, to be honest with you.
Marbles have flown in for the overall stand.
We're going to go forward because that's what elevator
has fallen back to 6th
oh,
and
they're
was
literally
in a
racing
duel
marbles.
coming through the banking. Meanwhile, it is Snowstorm from Smoggy. Nepo has worked up to 3rd for the Cobalts. Indigo Stars 4th. Pinky Rosa. Amaya,
yeah,
Stinger, Siren,
Cody,
Ember, and Swifty, our pole sitter, falling all the way back to 10th, and there was a hard impact that sent Yellow Eye backwards. Clementon complaining on the radio, Yellow Eye just crashed into the back of me.
I don't know.
Not sure Race Control will see it quite that way, given all the contact that's happening here. Indy,
oh my God, all these marbles.
Could not make it stick.
But Bright Love, this is terrible.
Very close. It was a desperate lunge.
I hate this. I feel my life slipping away.
But it's still right
my
back
eyes.
on the attack.
Okay, what do we do?
Through the final turn.
Have you lost your goddamn mind?
One
Bright
spot
Love? What is
back
this
on the
nonsense?
conveyor belt. Smoggy. Another couple of tenths
they literally
behind.
have
Then
them,
Nepo
they have
and Amaya.
names on them. They've
off
named
the belt.
marbles.
Snowstorm
oh my
managing.
God. Insane. I'm gonna lose my goddamn
Snowstorm
mind.
seems to be a bit stronger through
Look what Alicorn did this on
second
purpose,
and
I knew
third
it.
sectors.
I knew it. I
so
knew
if
it.
anything,
I
that
knew
first
it. I knew
sector
it. You're
offers
trying to
the
trigger me.
greatest
I'm triggered.
opportunity
I'm triggered.
for the overtake.
Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy, for smacking me in the face with flowers. Oh, too bad I'm allergic.
Looking toward the back
have
of the
to
pack.
Go to the ER now. Thanks, Dolly Boy. I'm just kidding. I love you, Dolly Boy. Thank you for that. That was cute. Thank you for throwing flowers at my face. Philly Cheese, are you losing your marbles? They're already gone.
Oh, I
okay?
has fallen down
You
to
know what? Thank you for that. We're done. We're done with it. Okay, you see here. Maria, you said here, hey, Casual Revolt, I started the stream, haha. I don't know why I said haha. Okay, do you know by any chance how to make sure the audio of the YouTube video I'm sharing on OBS is also streamed? Yes. So you have to, Maria, forgive me, guys. Give me a second here. I'm helping out Maria, new streamer here. Maria, you have to make sure. So do you have your, I'm guessing you have your window capture. Do you have a window or display capture up capturing the image of the YouTube video? Tell me yes or no. And then I'll tell you the next part. Excellent. So now, Maria, what you do, there is a little plus sign underneath the sources. Okay? Underneath sources, there's a little plus sign. Click that plus and choose application audio capture. Okay, so hit the plus sign underneath sources and then application audio capture. It should be at the very top. We got that? Sorry, guys, but we'll be very brief here. So, by the way, folks, while we're waiting for Maria to respond to see if it works, okay. And then, Maria, after you have done that, you right-click on application audio capture, click properties, and then you can select what do you want it to capture, what you want it to capture audio-wise, and just select the same thing that you're doing video capture for. Does that make sense? So after you have created it, named it, whatever, right-click on it, properties, choose what you want it to listen to. Okay? All right. We got that? There you go, Maria. Now, guys, no problem, Maria. And I'm going to send people over there here in a second. Excellent, Maria. So, guys, for everyone else here who's on stream, I'm going to put my face up for a second. Just a reminder here, guys. I'm going to go now, partially because we're going to be watching a movie at 7. So if you haven't already, go over to Discord and vote in the polls section, because we're going to be watching Apocalypse Now tonight, okay? We're going to be... Dolly, I swear to fucking God, Dolly Boy, I swear. Okay, thank you, Dolly Boy. That's so cute. I hate it. It's going to make me cry. Anyway, we're going to probably watch Apocalypse Now tonight. Go over to the Discord. If you can watch it at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time, click yes. If not, click no. And if you don't want to watch it ever, then click that, okay? I just want to make sure enough people will be there. We will watch it together either on Twitch or in the Discord. Either way, I will send a notification out using Discord. So you have to join the Discord if you want to. Bye-bye, Drizella. If you want to get notified of where I'm going. If you don't want to join the Discord, you may see me go live on Twitch, and if I don't, I'm doing it in the Discord. Does this make sense? Okay. So, guys, we'll do that at 7 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time, okay? All right, guys. Couch Potato. Let me do Couch Potato's song really fast. Because it's Couch Potato's birthday, let's listen to Couch Potato's song. So first thing we're going to do here, guys, for those that are over on YouTube, let me say my final goodbye. Bye-bye, folks over on YouTube. Bye-bye. Free Palestine. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Never forget the sacrifices of our ancestors and fight fascism. Do not stand in the center. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you, okay? I will see you guys at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time, okay, over on YouTube. Bye-bye, folks. Okay, for the rest of you, let us listen to Couch Potato.